My name is Aditya, Assistant Professor, Department of English, accompanied by Mrs. Charita Anil Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of English, and we are delighted to be your anchors for today. Prayer is not asking. Prayer is putting oneself in the hands of the God. Let's begin with seeking the blessings of God Almighty. Prayer.
ഹൃദയരാഗതന്ത്രിമീട്ടി സ്നേഹഗീതമേകിയും കർമ്മഭൂമി തളിരിടുന്ന വർണ്ണമേകിയും നമ്മിൽ വാഴുമാദിനാമം ഇന്നു വാഴ്ത്തിടാം. ഞങ്ങൾ പാടുമീ സ്വരങ്ങൾ കീർത്തനങ്ങളാകണേ. ചോടുവയ്ക്കുമീ പദങ്ങൾ നൃത്തലോലമാകണേ. കുഞ്ഞു വീടിനുൾക്കളങ്ങൾ സ്വർഗമാകണേ. അമ്മ നൽകുമുമ്മ പോലും അമൃതമാകണേ. പൂർണ്ണമീ ചരാചരങ്ങൾ ഗുരുവരങ്ങളാകണേ. ഹൃദയരാഗതന്ത്രിമീട്ടി സ്നേഹഗീതമേകിയും കർമ്മഭൂമി തളിരിടുന്ന വർണ്ണമേകിയും നമ്മിൽ വാഴുമാദിനാമം ഇന്നു വാഴ്ത്തിടാം.
Before we start today's session, let's go for a recap of day one. Day one of international webinar on media, society and culture, emerging trends began with a welcome note by college principal Father Denny Cholapalil. Mr. Ashwin PK, webinar coordinator, gave the concept note and the presidential address was delivered by Provincial Superior CFIZ Father Jose Matthew Parel. The program was officially inaugurated by Dr. M.V. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor, Sri Shankaracharya University, Kaladi, and that was followed by a keynote address by Dr. Sander Lejai, former Home Minister of Albania. Reverend Father Chako Kuchubarandil, Vice Principal, St. Mary's College, felicitated the occasion. A scholarly paper presentation was done by Ms. Sarida S. Balan, Kerala Bureau Head. The News Minute. We winded up the inaugural session with a vote of thanks by Mr. Anandan, Head of Department of Commerce and Management. We completed 9 paper presentations by research scholars and students of various colleges. We concluded our first day of international webinar by a vote of thanks by Mohammad Rafi, Head of Department of Politics.
To welcome is to show honor. To welcome is to establish integrity. I cordially invite Mr. Ashwin, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Management Studies, as well as the conference coordinator, to deliver the welcome address. So please.
Hi, hello, and a very good morning to all of you. It's my great pleasure to be in front of all of you on the second day of Virtual International Conference on Media, Society and Culture Emerging Trends, organized by IQAC St. Mary's College, Uttaranadi. As a recap of the previous day, I would like to mention that yesterday we had very eminent personalities, participants, and had witnessed numerous good presentations of our participants on both forenoon as well as afternoon session, which were so much informative and interesting. Now let me enter into my duty. First and foremost, I would like to welcome our Honorable Principal, Reverend Father Denny Chalapalli CFIC, who is always a constant inspiration and motivation for the teaching fraternity as well as the student community. Next, I would like to welcome our Honorable Vice Principal, Reverend Father Chako Kochuparambil CFIC, who always stands beside us for any new endeavors in bringing constant productive changes in the college as well as in academics. Today, we have a couple of eminent personalities on the day 2 of our international conference. First and foremost, I would like to welcome Advocate Sebastian Polser, ex-MP, who always stands at the reach of a phone call for any new initiative that we organize. Sir, I welcome you. Secondly, now let me welcome Mr. Nigesh Kumar, Managing Director, Reporter TV, who in amidst of his very busy schedule finds time to join us to be part of our international conference. Sir, I welcome you. Finally, let me take this opportunity to welcome our honorable judges of our conference, Dr. Gio Polser, Director, Monty International Institute of Management Studies, Puthanangadi, Dr. Jens Manser, Dean of Studies, Monty International Institute of Management Studies, Puthanangadi, and finally, Aparna Prashanti, journalist and media critic, to the final day of our international conference, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome all the teachers, students, participants, and presenters, and all others to the final day of our international conference. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Ashan sir, for your genial welcome. A free, objective, skilled media is an essential component of any democratic society. It is vital for the creation and the development of a democratic culture in any country. They provide people with information, with influence, the process of shaping opinions and attitudes and of making political choices. The media must be free, pluralistic, and independent, and at the same time, they should voluntarily assume social accountability. Now, we are moving on to the most awaited session by Advocate Dr. Sebastian Paul. And I invite Dr. Georgie Kanekata, Head of Department of Chemistry, to chair his session. Sir, please.
Very good morning to each and everybody. With immense pleasure and great joy, I cordially invite Dr. Sebastian Paul sir to deliver the lecture on the topic politicization of media.
Let me take a moment to introduce our guest, Dr. Sebastian Paul. Dr. Sebastian Paul was a member of parliament representing Ernakulam in the 14th Lok Sabha. Dr. Sebastian Paul is an advocate by profession and got educated from Maharajas College, Ernakulam, and Cochin University of Science and Technology, Kalamassery. He is also well known as a media critic and cultural activist. He has presented media analysis program Madhyama Vicharam on Kairali TV. He is writing a weekly column in Deshabhimani Weekly, and he is author of several books related to politics, law, and media. Wholeheartedly, I welcome Dr. Sebastian Paul to address the audience.
Thank you for the good words spoken about me. St. Mary's College.
Please unmute. Oh, yeah. It's okay now, sir. It's okay now.
St. Mary's College രണ്ടു ദിവസം നീണ്ടു നിൽക്കുന്ന ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ വെബിനാറിലാണ് ഞാൻ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നത്. ഇന്ന് തന്നിരിക്കുന്ന വിഷയം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയാവുന്നതുപോലെ മീഡിയ, സൊസൈറ്റി, കൾച്ചർ, അതൊരു കോമൺ ടോപ്പിക്കിനെ അടിസ്ഥാനമാക്കി അത് ഏത് രീതിയിലും നമുക്ക് വ്യാഖ്യാനിക്കാം, കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യാം. മാധ്യമങ്ങളെ കുറിച്ച് പൊതുവെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴൊക്കെ ഉയർന്നു വരുന്ന വിഷയങ്ങൾ ഇത് തന്നെയാണ്. media and society, media and politics, media and democracy. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള അനുബന്ധ വിഷയങ്ങൾ ധാരാളമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് കൂടുതൽ സൈദ്ധാന്തികമായി അത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നതിന് പകരം ആധുനിക ലോകത്തും ആധുനിക കാലത്തും മീഡിയ നേരിടുന്ന വെല്ലുവിളികൾ, challenges, how it affects democracy, how it affects the society, how it is molding for good or bad the culture. അങ്ങനെ കുറേയേറെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യാനുണ്ട്. മാധ്യമങ്ങളുടെ ചരിത്രം നിങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാം അറിയാവുന്നതുപോലെ അത്ര അധികം കാലത്തെ ചരിത്രമൊന്നുമില്ല. മനുഷ്യന് ആശയവിനിമയം നടത്തുന്നതിനുള്ള മാർഗങ്ങൾ പണ്ട് മുതലേ അവൻ കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഗുഹാവാസിയായിരുന്ന കാലത്ത് തന്നെ അതിനുള്ള മാർഗങ്ങൾ അവർ കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ ഇന്ന് അറിയുന്ന രീതിയിലുള്ള മീഡിയ, അതിന്റെ ചരിത്രം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ പത്രങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നാണ് തുടങ്ങുന്നത്. പ്രിന്റഡ് ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പർ. ആദ്യത്തെ പ്രിന്റഡ് ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പർ യൂറോപ്പിൽ പുറത്തു വരുന്നത് ഇറ്റ് വാസ് ഇൻ 1605 എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ 400 years ഇതാണ് പത്രങ്ങളുടെ ചരിത്രം. ജോഹാനസ് ഗുട്ടൻബർഗ് പ്രിന്റിംഗ് എന്നൊരു ടെക്നോളജി കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചതിന് ശേഷമാണ് അതൊക്കെ സംഭവിച്ചത്. അന്നു മുതൽ തന്നെ പത്രങ്ങളെ അടിച്ചമർത്താൻ, കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യാൻ ഉള്ള ശ്രമവും എല്ലായിടത്തും, വത്തിക്കാനിൽ നിന്ന് സഭയുടെ സമ്മർദ്ദം, അധികാരികളുടെ, രാജാക്കന്മാരുടെ ഒക്കെ സമ്മർദ്ദം, ബ്രിട്ടനിൽ ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് പാർലമെന്റ് പാസാക്കിയ ലൈസൻസിങ് ഓർഡർ അത് പിൻവലിക്കണം എന്നാവശ്യപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് കവി ജോൺ മിൽട്ടൺ, ലിറ്ററേച്ചർ സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെല്ലാം നല്ല പരിചയമുള്ള പേരാണല്ലോ, ജോൺ മിൽട്ടൺ എഴുതിയ നിവേദന സ്വഭാവത്തിലുള്ള പ്രബന്ധം ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് പാർലമെന്റിന് സമർപ്പിച്ചത്. അരയോപാഗറ്റിക്ക എന്നാണ് അത് അറിയപ്പെടുന്നത്. അതിന്റെ ലിറ്റററി വാല്യൂ എന്ത് തന്നെയായാലും ഹിസ്റ്റോറിക്കൽ വാല്യൂ വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടതാണ്. അപ്പൊ ആ ഒരു 600 കൊല്ലത്തെ ചരിത്രം, അതിൽ തന്നെ ഇതൊരു മാസ് മീഡിയ ആയി മാറിയിട്ട് എത്ര കൊല്ലമായി കാണും? ഒരു 10-200 കൊല്ലം ആയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. 20ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിന്റെ ആരംഭത്തിലാണ് മാസ് സർക്കുലേറ്റഡ് ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പേഴ്സ് എന്ന ആശയം ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത്. ടെക്നോളജിയുടെ സഹായത്തോടെയാണ്. പ്രിന്റിങ്ങിനുള്ള സൗകര്യം ഉണ്ടായി, പത്രത്തിനുള്ള ഡെലിവറി സംവിധാനം, കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ, ട്രാൻസ്പോർട്ടേഷൻ, ഇതിന്റെ എല്ലാം വികാസത്തിലൂടെയാണ് പത്രങ്ങളും വികസിച്ചത്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ചരിത്രം ആണ് പത്രങ്ങൾക്കുള്ളതെങ്കിൽ മീഡിയയ്ക്കുള്ളത് പിന്നീടാണുള്ള മറ്റു തരത്തിലുള്ള മീഡിയ. പ്രസ് എന്ന വാക്ക് അർത്ഥം ഉൾക്കൊള്ളാൻ കഴിയാതെ നമുക്ക് മാറ്റിവെക്കുകയും മീഡിയ എന്ന വാക്ക് സ്വീകരിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വന്നു. മീഡിയ ഇപ്പോൾ എവിടെ എത്തി നിൽക്കുന്നു എന്ന് നമുക്കെല്ലാം അറിയാം. ഇന്റർനെറ്റ് എന്ന അത്ഭുതകരമായ കണ്ടുപിടുത്തം മനുഷ്യൻ നടത്തിയതോടെ നമ്മൾ എവിടെ എത്തി നിൽക്കുന്നു? അത് തന്നെ ഒരു സെമിനാറിന്റെ വിഷയമാണ്. മനുഷ്യന്റെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കണ്ടുപിടുത്തങ്ങളായി പണ്ട് കരുതിയിരുന്നത് അഗ്നി, ചക്രം, ഫയർ ആൻഡ് വീൽ, അതൊക്കെയായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ ഇന്റർനെറ്റിനെ വെല്ലുന്ന ഒരു കണ്ടുപിടുത്തം മനുഷ്യന് ഇതിനു മുമ്പ് നടത്തിയിട്ടില്ല. ഇനി അടുത്തൊക്കെ നടത്തും എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നില്ല. ആ ഇന്റർനെറ്റിലുള്ള നവീകരണം അത് മാത്രമാണ് ഇപ്പോഴും നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിന്റെ വേഗത ഇനിയും എത്രമാത്രം വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കാം, അതിന്റെ സ്റ്റോറേജ് കപ്പാസിറ്റി എത്രമാത്രം കൂട്ടാം, അതൊക്കെയാണ് ആലോചിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ. അപ്പോൾ ഡെമോക്രസിയിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ വരുമ്പോഴോ, ഡെമോക്രസിയും മീഡിയയും തമ്മിലുള്ള ബന്ധത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ചില പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന്, ഹൗ ഓൾഡ് ഈസ് ഡെമോക്രസി? നമുക്കെല്ലാം സ്കൂളിൽ തന്നെ പഠിച്ച് പരിചയമുള്ള ഒരു സംഗതിയാണ് ആഥൻസ്. ക്രാഡിൽ ഓഫ് ഡെമോക്രസി എന്നാണ് അറിയപ്പെടുന്നത്. ക്രാഡിൽ ഓഫ് ഡെമോക്രസി. അത് എന്നാണ് ഈ ഡെമോക്രസി അവിടെ ആരംഭിക്കുന്നത്? ആഥൻസിൽ. ഇറ്റ് വാസ് 2500 years ago. ചെറിയ കാലയളവൊന്നുമല്ല, 2500 years ago. അന്ന് അവിടെ ജനാധിപത്യം ആരംഭിച്ചു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ആ ജനാധിപത്യം എന്ന ആശയം ഉരുത്തിരിഞ്ഞു വരുന്നതിന് സഹായകമായ മറ്റൊന്ന് അവിടെ സംഭവിച്ചു. അതാണ് ഫ്രീഡം ഓഫ് എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ. ഫ്രീഡം ഓഫ് എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ അതൊരു ഇൻവെൻഷനാണ്. നമ്മളിന്ന് ഇന്റർനെറ്റ് ഒരു വിസ്മയകരമായ ഇൻവെൻഷനാണ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പോലെ അതിനേക്കാൾ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഇൻവെൻഷൻ ഏൻഷ്യൻ ഗ്രീസിൽ, ആഥൻസിൽ അന്ന് നടന്നത് ഫ്രീഡം ഓഫ് എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ. എത്ര പറഞ്ഞാലും അതിന്റെ മഹത്വം, മഹാത്മ്യം, അനിവാര്യത അത് പൂർണ്ണമാവില്ല. അതിലാണ് എല്ലാം അടങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. ജനാധിപത്യം സംസ്ഥാപിതമായത് ഫ്രീഡം ഓഫ് എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ എന്ന ആശയത്തിലാണ്. ആ ഫ്രീഡം ഓഫ് എക്സ്പ്രഷന് മനുഷ്യൻ കണ്ടുപിടിച്ച ഒരു ഉപാധി മാത്രമാണ്, മീഡിയം മാത്രമാണ് മീഡിയ എന്ന രീതിയിൽ ഇന്ന് അറിയപ്പെടുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഫ്രീഡം ഓഫ് എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ ഇല്ലായിരുന്നുവെങ്കിൽ ജനാധിപത്യം ഉണ്ടാകുമായിരുന്നില്ല. ഫ്രീഡം ഓഫ് എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ അത് യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാകുന്നതിന്, സഫലമാകുന്നതിന്, പൂർത്തീകരിക്കപ്പെടുന്നതിന് പത്രങ്ങളും പിന്നീട് ഇതര മാധ്യമങ്ങളും, നവമാധ്യമങ്ങളും, ന്യൂ മീഡിയ ഇതെല്ലാം വന്ന് ഒത്തുചേർന്നപ്പോഴാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇന്ന് കാണുന്ന ഒരു അവസ്ഥ ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് നിങ്ങൾ മീഡിയ ആൻഡ് സൊസൈറ്റി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മീഡിയ ആൻഡ് കൾച്ചർ എന്നൊരു വിഷയം തിരഞ്ഞെടുത്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. മീഡിയ സ്വതന്ത്രമായിരിക്കണം എന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ ആർക്കും തർക്കമുണ്ടാവില്ല. There should be an independent, fearless, impartial media. അതാണല്ലോ നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും ലക്ഷ്യം. എല്ലാവരും അവകാശപ്പെടുന്നതും അത് തന്നെയാണ്. സത്യം അറിയുക എന്നത് നമ്മുടെ അവകാശമാണ്. സത്യം, ട്രൂത്ത്, സത്യം നമ്മെ അറിയിക്കുക എന്ന ദൗത്യമാണ്. അതൊരു കോൺസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ ഒബ്ലിഗേഷനാണ്, നമ്മുടെ ഒരു കോൺസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ റൈറ്റ് ആണ്. റൈറ്റ് ടു നോ. റൈറ്റ് ടു നോ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ റൈറ്റ് ടു നോ ശരിയായ രീതിയിൽ അറിയും. അതാണ് മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടി ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് എല്ലാവരും സത്യം അവകാശപ്പെടും. സത്യം എന്ന വാക്കിന് വലിയ പ്രാധാന്യമുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ബൈബിൾ എടുത്താൽ വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയുമ്പോൾ ജീസസ് ക്രൈസ്റ്റ് ഉപയോഗിച്ചിരുന്ന 2 വാക്കുകളാണ്. സത്യം സത്യമായി ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളോട് പറയുന്നു. എൻ്റെ എംഫസിസ് കിട്ടുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ പല ചാനലുകളുടെയും ഒക്കെ അവകാശവാദം സത്യം തന്നെ. ദൂരദർശൻ വാർത്താ ബുള്ളറ്റിൻ നമ്മൾ കണ്ടാൽ അവിടെയും അവരുടെ ലോഗോയിൽ തന്നെ കാണിക്കുന്നത് സത്യം സത്യമായി. ജീസസ് ക്രൈസ്റ്റിന്റെ വിചാരണ വേളയിൽ ന്യായാധിപനായിരുന്ന പീലാത്തോസ്, റോമൻ ഗവർണർ, അദ്ദേഹം ഉന്നയിച്ച ഒരു ചോദ്യമുണ്ട്. വാട്ട് ഈസ് ട്രൂത്ത്? വാട്ട് ഈസ് ട്രൂത്ത്? ബൈബിൾ പറയുന്നു, ഹി ഡിഡ് നോട്ട് വെയിറ്റ് ഫോർ ആൻ ആൻസർ. ഉത്തരത്തിന് വേണ്ടി കാത്തു നിന്നിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ 2000 വർഷമായി, 2000 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞു, അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ഉത്തരം കിട്ടില്ലായിരുന്നു. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ പറയുന്നത് എല്ലാവരും സത്യാന്വേഷകരാണല്ലോ. നമ്മൾ സത്യത്തിന്റെ കാലം വരും എന്ന് കാത്തിരുന്നവരാണ്. അങ്ങനെ കാത്തിരുന്ന നമ്മോട് ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ മാധ്യമങ്ങളും മറ്റ് സാമൂഹിക ചിന്തകരും ഒക്കെ പറയുന്നത് നമ്മൾ സത്യാനന്തര കാലത്ത് എത്തി എന്നാണ്. പോസ്റ്റ് ട്രൂത്ത്. ഒരു സംശയം നമ്മൾ ഈ സത്യത്തിന്റെ കാലം എത്തിയത് അറിഞ്ഞില്ലല്ലോ. സത്യം കഴിഞ്ഞാലല്ലേ സത്യാനന്തരം ആവുള്ളൂ. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു നമ്മൾ ഈ ട്രെയിനിൽ യാത്ര ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ചിലപ്പോൾ ഒന്ന് മയങ്ങിപ്പോകും. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട സ്റ്റേഷൻ ചിലപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ അറിയാതെ കടന്നുപോകും. എന്നതുപോലെ നമ്മൾ ഏതോ ഒരു മയക്കത്തിൽ ആണ്ടുപോയ സമയത്ത് സത്യം എന്ന ആ ഘട്ടം നാം കടന്നുപോയി. അതാണല്ലോ ഇപ്പൊ സത്യാനന്തരം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. എന്നാൽ ഈ പോസ്റ്റ് ട്രൂത്ത് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടെ കൂടുതൽ സത്യം ആണല്ലോ ഉണ്ടാവേണ്ടത്. അതല്ല നമ്മുടെ അനുഭവം. പോസ്റ്റ് ട്രൂത്ത് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഫേക്ക് ന്യൂസ് എന്നാണ് അർത്ഥം. വലിയ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ് ഈ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ, ഈ വാക്കുകളൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ വരുന്നത്. പോസ്റ്റ് ട്രൂത്ത് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഫേക്ക് ന്യൂസ്, വ്യാജ വാർത്ത, കളവായ വാർത്തയുടെ കാലമാണ്. നുണ എന്നൊന്നും പറയില്ല. അങ്ങനെ വലിയ പ്രത്യേകതയുണ്ട്. വളരെ ആലങ്കാരികമായ വാക്കുകൾ മാത്രമേ എന്തിനും ഉപയോഗിക്കാറുള്ളൂ. ആഗോളീകരണം തിന്മയാണ്, അപകടകരമാണ് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോഴും അതിന് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന വാക്ക് എന്താണ്? എല്ലാവർക്കും സ്വീകാര്യമായ ഒരു പദമാണ് ഗ്ലോബലൈസേഷൻ. ഗ്ലോബലൈസേഷൻ. യേശുക്രിസ്തു തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞത് ഈ സുവിശേഷം നിങ്ങൾ ലോകം മുഴുവൻ പ്രചരിപ്പിക്കുക എന്നാണ്. അതാണ് ഈ ഗ്ലോബലൈസേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. എല്ലാവരുടെയും ചിന്ത അത് തന്നെയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നല്ല പദങ്ങൾ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് മോശമായ ആശയങ്ങൾ കടത്തിവിടുക എന്നതും ആധുനിക കാലത്തെ ഒരു രീതിയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു രീതിയിൽ നമ്മുടെ പത്രങ്ങൾ മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ എവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നു? എല്ലാവരും സത്യം അവകാശപ്പെട്ടാൽ. ഇന്ന് രാവിലെ കേട്ട ഒരു വാർത്തയാണ്, സോവിയറ്റ് യൂണിയനിലെ അവസാനത്തെ പ്രസിഡന്റ് ആയിരുന്ന, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സോവിയറ്റ് യൂണിയന്റെ ലിക്വിഡേറ്റർ ആയിരുന്ന മിഖായിൽ ഗോർബച്ചേവ് അന്തരിച്ചു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അദ്ദേഹത്തോടൊപ്പം പലതും അവിടെ ഇല്ലാതായി. ഇല്ലാതായ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ ഒരു പത്രവും ഉൾപ്പെട്ടു. ആ പത്രത്തിന്റെ പേര്, അക്കാലത്ത് സോവിയറ്റ് യൂണിയന്റെ ഔദ്യോഗികമായ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ അറിയാൻ ലോകം വായിച്ചിരുന്നത് ആ പത്രമായിരുന്നു. പ്രാവ്ദ എന്നാണ് പത്രത്തിന്റെ പേര്. പ്രാവ്ദ എന്ന റഷ്യൻ വാക്കിന്റെ അർത്ഥം ട്രൂത്ത്, സത്യം. അതുകൊണ്ട് പറഞ്ഞത് എല്ലാ മാധ്യമങ്ങളും സത്യത്തെ പ്രതിയാണ് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നതും അണയിടുന്നതും. പക്ഷെ നമുക്ക് ലഭിക്കുന്നത് സത്യം അല്ല എന്ന് നമുക്കറിയാം. സത്യം ലഭിക്കാൻ എന്താണ് മാർഗം? സത്യത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ആണ് എല്ലാം വരേണ്ടത്. ഇപ്പൊ ബൈബിളിൽ ലൂക്ക എഴുതിയ സുവിശേഷത്തിൽ ഒരു വാക്യമുണ്ട്, ഹൃദയത്തിന്റെ നിറവിൽ നിന്നാണ് അധരം സംസാരിക്കേണ്ടത്. ഹൃദയത്തിന്റെ നിറവിൽ നിന്നാണ് അധരം സംസാരിക്കേണ്ടത്. അങ്ങനെ സംസാരിച്ചപ്പോഴാണ് ബത്ലഹേമിൽ ആ രാത്രിയിൽ ആ വാർത്ത ദൂതർക്ക്, ഇതാ നിങ്ങൾക്കായി ഒരു സദ്വാർത്ത എന്ന് പറയാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞത്. ഹിയർ ഈസ് ഗുഡ് ന്യൂസ് ഫോർ യു. അത് ഹൃദയത്തിന്റെ നിറവിൽ നിന്ന് വന്ന വാർത്തയായതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അത് ഗുഡ് ന്യൂസ് ആയത്. പക്ഷെ നമുക്കിപ്പോഴങ്ങനെ കിട്ടുന്ന ഒന്നും ഗുഡ് ന്യൂസ് അല്ല. ഗുഡ് ന്യൂസ് മാത്രമായി ഏതെങ്കിലും മാധ്യമത്തിന്, ചാനലിന് പ്രവർത്തിക്കാൻ കഴിയും എന്ന് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നില്ല. അത്രമാത്രം ബാഡ് ന്യൂസ് ലോകത്തുണ്ട്. വായനക്കാർക്കും പ്രേക്ഷകർക്കും താല്പര്യം അത്തരം വാർത്തകളിലുമാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് മാധ്യമ പ്രവർത്തനത്തിന്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റി, സദ്ഗുണം ഇല്ലാതെയായിരിക്കും. നമുക്കപ്പോൾ സത്യം എങ്ങനെ ലഭിക്കും, സത്യം എങ്ങനെ അറിയും എന്ന ചോദ്യമാണ്. സത്യം അറിയാതെ ജനാധിപത്യത്തിൽ ജനതയ്ക്ക് ജീവിക്കാൻ കഴിയില്ല. ജനാധിപത്യം നിലനിൽക്കുന്നത് തന്നെ സത്യത്തിലാണ്. സത്യമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ജനാധിപത്യത്തിലൂടെ പല അപകടങ്ങളും കടന്നു വരും. ഫാസിസത്തിന് കടന്നു വരാം, നാസിസത്തിന് കടന്നു വരാം, ടെററിസത്തിന് കടന്നു വരാം. കാരണം ജനാധിപത്യം എന്ന സൗധത്തിൽ നിരവധി മുറികളുണ്ട്. അതിൽ ഒരു മുറി ഫാസിസത്തിനുമുണ്ട്. ജർമ്മനിയിൽ ഹിറ്റ്ലർ അധികാരത്തിൽ വന്നത് ജനാധിപത്യത്തിലൂടെയായിരുന്നു. ഡെമോക്രസി, ത്രൂ ഡെമോക്രാറ്റിക് മീൻസ്, പാർലമെന്ററി ഇലക്ഷൻ, ഇതൊക്കെ അന്ന് അവിടെ നടന്നിരുന്നത്. അട്ടിമറി വിപ്ലവം ഒന്നും അല്ല നടന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് സത്യം ലഭിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ ഒരു മാർഗം, പലരിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരു കാര്യം മനസ്സിലാക്കുക. അതിനാണ് ഈ ഡൈവേഴ്സിറ്റി, മീഡിയയുടെ ഡൈവേഴ്സിഫിക്കേഷൻ, പ്ലൂറാലിറ്റി എന്ന് പറയും. പ്ലൂറാലിറ്റി. മീഡിയയ്ക്ക് സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം മാത്രം ഉണ്ടായാൽ പോരാ, ആ രംഗത്ത് ബഹുസ്വരത ഉണ്ടാവണം. ബഹുസ്വരത. പലരും ചേർന്ന് പലതും പറയുമ്പോഴാണ് അതിൽ നിന്ന് സത്യം എന്ത് എന്ന് ഉരുത്തിരിഞ്ഞു വരുന്നത്, ഇവോൾവ് ചെയ്ത് വരുന്നത്. അതിനെ കുറിച്ച് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ അല്പം പ്രയാസമുള്ള ഒരു വിഷയമാണ്. ജോൺ സ്റ്റുവാർട്ട് മിൽ, പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ സയൻസ് വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് പരിചയമുള്ള പേരാണല്ലോ. ജോൺ സ്റ്റുവാർട്ട് മിൽ ആണ് ഒരു പ്രയോഗം കോയിൻ ചെയ്തത്. മാർക്കറ്റ് പ്ലേസ് ഓഫ് ഐഡിയാസ്. അമേരിക്കൻ സുപ്രീം കോടതി മാധ്യമ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യത്തെ കുറിച്ച് എഴുതിയ ഒരു ജഡ്ജ്മെന്റിലും ഇത് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. മാർക്കറ്റ് പ്ലേസ് ഓഫ് ഐഡിയാസ്. എന്താ മാർക്കറ്റ് പ്ലേസിന്റെ പ്രത്യേകത? ഒരു സ്വതന്ത്ര വിപണി ആണെങ്കിൽ അവിടെ എല്ലാ തരത്തിലുമുള്ള വസ്തുക്കൾ കടന്നു വരും. അതിൽ നല്ലത് വിൽക്കപ്പെടും, നല്ലതല്ലാത്തത് ഉപേക്ഷിക്കപ്പെടും. അതാണ് ഈ മാർക്കറ്റ് പ്ലേസിന്റെ പ്രത്യേകത. സ്വതന്ത്ര വിപണി ആണെങ്കിൽ. അത് ആഗോളീകരണ കാലത്തെ സ്വതന്ത്ര വിപണിയെ കുറിച്ചല്ല ഞാൻ പരാമർശിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഒരു തുറന്ന സ്വതന്ത്രമായ വിപണിയിൽ എല്ലാത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളും നിലവാരത്തെ അടിസ്ഥാനമാക്കി പരസ്പരം മത്സരിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ ഐഡിയാസ് തമ്മിലും മത്സരം ഉണ്ടാവണം. അതിന് പ്ലൂറാലിറ്റി ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ ഒരു സോഴ്സിനെ മാത്രം അടിസ്ഥാനമാക്കിയാൽ നമ്മൾ ശരിയായ കാര്യങ്ങൾ അറിയില്ല, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പലതും അറിയാതെ പോകും. ഞാൻ ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി ഒരു ബൈബിൾ സന്ദർഭം പരാമർശിച്ചാൽ, ബെത്ലഹേമിൽ ശിശു ജീസസ്, ഇൻഫന്റ് ജീസസ് സന്ദർശിക്കാൻ പോകുന്ന ആ രാജാക്കന്മാരോട് സന്ദർശിച്ചതിന് ശേഷം അതെവിടെ, അവൻ ജനിച്ചത് എവിടെ എന്ന് എന്നെ അറിയിക്കണമെന്ന് ഹെറോദേസ് രാജാവ് ആ സന്ദർശകരോട് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ ഒരു സോഴ്സിനെ മാത്രം ഡിപ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്തത് കൊണ്ട് ഹെറോദേസിന് ആ വിവരം കിട്ടിയില്ല. രാജാക്കന്മാർ അവരുടെ വഴിക്ക് പോയി. എന്നാൽ വേറെയും സോഴ്സുകൾ ഡിപ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്തിരുന്നെങ്കിലോ ചിലപ്പോൾ വിവരം കിട്ടുമായിരുന്നു. വാർത്തയുടെ കാര്യവും അങ്ങനെ തന്നെയാണ്. വാർത്തയ്ക്ക് പല സോഴ്സുകളുണ്ട്. നല്ലതും അല്ലാത്തതും ഉണ്ട്. സത്യം, അസത്യം, വഴി ഡിസ്റ്റോർഷൻ എല്ലാം ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതിൽ നിന്ന് സ്വാഭാവികമായി ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഉരുത്തിരിഞ്ഞ് വരണം സത്യം. അത് സമയമെടുക്കുമായിരിക്കും. അതല്ലാതെ ഭരണകൂടത്തിന്റെ സംശോധനയ്ക്ക് ശേഷം നമുക്ക് ലഭിക്കുന്നതെല്ലാം സത്യമാണ് എന്ന് കരുതിയാൽ ഇറ്റ് വിൽ അഫക്ട് ഡെമോക്രസി. ഞാനിപ്പോ ഇത്രയും ഒരു ആമുഖമായി പറഞ്ഞത് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ സംഭവിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ. ഒരു മാധ്യമ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യത്തെ അടിസ്ഥാനമാക്കി ഒരു ഗ്ലോബൽ ഇൻഡെക്സ് എല്ലാ വർഷവും തയ്യാറാക്കാറുണ്ട്. അതിൽ സംഘടനകളുണ്ട്. RSF, റിപ്പോർട്ടേഴ്സ് സാൻസ് ഫ്രോണ്ടിയേഴ്സ്, സയൻസ് വിതൗട്ട്, റിപ്പോർട്ടേഴ്സ് വിതൗട്ട് ബോർഡേഴ്സ്. അവരുടെ ചില മാനദണ്ഡങ്ങളൊക്കെ കൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയാമല്ലോ. അവർ 180 രാജ്യങ്ങളിലെ മീഡിയ ഫ്രീഡം ഇതിന്റെ അവസ്ഥ പരിശോധിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഇന്ത്യക്ക് നൽകിയിരിക്കുന്ന സ്ഥാനം 150. പുരോഗതി ഇല്ല എന്ന് പറയാൻ കഴിയില്ല. കാരണം കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം അത് 142. നമ്മൾ 8 പോയിന്റ് കൂടി സ്കോർ ചെയ്ത് 180 രാജ്യങ്ങളുടെ അവസ്ഥ നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ അവസ്ഥ പൊസിഷൻ 180th. എത്ര നിർഭാഗ്യകരമായ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ കഴിയാതെ പോകുന്ന അപകടാവസ്ഥയാണത്. അപ്പോൾ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം അനുഭവിക്കാത്ത, സ്വതന്ത്രമായി പ്രവർത്തിക്കാത്ത മാധ്യമങ്ങളെ ആശ്രയിച്ചാണ് നമ്മൾ നമ്മുടെ ജനാധിപത്യത്തെ നിലനിർത്തിക്കൊണ്ടു പോകുന്നത് എന്നർത്ഥം. സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം അടിയറ വയ്ക്കാൻ എളുപ്പമാണ്. സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യത്തിന്റെ വില നിതാന്തമായ ജാഗ്രത, ഇറ്റേണൽ വിജിലൻസ് ആണ് the price we have to pay for our freedom. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ എളുപ്പമാണ്, അടിയറ വയ്ക്കാനും എളുപ്പമാണ്. വില പേശി നമുക്ക് സറണ്ടർ ചെയ്യാം. അതാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ കണ്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിന് ഏറ്റവും ഒടുവിൽ നമ്മൾ അറിഞ്ഞ ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് NDTV, ന്യൂഡൽഹി ടെലിവിഷൻ. പ്രണോയ് റോയിയുടെ പേരുകൊണ്ട് പ്രശസ്തമായ ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനലായിരുന്നു. ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏകദേശം അവസാനത്തെ സ്വതന്ത്ര മാധ്യമം എന്ന് വേണമെങ്കിൽ പറയാവുന്ന അവസ്ഥയിലായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പൊ എന്ത് പറ്റി? പ്രണോയ് റോയും അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ ഭാര്യ സഹസ്ഥാപകയാണ് രാധിക. അവരും അറിയാതെ അവരുടെ ചാനൽ, അവരുടെ പേരിൽ അറിയപ്പെടുന്ന ചാനൽ ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ ഗൗതം അദാനി എന്ന സമ്പന്നന്റെ കയ്യിലായി. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ അദാനി ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ ഭാഗമായി. ലോകത്തിലെ 3ാമത്തെ സമ്പന്നൻ ആണ് ഗൗതം അദാനി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. നമുക്കതിൽ സന്തോഷമേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഇന്ത്യക്കാരിലും അങ്ങനെ ആരെങ്കിലും ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടാവട്ടെ. ഇതിനു മുൻപ് മറ്റൊരു പേര് നമ്മൾ കേട്ടിരുന്നു, റിലയൻസിന്റെ. അപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ കരുതി മറ്റൊരു ഭീകരനുണ്ടല്ലോ, റൂപ്പർട്ട് മർഡോക്ക്, അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ഇന്ത്യയിലുള്ള താല്പര്യം ഇല്ലാതായി എന്ന് കരുതി. അങ്ങനെയല്ല. അംബാനിയും അഡാനിയും കൈകോർക്കുമ്പോൾ അതിന്റെ മധ്യേ റൂപ്പർട്ട് മർഡോക്ക് ഉണ്ട്. അദ്ദേഹവുമായി അംബാനി ഗ്രൂപ്പ് വലിയ ഒരു ഡീൽ 15,000 കോടിയോ മറ്റുമാണ് ഏർപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുക. ആലോചിക്കുമ്പോൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വിശദീകരിക്കുമ്പോൾ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ വളരെ ലളിതമാണ്. NDTV സ്വന്തം ഷെയർ പണയം വെച്ച് അംബാനിയിൽ നിന്ന് പണം കടമെടുത്ത് 400 കോടിയോ. ICICI ബാങ്കിന്റെ ലോൺ അടയ്ക്കാൻ കഴിയാതെ വന്നപ്പോൾ അംബാനിയുടെ നിന്ന് പണം വാങ്ങി അത് കൊടുത്തു. അംബാനിയുടെ കമ്പനി അഡാനി ഏറ്റെടുത്തപ്പോൾ അത് അഡാനിയുടെ കയ്യിലായി. അത്രേ ഉള്ളൂ എന്ന് പറയും. അതിൽ നമുക്ക് വലിയ ഉത്കണ്ഠയൊന്നുമില്ല. ഒരു കമ്പനി, എത്രയോ കമ്പനികൾ മെർജ് ചെയ്യുന്നു, എത്രയോ കമ്പനികൾ ലിക്വിഡേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു, എത്രയോ കമ്പനികൾ ഫ്ലോട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു. അതൊക്കെ സ്വാഭാവികമായി കമ്പനി നിയമം അനുസരിച്ച് നടക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. പക്ഷെ നമുക്കുള്ള പ്രശ്നം മീഡിയയിലെ പ്ലൂറാലിറ്റി നഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. വ്യത്യസ്തത ഇല്ലാതെയാവും. സ്വതന്ത്രമായി പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ ഇല്ലാതെയാവും. NDTV NDATV ആയി മാറുകയാണ്. ഞാൻ പേരുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞെങ്കിലും എല്ലാ മാധ്യമങ്ങളുടെയും ഇന്നത്തെ അവസ്ഥ അത് തന്നെ. NDATVയുടെ എല്ലാ ചാനലുകളും. പത്രങ്ങളുടെ അവസ്ഥയും വിഭിന്നമൊന്നുമല്ല. നമ്മൾ നല്ല ഉറപ്പോടെ വായിച്ചിരുന്ന, വിശ്വാസത്തോടെ വായിച്ചിരുന്ന ഒരു പത്രങ്ങളൊക്കെ, ആരാധനയോടെ വായിച്ചിരുന്ന പത്രങ്ങളുണ്ട്. പേരെടുത്ത് തന്നെ പറയാം, ദ ഹിന്ദു ഒരു പത്രം. ഇന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ ഹിന്ദു വായിച്ചാൽ നിങ്ങൾ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത് അവിടെ നിന്ന് കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. എന്താണോ ഒരു സ്വതന്ത്ര ജനാധിപത്യ സമൂഹത്തിൽ പാരമ്പര്യമുള്ള ഒരു പത്രത്തിൽ നിന്ന് നമ്മൾ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്, അതിപ്പോ കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ അവർ പറയും. ടൈംസ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ പരിതാപകരമായ അവസ്ഥയാണ്. എഡിറ്റോറിയൽ ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻസ് എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്നത് ഇവിടെ പോയി. അപ്പൊ ഇങ്ങനെ ഭരണകൂടത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി മാറിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്ന മാധ്യമങ്ങളെ കൊണ്ട് നമുക്കെന്ത് പ്രയോജനം എന്ന ചോദ്യമുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് അവരെ എങ്ങനെ വിശ്വസിക്കാൻ കഴിയും? അവരാണ് നമ്മെ വഴി നടത്തേണ്ടത്. അവർ തെളിയിക്കുന്ന വഴിയിലൂടെയാണ് നമ്മൾ പോകേണ്ടത്. പക്ഷെ ലോകവ്യാപകമായി ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ ആഗോളീകൃത ലോകക്രമത്തിൽ സ്വതന്ത്ര മാധ്യമ പ്രവർത്തനത്തിന് പരിസരം കുറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അതിന്റെ അർത്ഥം ഫ്രീഡം ഓഫ് എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ ഈസ് ഇൻ ഡേഞ്ചർ. മാധ്യമങ്ങളുണ്ടോ ഇല്ലയോ എന്നത് എന്റെ വിഷയമല്ല. ഞാനിപ്പോ അതിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറയുന്നത്. ഐ ആം മോർ കൺസേൺഡ് വിത്ത് ദി എക്സിസ്റ്റൻസ്, ദ ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ഓഫ് ദ കൺസെപ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഫ്രീഡം ഓഫ് എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ. അതില്ലെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ വേറെ ഒന്നും ഉണ്ടായിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ 1648 17-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ട്, അന്നാണ് മിൽട്ടൺ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പരാമർശിച്ച അരിയോപാഗറ്റിക്ക എന്ന പ്രബന്ധം എഴുതിയത്. അദ്ദേഹം സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യ പ്രേമിയായ കവിയായിരുന്നു. ഇംഗ്ലണ്ടിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, അവിടെ മൊണാർക്കി രാജഭരണം, കോൺസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ മൊണാർക്കി. രാജാവിനെ നിലനിർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അവർക്ക് അവരുടെ പാർലമെന്റിന് മദർ ഓഫ് ഓൾ പാർലമെന്റ്സ് എന്ന വിശേഷണവുമുണ്ട്. അതൊക്കെ ഒരു കോൺട്രാഡിക്ഷൻ. അപ്പൊ അവിടെ ലോങ് പാർലമെന്റ് എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ കുറെ അധികം കാലം ആ പാർലമെന്റ് നിലനിന്നില്ല. പാസാക്കിയ ലൈസൻസിങ് ഓർഡർ. ഒന്ന് പത്രമൊന്നുമില്ല. സാധാരണ പ്രിന്റിംഗ് പ്രസിൽ നിന്ന് പുസ്തകങ്ങളോ ലഘുലേഖകളോ നോട്ടീസുകളോ ഒക്കെ അടിച്ചിറക്കണമെങ്കിൽ സർക്കാർ നിയോഗിക്കുന്ന സെൻസറുടെ അനുവാദം വേണമായിരുന്നു. അതാണ് ലൈസൻസിങ് ഓർഡർ. അതിനെതിരെയാണ് മിൽട്ടൺ ഫൈറ്റ് ചെയ്തത്. അപ്പൊ ഒരു മൊണാർക്കി നിലനിൽക്കുന്ന രാജ്യത്ത് മിൽട്ടൺ വാസ് എ ഡെമോക്രാറ്റ്, റിപ്പബ്ലിക്കൻ. മിൽട്ടൺ വാസ് എ റിപ്പബ്ലിക്കൻ, രാജഭരണത്തിന്റെ ഒക്കെ എതിരായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ എനിക്ക് നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു കവി നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പരിചയമുള്ള നമ്മുടെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട വൈലോപ്പിള്ളിയാണ്. അദ്ദേഹം അടിയന്തരാവസ്ഥ കാലത്ത് തന്നെ അടിയന്തരാവസ്ഥയെ പരിഹസിക്കുന്ന വിമർശിക്കുന്ന കവിതകൾ സെൻസർഷിപ്പിനെ മറികടന്നുകൊണ്ട് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സെൻസറുടെ കണ്ണു വെട്ടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എഴുതി പ്രസിദ്ധപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. എനിക്കിപ്പോഴും വൈലോപ്പിള്ളിയെ വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ മിൽട്ടനെ ഓർമ്മ വരും, മിൽട്ടനെ വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ വൈലോപ്പിള്ളിയെയും ഓർമ്മ വരും. അപ്പൊ അരിയോപാഗറ്റിക്ക എന്ന പ്രബന്ധത്തിൽ മിൽട്ടൺ ഒരു കാര്യം പറയുന്നു: ഗിവ് മീ ദ ലിബർട്ടി ടു തിങ്ക്, ഗിവ് മീ ദ ലിബർട്ടി ടു തിങ്ക്. ചിന്തിക്കുന്നതിനുള്ള സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം എനിക്ക് തരിക, ഞാൻ വേറെ ഒന്നും ചോദിക്കില്ല. കാരണം വേറൊരു സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യവും പ്രത്യേകം ചോദിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. ചിന്തിക്കുന്നതിനുള്ള സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വേറെ ഒരു സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യവും പ്രത്യേകമായി പരാമർശിക്കുകയോ സംരക്ഷിക്കുകയോ ചോദിച്ചു വാങ്ങുകയോ ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യം ഇല്ല. അപ്പൊ അത്രയും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു മേഖലയിലാണ് പലതരത്തിലുള്ള നിയന്ത്രണങ്ങളും ഭരണകൂടത്തിന്റെ ഇടപെടലുകളും അതിൽ നിന്നുണ്ടാകുന്ന പരിമിതികളും സംഭവിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാൻ കുറെ കാലം മുമ്പായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ മാധ്യമങ്ങളെ ഇത്തരം ഒരു വേദിയിൽ കുറെ കൂടി നിശിതമായി വിമർശിക്കുമായിരുന്നു. ഏകദേശം 10 കൊല്ലം തുടർച്ചയായി ഞാനൊരു TV ചാനലിൽ നടത്തിയിരുന്ന പരിപാടിയാണ് നേരത്തെ ഇവിടെ പരാമർശിച്ച മാധ്യമ വിചാരം എന്നുള്ളത്. അതിലൂടെയൊക്കെ ഞാൻ വലിയ മാധ്യമ വിമർശകൻ എന്ന നിലയ്ക്കാണ് പൊതുസമൂഹത്തിൽ അറിയപ്പെട്ടു തുടങ്ങിയത്. അതിന്റെ അർത്ഥം ഞാൻ മാധ്യമങ്ങളുടെ ശത്രു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വിരോധി ആണ് എന്നല്ല. മാധ്യമങ്ങളെ എപ്രകാരം ജനങ്ങളുടെ അവകാശങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള സ്ഥാപനമാക്കി മാറ്റാം എന്ന ആലോചനയിൽ നിന്ന് ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയുന്നു എന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ മാധ്യമങ്ങളെ അത്ര കഠിനമായി വിമർശിക്കുന്നില്ല. കാരണം മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ ഇന്ന് വളരെ പരിതാപകരമായ അവസ്ഥയിലാണ്. അവയുടെ നിലനിൽപ്പ് അപകടത്തിലാണ്. ഒന്നൊന്നായി ഭരണകൂടത്തിന്റെ പിടിയിലേക്ക് അവരിങ്ങനെ അമർന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. പണ്ട് അലക്സാണ്ടറുടെ ഒരു കുതിരയെ കുറിച്ച് കേട്ടിട്ടില്ലേ? ബ്യൂസിഫാലസ്. അലക്സാണ്ടർ കുട്ടിയായിരുന്നപ്പോൾ ഉള്ളൊരു കഥയാണ്. ബ്യൂസിഫാലസ് എന്ന കുതിരയെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നപ്പോൾ ആ കുതിര മെരുങ്ങുന്നില്ല, ഇണങ്ങുന്നില്ല, കുതിച്ചു ചാടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. ആര് ശ്രമിച്ചിട്ടും അത് മെരുങ്ങുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോഴാണ് ബാലനായ അലക്സാണ്ടർ വന്ന് അതിന്റെ കാര്യം മനസ്സിലായി. കുതിരയെ പിടിച്ച് സൂര്യന് അഭിമുഖമായി ഫേസ് ടു ഫേസ് നിർത്തി. അപ്പൊ സ്വന്തം നിഴൽ കണ്ടായിരുന്നു ആ കുതിര ഇങ്ങനെ വരണ്ട് നിന്നിരുന്നു. സൂര്യന് നേരെ നിർത്തിയപ്പോൾ നിഴൽ കാണുന്നില്ല, കുതിര ശാന്തനായി. പിന്നെ അലക്സാണ്ടറുടെ പടയോട്ടങ്ങളിൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ സ്വന്തം കുതിരയായി മാറി ബ്യൂസിഫാലസ്. നമ്മുടെ മാധ്യമങ്ങളുടെ അവസ്ഥയും അതേണ്ടതല്ലേ? അവർ സ്വന്തം നിഴൽ അത് യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാണ് എന്ന് കണ്ട് കുതിച്ച് ചാടിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഇന്ന് ആ കുതിരയെ അംബാനിയും അദാനിയും ഒക്കെ ചേർന്ന് ഭരണകൂടത്തിന് നേരെ തിരിച്ചു നിർത്തിയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഭരണകൂടമാകുന്ന സൂര്യന്റെ പ്രകാശം അടിക്കുമ്പോൾ ആ അവയുടെ കണ്ണ് കാണില്ല, കാണാതെ കാഴ്ച കുറയും സൂര്യൻ അടിക്കുമ്പോൾ. മറ്റൊന്ന്, അവ മെരുങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്നു, ഇണങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്നു, ശാന്തമായിരിക്കുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ ശാന്തമാക്കപ്പെട്ട മെരുക്കി എടുക്കപ്പെട്ട ഈ ആകാശങ്ങളാണ് ഇന്ന് നമ്മുടെ മാധ്യമരംഗത്തെ അറിയപ്പെടുന്ന പ്രമുഖരായ പലരും. മുതലാളിമാർക്ക് അധികം പണ്ടത്തെ കഥയുണ്ടല്ലോ. ഒട്ടകത്തിന് തല കടത്താൻ ഇടം കൊടുത്തപ്പോൾ അത് കൂടാരം തന്നെ സ്വന്തമാക്കി. ആ അറബിയുടെ പ്രതിസന്ധിയിലല്ല ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ നിൽക്കുന്നത്. ഈ ആഗോള സാമ്പത്തിക ഭീമന്മാർ അവർ മാധ്യമരംഗമാകെ കൈയടക്കിയിരിക്കുക. മാധ്യമരംഗമാകെ കൈയടക്കി അനഭിമതമായ ആശയങ്ങൾ ഈ മാധ്യമങ്ങളിലൂടെ പ്രചരിപ്പിച്ച് നമ്മുടെ സാമൂഹിക ജീവിതത്തെ, നമ്മുടെ ചിന്തയെ, നമ്മുടെ ആശയങ്ങളെ, അഭിപ്രായങ്ങളെ, നമ്മുടെ അഭിരുചികളെ എല്ലാം അവർ നിയന്ത്രിക്കുക മാത്രമല്ല, അവർക്ക് ആവശ്യമായ രീതിയിൽ രൂപപ്പെടുത്തിയെടുക്കുകയാണ്, ക്രമപ്പെടുത്തിയെടുക്കുകയാണ്. അതാണ് ഇന്നത്തെ അവസ്ഥ. നമ്മളതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ പലപ്പോഴും ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ഒരു പ്രയോഗമുണ്ട്, നമ്മുടെ മാധ്യമങ്ങളെ ട്രോജൻ കുതിര എന്ന് വിശേഷിപ്പിക്കും. അനഭിമതമായ ആശയങ്ങൾ സംവഹിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഈ മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ വരുമ്പോൾ അതിനകത്തെ അപകടം എന്ത് എന്നറിയാതെ നമ്മൾ, സമൂഹം, സൊസൈറ്റി അതിനെ സ്വീകരിക്കുന്ന അവസ്ഥ ഉണ്ടാവും. അതാണല്ലോ പണ്ട് ട്രോജൻ കുതിര എന്ന കഥയിൽ നിന്ന് നാം മനസ്സിലാക്കി. ഈ ഒരു അവസ്ഥയിലാണ് നമ്മൾ എത്തി നിൽക്കുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് സമൂഹത്തെ നിയന്ത്രിക്കുന്നതിന്, സമൂഹത്തെ രൂപപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതിന്, പരുവപ്പെടുത്തിയെടുക്കുന്നതിന് എല്ലാമുള്ള പ്രാപ്തി മാധ്യമങ്ങൾക്കുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അവയ്ക്ക് അത് കൃത്യമായ രീതിയിൽ പ്രയോഗിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കാത്ത രീതിയിൽ അവർ മറ്റാരുടെയോ നിയന്ത്രണത്തിലാണ്. നമ്മൾ റൂപ്പർട്ട് മർഡോക്ക് എന്ന പേര് കുറെ കാലമായി കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അത്ഭുതകരമായ ഒരു പേരാണ്, വിസ്മയം ജനിപ്പിക്കേണ്ടതായ പേര് തന്നെയാണ്. ഒരു ഓസ്ട്രേലിയക്കാരൻ. അയാൾ അവിടെ നിന്ന്, ഈ സൂര്യൻ ആദ്യം ഉദിക്കുന്നത് അവിടെയാണല്ലോ, ആ മേഖലയിലാണ്. അവിടെ നിന്ന് സൂര്യൻ പടിഞ്ഞാറോട്ട് യാത്ര ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പോലെ റൂപ്പർട്ട് മർഡോക്ക് എന്ന ഓസ്ട്രേലിയക്കാരൻ, ഓസ്ട്രേലിയയിൽ ജനിച്ച ആൾ, അയാളിങ്ങനെ പടിഞ്ഞാറോട്ട് യാത്ര ചെയ്ത് എല്ലാ ഭൂഖണ്ഡങ്ങളിലും അയാളുടെ കൊടി സ്ഥാപിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഈ ഭൂമിയെ ചലിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള ശേഷി അയാൾക്കുണ്ട്. ഇത് മാധ്യമങ്ങളുടെ കരുത്ത് അത്ര ചെറുതല്ല എന്ന സൂചനയാണ്. പണ്ട് ആർക്കിമിഡീസ് പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ, ഈ ലിവർ പ്രിൻസിപ്പിൾ കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചതിന് ശേഷം എനിക്ക് ഒന്ന് കാലുറപ്പിക്കാൻ ഒരു സ്പേസ്, ഇടം കിട്ടിയാൽ ഞാൻ ഈ തത്വം ഉപയോഗിച്ച്, ലിവർ പ്രിൻസിപ്പിൾ ഉപയോഗിച്ച്, ലിവർ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഈ ഭൂഗോളത്തെ തന്നെ ചലിപ്പിക്കാം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അന്ന് അത് അസാധ്യമായ കാര്യമായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ ഇന്ന് ബഹിരാകാശത്ത് സ്പേസ് സ്റ്റേഷനൊക്കെ ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് വേണമെങ്കിൽ ആർക്കിമിഡീസിന് ഒരു അവസരം നമുക്ക് കൊടുക്കാമായിരുന്നു. അപ്രകാരം ഒന്ന് നിൽക്കാൻ ഇടം കിട്ടിയാൽ ഭൂഗോളത്തെ ചലിപ്പിക്കാൻ പ്രാപ്തിയുള്ള, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മാധ്യമ ലോകത്തെ ചലിപ്പിക്കാൻ പ്രാപ്തിയുള്ള വ്യക്തിയാണ് റൂപ്പർട്ട് മർഡോക്ക്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് എല്ലാ രാജ്യങ്ങളിലും സഹായികളുണ്ട്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ സഹായികളാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ അംബാനിയും അദാനിയും. അദ്ദേഹം നേരിട്ട് വരണമെന്നോ ഇടപെടണമെന്നോ ഒന്നുമില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഗ്ലോബലൈസേഷന്റെ ഈ കാലത്ത് ഒരു ഗ്ലോബൽ ക്യാപിറ്റൽ ഉണ്ട്, ആഗോള മൂലധനമുണ്ട്. ആ ആഗോള മൂലധനത്തിന്റെ സംരക്ഷകനാണ് റൂപ്പർട്ട് മർഡോക്ക്. അയാളുടെ അനുചരന്മാരാണ് അംബാനിയും അദാനിയും തുടങ്ങിയ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ കോടീശ്വരന്മാർ. നമ്മൾ ഒരു കാര്യം മനസ്സിലാക്കണം, മാധ്യമങ്ങളുടെ സ്വാധീനം നമ്മൾ അംഗീകരിച്ചാൽ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ മാധ്യമങ്ങളിൽ 80%, 80% ആർ കൺട്രോൾഡ് ബൈ either അദാനി ഓർ അംബാനി. നമ്മൾ അറിയുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ള എത്ര ഭീകരമായ അവസ്ഥയാണ്. നമ്മൾ കാണുന്ന ചാനലുകൾ, നമ്മൾ വായിക്കുന്ന പത്രങ്ങൾ, നമ്മൾ വായിക്കുന്ന വാർത്ത ലേഖനങ്ങൾ, കാണുന്ന ദൃശ്യങ്ങൾ, ഇതെല്ലാം നമ്മൾ അറിയാത്ത, നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ടില്ലാത്ത സെൻസർഷിപ്പിന് വിധേയമായി കടന്നു വരുന്നത്. അടിയന്തരാവസ്ഥയൊന്നും വേണ്ട. അടിയന്തരാവസ്ഥയിലാണ് നമ്മൾ വാട്ട് ഈസ് സെൻസർഷിപ്പ്, ദ റിഗർ ഓഫ് സെൻസർഷിപ്പ്, അതൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയത്. അടിയന്തരാവസ്ഥയൊന്നും വേണ്ട. എല്ലാം എവിടെയോ നിയന്ത്രിക്കപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ട്. 80% മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ, പിന്നെ ബാക്കിയുള്ള 20 എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒറ്റപ്പെട്ട മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ അവിടെ ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാകുമായിരിക്കും. ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ ചർച്ചയിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന നികേഷ് കുമാറിന്റെ റിപ്പോർട്ടർ ചാനൽ പോലെയുള്ള ചാനലുകളൊക്കെ പലയിടത്തും കാണും. നമ്മൾ ബാക്കിയെല്ലാം നിയന്ത്രിക്കപ്പെടുകയാണ്. എല്ലാം നിയന്ത്രിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന അവസ്ഥയിൽ ആ നിയന്ത്രിത മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ, മീഡിയ, അത് ഏത് രൂപത്തിലായാലും, പത്രമായാലും റേഡിയോ ആയാലും ടെലിവിഷൻ ആയാലും, ഇന്റർനെറ്റിൽ അധിഷ്ഠിതമായ നവമാധ്യമങ്ങളായാലും അവയെല്ലാം ചേർന്നാണ് നമ്മുടെ സംസ്കാരത്തെ, നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തെ പുനർ നിർവചിച്ചു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത് എന്ന അറിവ് എത്ര ഭയാനകമാണത്. അവിടെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ ജനാധിപത്യം വലിയ അപകടത്തിൽ അകപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുന്നു എന്ന് പറയേണ്ടി വരുന്നത്. ഞാനത് ദീർഘിപ്പിക്കുന്നില്ല, ഞാനിപ്പോൾ 30 മിനിറ്റ് സംസാരിച്ചു. ഈ ഒരു അപകടത്തെ കുറിച്ച് നിങ്ങളുടെ മുന്നിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ശ്രദ്ധ ക്ഷണിച്ചുകൊണ്ട്, നമ്മൾ കാണുന്നതും എല്ലാം സത്യമല്ല, നമ്മൾ വായിക്കുന്നതെല്ലാം സത്യമല്ല, നമ്മൾ സത്യാനന്തര കാലത്തെ അസത്യത്തെ സത്യമായി കരുതി അവയെല്ലാം വിശ്വസിക്കാൻ നിർബന്ധിതരായി തീർന്നിരിക്കുന്ന നിസ്സഹായരായ ജനതയാണ് എന്ന് മാത്രം നിങ്ങളെ ഓർമ്മിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഈ വെബിനാറിന് അത് പ്രയോജനകരമായ ആശയങ്ങൾ, ചിന്തോദ്ദീപകമായ ഒരു വാക്കുണ്ട്, ആശയങ്ങൾ മുന്നോട്ട് വയ്ക്കാൻ സഹായകമാകട്ടെ എന്ന ആശംസയോടെ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ ചുരുക്കുന്നു. നന്ദി.
Thank you, Sebastian sir.
Yes,
Sir, you have delivered. Yes, during the lectures of sir, you have explained the very beginning and then the now position of our media in the modern age. Sir, തുടങ്ങിയ ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. ഏതൻസിലെ 2500 വർഷം മുൻപുള്ള ആ വലിയ തീഷ്ണമായ ഒരു ദാഹം, that is freedom of expression. അതാണ് ജനാധിപത്യത്തിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനം എന്ന് സാർ പറഞ്ഞു തുടങ്ങി. അപ്പോൾ democracy is based on freedom of expression. The medium of freedom of expression is press, which is now turned to be the media houses. സാർ വളരെ ഊന്നി പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു കാര്യം, the media should be independent, fearless and truthful. That is means the constitutional right, that is right to know the truth. സത്യത്തിന്റെ വലിയൊരു മാനം സാറ് വിശുദ്ധ ലൂക്കോസിന്റെയും സെയിന്റ് മാർക്ക് ആൻഡ് സെയിന്റ് ലൂക്ക്, through the going to the Bible, you express the gravity of truth. സാറ് പറഞ്ഞു നിർത്തി, all the medias are claiming they are telling truth, and also you told that now we are in a period of post-truth. Actually you have used the word fake news. Okay, വളരെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വളരെ ശക്തമായ ഒരു വാക്കാണ് സാർ ഉപയോഗിച്ചത്. So now we are living in a period of post-truth, that is the fake news or made news or paid news നമുക്ക് അറിയപ്പെടുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. അപ്പം ഈ സത്യം ഉള്ള കാലഘട്ടം, സത്യാനന്തര കാലഘട്ടം, ഈ സത്യാനന്തര കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ജീവിക്കുന്ന നമ്മള്, അത് ഗ്ലോബലൈസേഷൻ, സാറോട് ഒരു വലിയ വാക്ക് പറഞ്ഞു, ഈ സുന്ദരമായ പദങ്ങളിലൂടെ ഈ വളരെ വികൃതമായ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തിലും മീഡിയയിലും നുഴഞ്ഞു കയറുന്നു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കൈമുറുക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് ഇവിടെ സാർ വളരെ എടുത്തു പറഞ്ഞൊരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. ഗുഡ് ന്യൂസ്, ദാറ്റ് ഓൾസോ യു കോട്ടഡ് ത്രൂ ദ ബൈബിൾ. ആ ഗുഡ് ന്യൂസ് മീൻസ് ദാറ്റ് ഫ്രം ദ ഹാർട്ട്, ഹൃദയത്തിൽ നിറഞ്ഞു നിന്ന് വരുന്നു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. യെസ്, ഇന്നത് ഇല്ലാത്ത ഒരു വലിയൊരു സംഭവം
There is some technical issue. Sorry for the delay.
Sorry. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Some problem with the Wi-Fi. Very, very sorry. സാറ് ഈ ഭരണകൂടത്തിന്റെ സ്ക്രീനിങ്ങിന് ശേഷം ലഭിക്കുന്ന വാർത്തകൾ ഡെമോക്രസിയെ പ്രതികൂലമായി ബാധിക്കും. നല്ല കൃത്യമായിട്ട് അത് എക്സ്പ്ലെയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി നമ്മുടെ മാധ്യമ ഇൻഡെക്സിന്റെ ഒരു കാര്യം സാറ് പറഞ്ഞു. അതായത് 150 രാജ്യങ്ങൾ അടങ്ങിയതിനകത്ത് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ പൊസിഷൻ 150-ാമതാണ്. അപ്പൊ അതിൽ നിന്ന് തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ആ ഒരു മാധ്യമ ദൗത്യം എത്രമാത്രം വിനിയോഗിക്കപ്പെടുന്നു എന്നത് വലിയ ചോദ്യചിഹ്നമായിട്ട് നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. പിന്നീട് സാറ് സൂചിപ്പിച്ച് നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഇന്ന് നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ആ മാധ്യമ മേഖലയിൽ അല്ലെ ദ ഫീൽഡ് ഓഫ് മീഡിയ വാട്ട് ഇസ് ഹാപ്പനിങ്. അതിന് ഏറ്റവും ഉദാഹരണമായിട്ട് സാറ് കാണിച്ചത് NDTV is now transferring towards Adani Group, Adani Ambani. അവിടെ സാറ് പറഞ്ഞൊരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. മെർഡക്കിന്റെ എക്സാമ്പിൾ എടുത്തിട്ട് the global capital is governed by Murdoch, and on the left and right, when coming to India, and the right and left side of the Murdoch is Adani and Ambani. Then he told that more than 80% of the media houses are controlled by Adani and Ambani. സാർ പറഞ്ഞു അത് ഒരു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബിസിനസ് എന്നുള്ള രൂപത്തിൽ അത് കാണുമ്പം ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് എ മിയർ സിമ്പിൾ തിങ്. ബട്ട് ആക്ച്വലി ഇൻ ദ democratic India or in the media world, actually this means it is directly or indirectly controlled by the rulers, because Adani and Ambani are the left and right of our rulers. Sir, അവസാനമായിട്ട് നിർത്തുമ്പോൾ ഒരു കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞു. Plurality of the media is vanishing. That is, ഈ മാധ്യമങ്ങള് സ്വതന്ത്രമായിട്ട് നിൽക്കണമെങ്കിലും മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ അതിന്റെ പ്രവർത്തനം നിലനിർത്തണമെങ്കിലും the plurality is essential. Then you also quoted the example of NDTV and the very important or very what the South Indians are considered to be the very professional paper, that is Hindu. Now what is happening to Hindu also. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സാറ് ന്യൂ ഇന്ത്യ എക്സ്പ്രസിന്റെയും ഒക്കെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചു. സോ അവസാനമായിട്ട് സാർ പറഞ്ഞു നിർത്തിയ ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്, the freedom of expression is in danger. ഇതാണ് കുറിച്ച് കൺക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്യുമ്പം നമുക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്. സാറിന്റെ ഈ വിലയേറിയ ടോക്കിന് സെന്റ് മേരീസ് കോളേജ് പുത്തനങ്ങാടിയുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിലുള്ള അഗൈതമായ നന്ദിയും സന്തോഷവും അത് കൃതജ്ഞതയും അർപ്പിക്കുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു വെരി മച്ച് സാർ.
Thank you, Dr. Sebastian Paul, for capturing the topic so perfectly. Your presence is highly appreciated, sir. Thank you, Joji, sir, for chairing the session.
That was a wonderful session by Dr. Sebastian Paul. Shortly, we will be moving towards the next session by Mr. M.B. Nigesh Kumar. Mr. M.B. Nigesh Kumar will be joining us by 11 o'clock. In meantime, the organizing committee would like to present a video by St. Mary's College.
And students' performance is furnished to the parents directly. Our institution has adequate facilities for teaching and learning, and we have taken every care to provide all the facilities that are vital to bringing out the best in our students. Our classrooms are spacious, well ventilated, with natural light that provides the best environment for learning. Most of the classrooms have audiovisual facilities, display boards, and age-appropriate furniture. We have 5 fully equipped laboratories. All the laboratories are well equipped with all the required apparatus, chemicals, and specimens. These provide the trainees comfortable working conditions to conduct the experiments. Our psychology lab are equipped for 2 purposes. Firstly, for the recording of behavior and for the monitoring of mental and emotional states. Secondly, for the systematic control of environmental and individual factors which influence and determine human mental and emotional states. Experiments are designed to relate measures of behavior and internal states as dependent variables. Our physics lab aids a student in establishing the relevance of the theory. It brings clarity in the mind of the students regarding the basic concept of the subject. Students understand the difference between the theory and its application. Physics laboratory helps the student in improvising their approach towards a subject. The chemistry lab is often referred to as a central science because it joins together physics and mathematics. Also, it adds biology and medicine too, and the earth and the environmental sciences. Knowledge of the nature of chemicals and chemical processes therefore provides insights into a variety of physical and biological phenomena. Knowing something about chemistry is worthwhile because it provides an excellent basis for understanding the physical universe we live in. For better or for worse, everything is chemical. In the 21st century, technology plays a major role. The new model of integrating technology into the curriculum means that computers are on demand throughout the school days. The college has an exclusive computer resource center for practical classes. It has high-speed internet facility equipped with an impressive number of computer machines, and the room is spacious enough to accommodate a fairly large number of students. Our college frequently updates its IT facilities, including the Wi-Fi. The institution has a well-maintained web portal that makes available to the public events and functions happening in the college. Our college ensures an extensive use of ICT resources by providing adequate access to computers and internet to the students and faculty. The college has a well-furnished computer labs managed by the computer department along with a professional expert with about 65 systems and about 7 systems exclusively for browsing. St. Mary's College has a modern language laboratory with state-of-the-art audio-visual equipment to aid in imparting language skills. The laboratory is effectively utilized by both the students and the faculty members for various self-enhancement and soft skill development activities. Our language lab proves beneficial for those students who are poor in use of English language. Students from rural areas who are generally weak in English can have sufficient ear training in the language lab. It aims at confidence building among students for interactions and presentations in English language. Our college has a well-furnished and automated library. It has a good collection of books and subscribed journals, magazines and newspaper. It displays new arrivals on the new arrivals display rack when new books are produced to the library. We have a spacious, modern and an automated library with a large collection of books belonging to various disciplines. The library has a collection of about 10,000 and more books and subscribed journals, magazines, newspapers, along with a collection of previous year Christian papers. The library offers OPAC, means Online Public Access Catalog, a computerized catalog service to locate the documents. All students, teachers, and staff of the institute are entitled to register as members of the library and to use the facilities and services offered for the purpose of their academic, research, and administrative work. We have both indoor and open auditorium, which helps us to conduct many events. The college conducts various programs such as Malayala Vedi, Malayala Madhuri, arts, and so on. With the support of Malayalam department for the cultural development of the students, we provide many facilities for all the students of our college. St. Mary's College also provide web-based teaching and learning hall. The college has a hall equipped with 2 LCD projectors and 2 screens, audio systems, whiteboards, and a computer with internet connectivity for conducting NPTEL video lectures, webinars, etc. The hall is provided with adequate seating capacity. To provide a healthy and stimulating environment to our students, we have fully equipped seminar halls. Our seminar halls are spacious enough to accommodate a large number of students. A large number of seats are available to facilitate seating of a significant number of students comfortably. These are ventilated and installed with multimedia facilities like LCD projector and others. St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi was proud to add another golden feather on its crown when we decided to conduct a 2-day international webinar on its 25th anniversary. We conducted our first 2-day international webinar on the topic Post-Truth Era with the Human Rights on August 11th and 12th of 2021. Sports are a crucial part of a student's growth and development. They help in the development of mental health and physical fitness of our body. Through participation in sports and games, a student gains various skills, experience, and confidence that are helpful for developing their personality. Sports are an important part of the curriculum. Our college is well equipped with multi-sporting facilities that include cricket, shuttle, basketball, volleyball, football, and many other indoor games. St. Mary's College not only aims to improve a student's physical abilities, but also instill a sense of good sportsmanship in them. The college team and the students have showed their excellence in various intra-institutional, district, university, state, and national level competitions. Intensive training is imparted under expert guidance and numerous sports activities are organized every semester. On the annual sports day, various tournaments and competitions are held for the students. Sports are a crucial part of a student's growth and development. They help in the development of mental health and physical fitness of the body. The Department of Physical Education conducts sports and games for the staff and the students in cricket, football, volleyball, badminton, throwball, and many other indoor games. To encourage the students, the facilities are made available even beyond college hours. We also have facilities like hostel, book and stationery store, chapel, yoga center, botanical garden, medicinal plants garden, organic farming garden, power generators for uninterrupted power supply, and many more. We have a dedicated counseling center to provide personal counseling as it serves as a space for students to discuss their academic, social, emotional, and behavioral concerns related to adolescence and peer group dynamics. Yoga, it incorporates breathing exercises, meditation, and poses designed to encourage relaxation and reduce stress. Practicing yoga is said to come with many benefits for both mental and physical health. The use of the college building and infrastructure is optimized between 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. After regular class hours, classrooms and labs are used for add-on courses, and for certificate courses. To enhance the employability of our students, the much sought is made available for conducting coaching classes such as net coaching. Skill-oriented courses are also offering for promoting soft skills among students. A canteen with both vegetarian and non-vegetarian food is also available in the college campus. It plays an important role among the students. It's yummy and nourishing food. Apart from that, the cafeteria is also the life of the campus where students can have many of their rewarding conversations with their friends. We are also committed towards reducing its environmental impact through a number of measures like waste management, rainwater harvesting, plastic-free campus, and so on. Onam, the festival of happiness, peace, and prosperity. We celebrate Onam in a grand and traditional manner. The staff decorated the campus with colorful pookalam. Diyas were lit and placed upon the pookalam, giving an almost spiritual ambience to the occasion. The staff presented programs highlighting the culture and tradition of Kerala in the form of Tiruvadira. The college gave a festive look with the beautiful pookalams, torans, and staff in the traditional attire of Kerala respectively. We distribute payasam as a complement of the Onam celebration. Christmas celebration is one of the joyful celebrations of St. Mary's College. It is the season of joy, greetings, cakes, gifts, and fun. This is a period of getting the family united. Our college also provides facilities for the NSS students. The main objective of NSS is to create social awareness among the students and the all-around development of their personality. The NSS unit of this college conducts regular and special camps, awareness classes, demonstrations, personality development programs, and many more for the volunteers. Blood donation to the needy and required patients is a laudable activity of the NSS. St. Mary's College, despite its status as a minority institution, the college has imparted high-quality education to all the sections of society regardless of caste, color, or creed. Green Campus is a concept to build sustainable living practices that are environmental friendly in educational institutions around the world. Sustainable environment in college campus impacts students' lives positively on a daily basis as well. Studies have shown that students studying in active green campuses have better knowledge, retention capacity, environmental behaviors, community solidarity, etc. Our college has its own aesthetic beauty. The college welcomes everyone who enters the portal with its shaded park surrounded by trees. The campus is also designed with several initiatives for reducing energy consumption and utilizing renewable natural resources such as solar panels. As a sustainable initiative, we have never compromised in this. And consistent achievements in various fields of human activity develop it with a brilliance of outstanding temple of knowledge. St. Mary's College turned to be the first educational institution of CFIC in India when it was officially inaugurated by District Collector of Malappuram, Sri James Verghese IAS, in a public meeting presided over by Bishop of Tamarasheri, Mar Jacob Tumguri, on the 17th June 1996. Initially, the college offered pre-degree courses privately, and in the succeeding years, the institution marked its presence with private studies in BA History, BA Economics, BSc Maths, BA English, and BCom. Sister Udaya of CMC, of first batch, secured first rank in BA History. Many students have obtained ranks in various streams, and the recent achiever is Sri Lakshmi B, as she bagged the first rank in MA English during the academic year of 2016-18. We have trained security guard who can observe the students and help them around when they are not being taught in class or after college hours. Our campus spreads across about 11 acres situated near Angadipuram in the Malappuram district of Kerala. The college has the easy accessibility of both the road and the railways. The college campus is refreshingly green with beautiful gardens which provide a shady ambience to the premises. The college has a well-designed administrative block. Our administration block includes the principal's room, guest room, college administrative office, visitors lounge, examination section,
We'll begin our session shortly. We are waiting for the delegate to join. Sorry for the delay.
We are moving on to the next session by Mr. Nikesh Kumar, Managing Director, Reporter TV, on the topic Media and Democracy. It is our immense pleasure to invite Mr. Nikesh Kumar for the presentation of this auspicious day. Mr. M.V. Nikesh Kumar is a prominent television personality who currently serves as the Managing Director and Editor-in-Chief of Reporter TV. He is the son of prominent politician cum former State Minister M.V. Raghavan. He is a recipient of Ramnath Goenka Award for Excellence in Journalism from the President of India. He started his news career as a news reporter in Asianet. Later, he joined India Vision, Kerala's first round-the-clock news channel, where he was mostly seen as a news reader. In 2010, he left India Vision to join the Reporter channel, and he is much popular as an anchor of programs such as Editor's Hour and Close Encounter, where he debates on many socially relevant subjects and current affairs with many political and social leaders. He has been a star anchor and continues to be the prominent figure in the picture of media in Kerala. Welcome, sir.
Nikesh, sir. Sir, for your kind knowledge, please be informed that the session is being aired in our audiovisual hall and students are watching from there.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. You may continue. No, sir, of course, you may.
Okay. മാധ്യമങ്ങളുടെ പുതിയ ട്രെൻഡിനെ കുറിച്ചാണെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു എന്നോട് സംസാരിക്കാൻ ആവശ്യപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ ഇവിടെ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിച്ചതുപോലെ 1996 ഏഷ്യാനെറ്റിലാണ് പ്രവർത്തനം ആരംഭിക്കുന്നത്. എന്നെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഞാൻ കോളേജ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ എത്തിയ അവസരത്തിൽ തന്നെ എനിക്കൊരു മാധ്യമങ്ങളിലേക്ക് ഒരു ചായ്വുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കാരണം ഞാനൊരു രാഷ്ട്രീയ കുടുംബത്തിൽ ജനിച്ചു വളർന്നതാണ്. എല്ലാവരുടെയും പോലെ ഒരു ടെലിവിഷൻ സംസ്കാരം തന്നെയാണ് എന്നെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. ചെറിയ കുട്ടിയായിരിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഞങ്ങളുടെ വീട്ടിലൊന്നും TV ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. വേറെ ഏതെങ്കിലും വീട്ടിൽ പോയിട്ടാണ് TV കാണുക. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ നിന്ന് സിനിമ കാണാൻ വേണ്ടിയാണ് നമ്മൾ ടെലിവിഷൻ കണ്ടുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്, എല്ലാ കുട്ടികളെയും പോലെ. അപ്പോൾ സിനിമയ്ക്കിടയിൽ ഈ വാർത്തകളുടെ ഇടവേള വരുമ്പോൾ എഴുന്നേറ്റ് പോവുകയും അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സംസ്കാരത്തിൽ നിന്ന് തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നീട് ഞാൻ മാർവാഡിസ് കോളേജിൽ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ലാംഗ്വേജ് ആൻഡ് ലിറ്ററേച്ചറിൽ BA-ക്ക് പഠിക്കാൻ വന്ന സമയത്താണ് ഞാൻ മാഗസിൻ എഡിറ്റർ ആവുന്നത് ആ കോളേജിൻ്റെ. അതോടുകൂടിയാണ് എനിക്ക് ജേർണലിസം എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിനോട് കുറച്ചുകൂടി ഒരു സ്ട്രേറ്റ് ഫോർവേഡായിട്ട് എനിക്ക് ജേർണലിസത്തിനെ കാണാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത് മാർവാഡിസ് കോളേജിൽ ഇംഗ്ലീഷിന് പഠിക്കുന്ന സമയത്താണ്. പിന്നീട് എനിക്ക് ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ് ഇയർ ഒക്കെ ആയപ്പോഴേക്കും ജേർണലിസം പെർസ്യൂ ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് തോന്നി. അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ ജേർണലിസം PG എടുക്കുക ചെയ്തു. ജേർണലിസം PG എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ പിന്നെ എനിക്ക് ഒരു ലക്ഷ്യബോധം ഉണ്ടായി. അപ്പോഴേക്കും ഞാൻ NDTV ഒക്കെ കണ്ടു തുടങ്ങി, വേൾഡ് ദിസ് വീക്ക് ഒക്കെ കണ്ടു തുടങ്ങി. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നത് സാധാരണ ഒരു മനുഷ്യനിൽ തന്നെയുള്ള ഒരു ട്രെൻഡ് വ്യത്യാസമാണ്. അതായത് ഒരു കുട്ടിയായിരിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് എന്നെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ജേർണലിസം എന്നോ വാർത്ത എന്ന് പറയുന്നതോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് ആകർഷണീയമായിരുന്നില്ല. പക്ഷേ കോളേജിൽ എത്തുമ്പോഴേക്കും നമുക്ക് അത് ആകർഷണീയമാകുന്ന വിധത്തിൽ അതിന്റെ കെട്ടും മട്ടും മാറി, വാർത്തയുടെ അവതരണ രീതിയൊക്കെ മാറി. അപ്പൊ അതിൽ കുറച്ചുകൂടി ഇപ്പം അപ്പൻ മേനോൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു മലയാളി ജേർണലിസ്റ്റ് ജർമ്മൻ മതില് പൊളിയുന്ന സമയത്ത് അതിന്റെ ഒരു കല്ലെടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് സൈൻ ഓഫ് ചെയ്യുന്നതൊക്കെ നമ്മളെയൊക്കെ വല്ലാതെ ആകർഷിച്ചിരുന്നു. ഒരു മലയാളിക്ക് അത് സാധ്യമാണ് എന്നുള്ള തോന്നൽ ഞങ്ങളെയൊക്കെ വല്ലാതെ ആകർഷിച്ചിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ആ ട്രെൻഡിൽ ആ നിലയിൽ തന്നെ മാറ്റം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. നമ്മുടെയൊക്കെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ തന്നെ ആ വാർത്തയുടെ സ്വഭാവത്തിൽ വന്ന മാറ്റം, വാർത്ത കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുന്നതിലെ സ്വഭാവത്തിൽ വന്ന മാറ്റം, ദൂരദർശന്റെ ഒരു പഴയ രീതി മാറി പുതിയ രീതി അവലംബിച്ച സമയത്ത് നമുക്കൊക്കെ അതിൽ ഇൻവോൾവ്മെന്റ് ലഭിച്ചു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇന്ത്യ വിഷനിലെ ഒരു എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് എഡിറ്റർ എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ എനിക്ക് പ്രവർത്തിക്കാൻ അവസരം കിട്ടിയ സമയത്ത് ആ ഒരു ട്രെൻഡിൽ നിന്ന് മൊത്തം മാറണം. അത് ഒരു പാശ്ചാത്യ സംസ്കാരമോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു വടക്കേന്ത്യൻ സംസ്കാരമോ മാത്രമല്ല, കേരളത്തിലും ആ സംസ്കാരം വരണം എന്ന് കരുതുകയും ആ നിലയിൽ നമ്മൾ അതിന്റെ ഭൗതിക സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ തന്നെ മാറ്റം വരുത്തുകയും ആ മാറ്റം ഇന്ന് തുടരുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു വലിയ തോതിൽ. പക്ഷെ അതല്ല കാര്യം, അത് നമ്മളൊക്കെ എങ്ങനെ ആകർഷിക്കപ്പെട്ടു എന്ന് പറയാൻ വേണ്ടി മാത്രമാണ് ഞാൻ ഈ കാര്യം ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഞാനൊരു രാഷ്ട്രീയ കുടുംബത്തിൽപ്പെട്ട ഒരാളെന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ ആ കുടുംബത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ രാഷ്ട്രീയത്തിൽ താല്പര്യമുള്ള ഒരാള് എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ എന്നെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം രാഷ്ട്രീയത്തിലേക്ക് പോവുക എന്നുള്ളതായിരുന്നു സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടുള്ള എൻ്റെ ഒരു പരിണതി ആകുമായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ എനിക്ക് രാഷ്ട്രീയത്തെക്കാൾ കൂടുതൽ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു മേഖല എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ, സ്വന്തം നിരക്ക് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയുന്ന മേഖല എന്നുള്ള നിലയിലാണ് ഞാൻ മീഡിയ തെരഞ്ഞെടുത്തത്. പക്ഷേ ഞാൻ 96-ല് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം പൂർത്തിയാക്കി ഏഷ്യാനെറ്റില് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന മാധ്യമ ലോകമൊന്നും അല്ല ഇപ്പോൾ ഉള്ളത്. അതിലൊക്കെ വലിയ മാറ്റം വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, പലതരത്തിലുള്ള മാറ്റം വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം ഞാനൊക്കെ നിരന്തരം സംസാരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന വിഷയമാണ്. എനിക്കത് പറയാനൊരു മടുപ്പുണ്ട്. എന്നാലും ചിലപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ ചിലപ്പോൾ ആദ്യമായി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കേൾക്കാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നതോ ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യം അതായിരിക്കും. ഇന്ന് കോർപ്പറേറ്റുകൾ പൂർണ്ണമായും മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ എല്ലാം ഏറ്റെടുത്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു. ഏറ്റവും ഒടുവിൽ നമ്മൾ കണ്ടത് NDTVയുടെ ഹോസ്റ്റൽ ടേക്ക് ഓവറാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള മാറ്റങ്ങൾ ആണ് യഥാർത്ഥത്തില് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഉണ്ടായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. 91-ല് തന്നെയാണ് നമുക്ക് ഉദാരവൽക്കരണം ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത്. അതിനെ തുടർന്ന് കോർപ്പറേറ്റുകളുടെ കയ്യിലേക്ക് അച്ചടി മാധ്യമങ്ങളൊക്കെ പോയി തുടങ്ങി. അച്ചടി മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ പോയി തുടങ്ങിയ സമയത്താണ് വിഷ്വൽ മീഡിയയുടെ വലിയ സ്വാധീനം വരുന്നത്. വിഷ്വൽ മീഡിയയുടെ വലിയ സ്വാധീനത്തില് സ്വതന്ത്ര മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാകുന്നു. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് പ്രണോയ് റോയിയും ശശികുമാറിനെയും പോലുള്ള ജേർണലിസ്റ്റ് ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് ഉള്ളവര് വളരെ വിപ്ലവകരമായി തുടങ്ങുന്നു. ആ വിപ്ലവത്തിന്റെയൊക്കെ തുടക്ക കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മുടെയൊക്കെ ആവേശം വല്ലാണ്ട് കൂട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് ഞാൻ 96-ല് ഏഷ്യാനെറ്റിൽ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ 97-ല് ഞാൻ സിംഗപ്പൂരിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. കാരണം ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തില് അപ്ലിങ്കിങ്ങും ഡൗൺലിങ്കിങ്ങും ഇന്ത്യയിൽ അനുവദനീയമല്ല. നമ്മുടെ മിനിസ്ട്രി ഓഫ് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ബ്രോഡ്കാസ്റ്റിംഗ് മന്ത്രാലയത്തിന്റെ നയമനുസരിച്ച് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരു ചാനലിനും സ്വകാര്യ ചാനലിനും ദൂരദർശനല്ലാത്ത ഒരു സ്വകാര്യ ചാനലിനും അപ്ലിങ്കിങ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള അനുമതിയില്ല. ഉള്ളത് ഡൗൺലിങ്കിങ്ങിനാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ BBC, CNN പോലുള്ള ചാനലുകൾ ഇവിടെ ഡൗൺലിങ്ക് ചെയ്ത് നമുക്ക് കാണാം എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അന്ന് ഈ പറയുന്ന പോലെ കേബിൾ നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ഒന്നും ഇല്ലല്ലോ, അന്ന് DTH ഇല്ല. അന്നുള്ളത് എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് ഒരു ഡിഷ് വെച്ച് നമുക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഡൗൺലിങ്ക് ചെയ്തെടുക്കാം, നിയമപരമായി നമുക്ക് ഡൗൺലിങ്ക് ചെയ്തെടുക്കാം. അങ്ങനെ പലരും ചില മൂവി ചാനലുകളും ചില ഈ വിദേശ വാർത്താ ചാനലുകളും ഒക്കെ ഡൗൺലിങ്ക് ചെയ്ത് കാണുന്ന ഒരു പതിവുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ആ സാധ്യത ഇവിടെ ഡൗൺലിങ്ക് ചെയ്യാം, എന്നാൽ അപ്ലിങ്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയില്ല എന്നുള്ള ഈ സാധ്യത ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടാണ് ശശികുമാർ, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ തമിഴ്നാട്ടിലുള്ള സൺ TV, ഹിന്ദിയിലുള്ള ZTV, അങ്ങനെ 3-4 ചാനലുകൾ പുറത്തുനിന്ന് പോയി സംപ്രേഷണം ചെയ്തത്. പക്ഷെ ഈ ZTV, സൺ TV പോലുള്ളവ അവിടെ നിന്ന് ഡൗൺലിങ്ക് ചെയ്യുക എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ അവര് ഈ അവരുടെ ഭാഷയിലുള്ള തമിഴിലും ഹിന്ദിയിലുള്ള പ്രോഗ്രാമുകളായിരുന്നു ഡൗൺലിങ്ക് ചെയ്തിരുന്നത്. സീരിയൽ പോലുള്ള പ്രോഗ്രാം, സീരിയൽ അങ്ങോട്ട് വന്നിട്ടില്ല എങ്കിൽ പോലും സീരിയലിനോട് സമാനമായ ഫിക്ഷൻ ആയിരുന്നു അന്ന് ഡൗൺലിങ്ക് ചെയ്തിരുന്നത്. അപ്പോ പക്ഷേ ശശികുമാർ അതായിരുന്നില്ല. ശശികുമാർ ചെയ്തതെന്ന് വെച്ചാല് ആദ്യം റഷ്യയില് മോസ്കോയിലായിരുന്നു ഈ പറയുന്ന ഏഷ്യാനെറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന അതിന്റെ ആദ്യമ രൂപം തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. അവിടേക്ക് നമുക്ക് വാർത്തകൾ എത്തിക്കാൻ കഴിയില്ലായിരുന്നു. മാത്രമല്ല അത് ഒരു ചീപ്പായ ഏർപ്പാട് എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വില കുറഞ്ഞ, നമുക്ക് സോവിയറ്റ് യൂണിയന്റെ നാശത്തിന് ശേഷം റഷ്യ ഉണ്ടായി കഴിഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷമുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളാണല്ലോ നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ഒരുപാട് സാറ്റലൈറ്റുകൾ അബാൻഡൻഡ് ആയി. ആരുടേതാണ് ആ സാറ്റലൈറ്റുകൾ എന്ന് അറിയില്ല, ഏത് രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെതാണെന്ന് അറിയാത്ത അവസ്ഥയിൽ അബാൻഡൻഡ് ആയി. അപ്പൊ അത് നിയന്ത്രിക്കുന്നവരിലായിരുന്നു നമ്മുടെയൊക്കെ പ്രതീക്ഷ, ശശികുമാറിന്റെ അന്നത്തെ കാലത്തെ പ്രതീക്ഷ. അങ്ങനെ ശശികുമാർ വളരെ വില കുറഞ്ഞെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പണം കൂടുതൽ കൊടുക്കേണ്ടതില്ലാത്ത സാറ്റലൈറ്റുകളിൽ പോയി അവിടെ നിന്നാണ് മലയാളം കണ്ടന്റ് ഇങ്ങോട്ടേക്ക് വിട്ടത്. പിന്നീട് ശശികുമാറിന്റെ ഉള്ളിലുള്ള ജേർണലിസ്റ്റ് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുകയും അങ്ങനെ മനിലയിലേക്ക്, ഫിലിപ്പീൻസിലെ മനിലയിലേക്ക് വരികയും മനിലയില് ശശികുമാറിന്റെ നേതൃത്വത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു ടീം അവിടെ വാർത്ത തത്സമയം അവതരിപ്പിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അതൊരു വലിയ വിപ്ലവമായിരുന്നു. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ആരും അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്തിരുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടത്. നമുക്കറിയാം മനിലയൊന്നും ആ സമയത്ത് ഒട്ടും ഡെവലപ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടൊരു സ്ഥലമല്ല, പക്ഷെ അവിടെ അപ്ലിങ്കിങ്ങിനുള്ള സംവിധാനം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, അപ്ലിങ്കിങ് സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് കുറെ ആളുകൾ അവിടെ താമസിച്ച് അവിടുന്ന്, ഞാൻ സിംഗപ്പൂരിലാണ് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തത്. തൊട്ടടുത്ത വർഷം തന്നെ സിംഗപ്പൂരിലേക്ക് വന്നു. സിംഗപ്പൂരിൽ നിന്ന് വാർത്ത അവതരിപ്പിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയ ന്യൂസ് റൂം, ആ ന്യൂസ് റൂമിൽ നമുക്ക് വിദേശ വാർത്ത ചെയ്യണം. നമുക്ക് ഇന്നത്തെ സംവിധാനങ്ങളൊന്നുമില്ല, ഗ്രാഫിക്സിനുള്ള സംവിധാനമോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സൂപ്പറിങ്ങിനുള്ള സംവിധാനമോ ഒന്നുമില്ല. ഉടനെ നമ്മൾ അതെല്ലാം പഠിച്ചെടുക്കുന്നു. നമ്മൾ അവിടെ നിന്ന് വാർത്ത എഴുതുന്നു. നമ്മളത് ടെലിപ്രോംപ്റ്റർ ഇല്ല. അപ്പോൾ ടെലിപ്രോംപ്റ്റർ ഇല്ലാത്തത് കൊണ്ട് ഇത് വൃത്തിയായ കൈയക്ഷരത്തിൽ എഴുതുകയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് ടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് കോപ്പി എടുക്കുകയോ ചെയ്ത് ഒരു കാർഡ് ബോർഡിന്റെ പുറത്തൊട്ടിച്ച് അതൊക്കെ വായിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത് ആ സമയത്തൊരു വളരെ നമുക്കൊക്കെ തോന്നി, നമ്മളൊക്കെ ഒരു പയനിയേഴ്സ് ആണല്ലോ എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ നമ്മളൊക്കെ അതിന് വളരെ ചലഞ്ചിങ് ആയ ജോബായി കണ്ട് അത് മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോയി. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു വന്നത്, ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തില് ഉദാരവൽക്കരണത്തില് ഈ പ്രിന്റ് മീഡിയ ഒക്കെ ഏറ്റെടുക്കുന്ന കാലഘട്ടത്തിലും വിഷ്വൽ മീഡിയ അങ്ങനെയല്ല എന്നും, വിഷ്വൽ മീഡിയ ഒരു ജേർണലിസ്റ്റിന് തുടങ്ങാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണെന്നും, അതില് സത്യസന്ധമായ വാർത്തയുടെ, കാരണം ഇന്നും നമ്മൾ വിഷ്വൽ മീഡിയ നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, വിഷ്വൽ മീഡിയ എന്ന് ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് ടെലിവിഷൻ ബ്രോഡ്കാസ്റ്റിംഗ്, ടെലിവിഷൻ ബ്രോഡ്കാസ്റ്റിങ്ങിനെ നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഏത് സംഭവത്തിന്റെയും നേർസാക്ഷി ടെലിവിഷൻ ബ്രോഡ്കാസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആണ്. ഇപ്പൊ പ്രിന്റ്, ഇപ്പം നമ്മളൊക്കെ ഫീൽഡിൽ പ്രവർത്തിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു മാധ്യമ പ്രവർത്തകൻ എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ ഇപ്പൊ പ്രിന്റ് മീഡിയക്കാര് എല്ലായിടത്തും ഒന്നും എത്തില്ല. പക്ഷെ അതുപോലെ ഓൺലൈൻ മീഡിയ, പിന്നീട് തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള ഓൺലൈൻ മീഡിയ, അവരും ഒന്നുകിൽ ഈ പ്രിന്റിൽ നിന്ന് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ടെലിവിഷനിലൊക്കെ കണ്ടിട്ടാണ് അവരും വാർത്ത കൂടുതലായും, പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ ഒഴിച്ച് ബാക്കി കൂടുതലായും വാർത്ത എഴുതിയെടുക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോ എല്ലാ സംഭവങ്ങളുടെയും നേർസാക്ഷി യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ടെലിവിഷൻ ബ്രോഡ്കാസ്റ്റിംഗ്. അപ്പോൾ ടെലിവിഷൻ ബ്രോഡ്കാസ്റ്റിങ്ങിന് എപ്പോഴും ഒരു ഭാവിയുണ്ട്. കാരണം നമുക്ക് ആത്യന്തികമായി ലോകാവസാനിക്കുന്നത് വരെ ആവശ്യമുള്ള കുറെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ എടുത്താൽ, വെള്ളമോ ഭക്ഷണമോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പ്രോട്ടീനോ എന്തെടുത്താലും അതുപോലെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടതാണ് നമ്മളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ടെക്സ്റ്റ്, ഒരു വാർത്തയുടെ ടെക്സ്റ്റ്, ഒരു വാർത്തയുടെ വിഷ്വൽ. ഒന്നുകിൽ അത് നമ്മൾ തത്സമയം കാണുന്നു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് നമ്മൾ സംപ്രേഷണം ചെയ്യും. ഇതൊരു കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ അവസാനിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. ഇതിന്റെ ഫോർമാറ്റ് അവസാനിക്കുമായിരിക്കും, ഇതിന്റെ മാധ്യമം ചിലപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെയൊന്നും ആയിരിക്കില്ല. ടെലിവിഷൻ ബ്രോഡ്കാസ്റ്റിങ്ങിന്റെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ഫോർമാറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ സ്വീകരണ മുറിയിലുള്ള അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഓഫീസ് മുറിയിലുള്ള ഒരു ടെലിവിഷൻ സെറ്റാണ് എങ്കിൽ നമുക്കത് ഇതിനകം തന്നെ അത് നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിലുള്ള മൊബൈൽ ഫോണിലെ സ്ക്രീനായി മാറിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു. ഇനി അത് നമുക്ക് ചിലപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ വായുവിൽ വരക്കുന്ന ഒരു കളത്തിലായിരിക്കും ചിലപ്പോൾ ആ വിഷ്വൽ വരിക. അത് എങ്ങനെ വേണമെങ്കിലും അതിന് മാറ്റം വരാം. അപ്പോ ആ നിലയിലുള്ള ഒരു സാഹചര്യം ഇതിനുണ്ട് എന്നും, നമുക്ക് ഏത് സംഭവത്തിനും നേർസാക്ഷി ഉണ്ട് എന്നും, നമുക്ക് അതിന് ആ ദൃശ്യങ്ങൾക്കും ആ ടെക്സ്റ്റിനും ഒരു അനാലിസിസ് സാധ്യമാണ് എന്നും, അതിനകത്ത് പലതരത്തിലുള്ള പരീക്ഷണങ്ങൾ ആവശ്യമാണ് എന്നും, ആ പരീക്ഷണങ്ങൾ 1-2 ദിവസം കൊണ്ട് അവസാനിക്കുന്നതല്ല എന്നും, നമ്മുടെ ഒരു തലമുറയ്ക്ക് അത് പൂർണ്ണമായും അതിനകത്ത് പരീക്ഷണങ്ങളിൽ ഏർപ്പെട്ട് കഴിയാമെന്നും ഒക്കെ കരുതിയും വിശ്വസിച്ചുമാണ് നമ്മളെ പോലുള്ളവർ ജേർണലിസ്റ്റുകൾ ആയത്. നമുക്ക് വേറെ ഓപ്ഷൻസും സാധ്യതകളും ഉണ്ടായിട്ട് പോലും. പക്ഷെ ഇന്ന് കാണുന്നത്, ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ അതിലേക്ക് തിരികെ വരികയാണ്, NDTV അടക്കമുള്ള മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ ഇപ്പോൾ കോർപ്പറേറ്റുകൾ ഏറ്റെടുത്തതോടുകൂടി ഇതൊരു പ്രചരണായുധമായി മാറിക്കഴിഞ്ഞു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ടെലിവിഷൻ ബ്രോഡ്കാസ്റ്റിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരു പ്രചരണായുധമായി മാറിക്കഴിഞ്ഞു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് കേരളത്തില് രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി മത്സരിച്ച ഘട്ടത്തിലാണ് കേരളത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് വടക്കേ ഇന്ത്യയിലൊക്കെ വളരെ രൂക്ഷമായിട്ടുള്ള രീതിയിലുള്ള പ്രചരണങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ളത്, തെറ്റായ രീതിയിലുള്ള പ്രചരണങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ളത്. കേരളം ഒരു ടെററിസ്റ്റ് ഹബ്ബാണ്, കേരളം പാകിസ്ഥാന്റെ ഒക്കെ ഭാഗമാണ് എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ, പാകിസ്ഥാൻ ഒരു മോശം രാജ്യമായതുകൊണ്ടല്ല, പക്ഷെ അങ്ങനെ മോശം രാജ്യമാണ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആളുകൾക്ക് കേരളത്തെ അതിന്റെ കൂടെ കൂട്ടിച്ചേർക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള ഒരു തെറ്റായ പ്രചരണത്തിന്റെയൊക്കെ തുടക്കം കുറിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത് ചില ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനലുകൾ കൂടിയാണ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിൽ എനിക്ക് വലിയ ദുഃഖം തോന്നുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അതൊരു ടൂളായി ഉപയോഗിക്കപ്പെടുന്നു. ഒരു ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനൽ ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ടൂളായി ഉപയോഗിക്കപ്പെടുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഒരു അംഗീകരിക്കാൻ കഴിയാത്ത രാഷ്ട്രീയത്തിന്റെ ടൂളായി ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. വർഗീയമായ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വിഭജനത്തിന്റെ ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രീയത്തിന്റെ ടൂളായി ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ ടെലിവിഷൻ മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ നിന്നുകൊടുക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അതിന് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാരണം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ടെലിവിഷന്റെ ഉയരുന്ന ചെലവുകൾ തന്നെയാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനല് ദേശീയ തലത്തിൽ നടത്തിയെടുക്കാൻ വളരെ വലിയ ചെലവുണ്ട്. അത് ചിലപ്പോ നിങ്ങൾക്കൊന്നും വിശ്വസിക്കാൻ കഴിയാത്ത ചെലവായിരിക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ ആ നിലയിലുള്ള ചെലവുകൾ കൂടുകയും, ഇപ്പൊ സാധാരണഗതിയിലാണെങ്കിൽ ആ ചെലവുകളൊക്കെ വഹിക്കാനുള്ള ശേഷി ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനലുകൾക്ക് ഉണ്ടാകേണ്ടതാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഈ കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ചാനലുകൾ രംഗപ്രവേശം ചെയ്യുന്നതോടുകൂടി ആ കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ചാനലുകളോട് മത്സരിക്കേണ്ട സാഹചര്യം ഈ പറയുന്ന ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനലുകൾക്ക്, ചെറിയ ടെലിവിഷൻ സ്വതന്ത്ര ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനലുകൾക്ക് ഉണ്ടാവുകയും അങ്ങനെ സ്വതന്ത്ര ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനലുകൾ മരിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു. പല കാരണങ്ങളാൽ മരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഒരു കാരണം ഇതാണ്, അതായത് ഒരു കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ഇക്കോ സിസ്റ്റം അവരുണ്ടാക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞു. ആ കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ഇക്കോ സിസ്റ്റത്തിനൊപ്പം നടക്കാൻ കഴിയാത്ത സാഹചര്യം യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനലുകൾക്കുണ്ടായി. പിന്നെ രാഷ്ട്രീയമായി കൊല്ലുക എന്നുള്ളത് സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും നടക്കുമല്ലോ ഈ ഒരു കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ. ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് ഇന്നത്തെ ഒരു ഉദാഹരണം പറഞ്ഞാല്, ഇപ്പൊ ഒരു സർക്കാർ, ജാർഖണ്ഡ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സർക്കാർ ഇന്ന് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നത് ബസ്സിലാണ്. നമ്മുടെയൊക്കെ കാലഘട്ടത്തിലാണ് ഇത് സംഭവിക്കുന്നത് എന്ന് ആലോചിച്ച് നോക്കണം. ജാർഖണ്ഡ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സംസ്ഥാനത്തിന്റെ മന്ത്രിസഭയും ലെജിസ്ലേച്ചറും കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറച്ച് ദിവസങ്ങളായിട്ട് ബസ്സിൽ സഞ്ചരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അവരെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം അവർ പറ്റ്നയിലേക്ക് പോയി. അവര് പിന്നെ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം ഇന്നിപ്പോ റായ്പൂരിലാണെന്നാണ് ദ ഹിന്ദുവിന്റെ ലീഡിംഗ് വാർത്ത. നമുക്ക് ആർക്കും ഒരു കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ഇത് അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ ആണല്ലോ എന്നുള്ള നിലയിലാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇതിനോടൊക്കെ റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഒരു സ്റ്റിംഗ് ഓപ്പറേഷനും ഇല്ല. സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ ഒരു തവണ സംഭവിച്ച കാര്യം അടുത്ത തവണ സംഭവിക്കാതിരിക്കാൻ സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ ചെയ്യുന്ന എന്താണ്, അതിനെതിരെ വലിയ രീതിയിലുള്ള ഇപ്പം 356 വകുപ്പ് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് കേരള സർക്കാരിനെ 1959 പിരിച്ചുവിട്ടു. ആ പിരിച്ചുവിട്ട് ഇന്ദിരാഗാന്ധി സർക്കാർ, പിന്നെ രാജീവ് ഗാന്ധി സർക്കാരും അത് തുടരുന്ന ഘട്ടത്തിലാണ് കർണാടക സർക്കാരിനെ പിരിച്ചുവിട്ട ബൊമ്മെ കേസ് ഉണ്ടാകുന്നു സുപ്രീം കോടതി അതിരൂക്ഷമായി വിമർശിച്ചു. അതിനുശേഷം 356 പ്രയോഗിക്കാൻ ആരും ധൈര്യം കാണിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. മാത്രമല്ല, ബൊമ്മെ കേസിലെ വിധിയെ തുടർന്ന് പിരിച്ചുവിട്ടാൽ പോലും റീഇൻസ്റ്റാൾ ചെയ്യാൻ സുപ്രീം കോടതിക്ക് സാധിക്കുമെന്നുള്ള അധികാരം ജുഡീഷ്യറി ഉപയോഗിക്കുകയും ആ അധികാരം പിന്നീട് യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ 356 വകുപ്പ് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നതിന് തടസ്സപ്പെടുത്തുകയും ചെയ്തു. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പൊ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കുന്നത്, ജാർഖണ്ഡ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പ് കമ്മീഷൻ അവിടുത്തെ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയെ MLA സ്ഥാനത്ത് നിന്ന് അയോഗ്യനാക്കിയാൽ അയോഗ്യനാകില്ല, ഗവർണർ അത് അംഗീകരിക്കണം. ഗവർണർ അക്ഷരം മിണ്ടുന്നില്ല, കാരണം നമ്പർ ആയിട്ടില്ല. അപ്പൊ ഗവർണർ മിണ്ടാതിരിക്കുന്നതിലൂടെ ഈ പറയുന്ന ജാർഖണ്ഡ് സർക്കാരിന്, ജാർഖണ്ഡ് ലെജിസ്ലേച്ചറിന് ബസ്സിൽ സഞ്ചരിക്കേണ്ട അവസ്ഥയാണ്, അലയുകയാണ് ഇങ്ങനെ. കാരണം ഒരു കഴുകൻ മുകളിലൂടെ പറക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ താഴെ കോഴിയമ്മയും കോഴിക്കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആ കോഴിയമ്മ കോഴിക്കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ ഒരു പ്രൊട്ടക്ഷൻ കൊടുക്കാൻ എങ്ങനെ അലോസരപ്പെടുന്നോ, എങ്ങനെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുന്നോ, എങ്ങനെ ചിറക് വിരിക്കുന്നോ അതുപോലെ വിരിച്ചു നടക്കേണ്ട അവസ്ഥയാണ്. അപ്പോ ഇത്തരം ഈ ഭരണഘടനാ വിരുദ്ധമായിട്ടുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളെ തുറന്നു കാണിക്കാൻ മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ തയ്യാറാകാതിരിക്കുന്നു. എങ്ങനെ ജുഡീഷ്യറി അത്തരം, ഇപ്പം റോഡിൽ കുഴിയുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ജുഡീഷ്യറി നിരവധി തവണ ഗവൺമെന്റിനെ വാൺ ചെയ്യും, കുറ്റപ്പെടുത്തും, വിമർശിക്കും, പിരിച്ചുവിട്ടുകളയും എന്ന് വരെ പറയും. പക്ഷേ ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നും വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഒരു കോടതിയും അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് പ്രതികരിക്കുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളൊരു അവസ്ഥയാണ്. ഇതാണ് അവസ്ഥ. അപ്പോ മാധ്യമങ്ങളുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഒരു സ്റ്റിംഗ് ഓപ്പറേഷനിലൂടെ വളരെ എളുപ്പത്തിൽ സാധിക്കുന്ന, ഇപ്പം അരവിന്ദ് കെജ്രിവാൾ ഒക്കെ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസങ്ങളിൽ പറഞ്ഞൊരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യം നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവുന്നത്, ഒരു MLAക്ക് ഒരു മിനിമം 50 കോടി വെച്ചാൽ എത്രയോ 257 MLA-മാരോ മറ്റോ വെച്ച് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ഏതാണ്ട് 4000 കോടി രൂപ ഇതിനകം ചെലവാക്കിയിട്ട് 5000 കോടി ചെലവാക്കിയിട്ട്. നമുക്കറിയാം ഗോവ പോലെ ആകെ 10,000-10,000 വോട്ടർമാരേ ഉള്ളൂ. അവിടെ പോലും 50 കോടി രൂപയാണ് ഓഫർ ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ടതെന്ന് ഓഫർ കിട്ടിയ മഹാഭാഗ്യവാന്മാര് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മൾ കേട്ടിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോ അത്രക്ക് പ്രകടമായി ലോകത്തിലെ ഒരു ജനാധിപത്യത്തിലും ഇല്ല ഈ റിസോർട്ട് രാഷ്ട്രീയവും ഈ ടൂറിസ്റ്റ് ബസ് രാഷ്ട്രീയവും. നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ അത് ഉണ്ടെന്നുള്ള തടയാനാകുന്നില്ല മാധ്യമങ്ങൾക്ക്. ടെഹൽക്കയുടെ ഉദാഹരണമാണ് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത്. സ്റ്റിംഗ് ഓപ്പറേഷൻ വളരെ സജീവമായി ഇന്ത്യയിൽ അവതരിപ്പിച്ച ഒരു മാധ്യമ സ്ഥാപനമായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഡൽഹിയിൽ ഏഷ്യാനെറ്റിന്റെ ബ്യൂറോ ചീഫായി പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ആണ് ടെഹൽക്കയുടെ വെളിപ്പെടുത്തലുണ്ടായത്. ഞങ്ങളെയൊക്കെ ഞെട്ടിച്ചു കളഞ്ഞ വെളിപ്പെടുത്തലായിരുന്നു അത്. ആ സമയത്താണ് അന്ന് അത് വാജ്പേയി സർക്കാരായിരുന്നു. ഈ സ്വഭാവമില്ലാത്ത ഒരു BJP സർക്കാരായിരുന്നു അന്ന് ഡൽഹി ഭരിച്ചിരുന്നത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇന്ത്യ ഭരിച്ചിരുന്നത്. ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തില് ജോർജ് ഫെർണാണ്ടസ് ആയിരുന്നു പ്രതിരോധ മന്ത്രി. ജോർജ് ഫെർണാണ്ടസ് വീട്ടില് സ്റ്റിംഗ് ഓപ്പറേഷൻ നടന്നു. അത് പുറത്തു കൊണ്ടുവന്ന എന്താണ്, ജോർജ് ഫെർണാണ്ടസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന പ്രതിരോധ മന്ത്രി ഒരുപക്ഷെ അഴിമതിക്കാരനോ ആണോ അഴിമതിക്കാരനല്ലയോ എന്നുള്ളതിനപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് പ്രതിരോധ മന്ത്രാലയത്തില് സൈന്യത്തില് ദീർഘകാലമായിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഈ തരത്തിലുള്ള അഴിമതിയും സ്വജനപക്ഷപാതവും പുറത്തു കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ കഴിഞ്ഞു. അന്ന് തന്നെ അതിനെ തുടർന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ സുഹൃത്തായിട്ടുള്ള രാജേഷ് രാമേന്ദ്രൻ, ഞങ്ങൾ കോളേജ് മീറ്റ്സ് ആയിരുന്നു, രാജേഷ് രാമേന്ദ്രൻ ശവപ്പെട്ടി കുംഭകോണം കൊണ്ടത്. അപ്പൊ ആ ധൈര്യം ഇന്ന് ആർക്കുമില്ല. എന്ത് വൃത്തികേട് കാണുന്നാലും ഇത്തരത്തിൽ സ്റ്റിംഗ് ഓപ്പറേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു സംഭവമേ ഇല്ലാതായി. എന്തുകൊണ്ട് സ്റ്റിംഗ് ഓപ്പറേഷൻ സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ നമ്മൾ റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത് തെളിവുകളില്ലാതെ റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമുക്ക് ഒരു അധാർമികത നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അല്പം അധാർമികത കലർന്ന സ്റ്റിംഗ് ഓപ്പറേഷൻ ഉപയോഗിക്കാം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് സ്റ്റിംഗ് ഓപ്പറേഷൻ എന്ന് നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. ആ തരത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു 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 അഴിമതിയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു തെറ്റായ പ്രവണതയോ ഒന്നും പുറത്തു കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ ഇന്നൊരു മാധ്യമത്തിനും ധൈര്യമില്ല. പിന്നെ ആ മാധ്യമം ഉണ്ടാകില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ടെഹൽക്ക അവസാനിച്ചതും വെറുതെ അല്ല. ടെഹൽക്കയുടെ എഡിറ്റർ തരുൺ തേജ്പാൽ നമുക്കറിയാം ഗോവയില് ഒരു സ്ത്രീപീഡന കേസിൽ അറസ്റ്റിലാവുകയും ഇപ്പോൾ അയാൾ മൗനത്തിലാവുകയും ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ പലതരത്തിലുള്ളതാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ ജാർഖണ്ഡിന്റെ കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞു. ജാർഖണ്ഡില് ഇലക്ഷൻ കമ്മീഷൻ നിയമസഭാ കക്ഷി നേതാവായ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ഹേമന്ത് സോറന അയോഗ്യനാക്കിയാൽ ഗവർണറാണ് അയോഗ്യത അംഗീകരിക്കേണ്ടത്. ഗവർണർ മിണ്ടുന്നില്ല, കാരണം നമ്പർ ആയിട്ടില്ല. ആ സമയത്ത് ഹേമന്ത് സോറൻ MLA-മാരെയും കൊണ്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ റായ്പൂരിലേക്കും പറ്റ്നയിലേക്കും ഇങ്ങനെ അവിടെ നിന്ന് വേറൊരു സ്ഥലത്തേക്കും ഒക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ ബസ്സുകളിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ സഞ്ചരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനത്തിന്റെ ലെജിസ്ലേച്ചറും ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനത്തിന്റെ എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവും ഇങ്ങനെ ബസ്സിൽ സഞ്ചരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ അത് കണ്ടില്ല എന്ന് നടിക്കുന്നു. കോടതി കണ്ടിട്ടും കണ്ടില്ല എന്ന് നടിക്കുന്നു. ഈ ഡൽഹിയിലാണെങ്കിൽ ഓരോ ദിവസവും ഈ സർക്കാരിനെ അട്ടിമറിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രമം നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ സമൂഹത്തിന്റെ എല്ലാ തലങ്ങളിലും നമുക്ക് എന്താണോ അറിയേണ്ടത്, എന്താണോ പുറത്തു കൊണ്ടുവരേണ്ടത്, അതില് യാതൊരു റോളും ഇല്ലാതെ ഇന്ത്യൻ മീഡിയ മാറിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോ ഒരു കാലഘട്ടത്തില് 91-94 ഞാൻ മാർവാനിസിൽ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ലാംഗ്വേജ് ആൻഡ് ലിറ്ററേച്ചർ പഠിക്കുന്ന കാലഘട്ടത്തില് എന്നെ ഉദ്ദീപിപ്പിച്ച മാധ്യമ രംഗം ഇപ്പോ 2022 ഒരു മാധ്യമ സ്ഥാപനത്തിന്റെ പ്രധാന ചുമതലക്കാരനായിരിക്കുന്ന എന്നെ നിരാശപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അത് ഭൗതിക സാഹചര്യങ്ങളുടെ ഉപയോഗത്തിന്റെ കാര്യത്തില് കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് മീഡിയ നേടിയിട്ടുള്ള വലിയ എന്താ പറയാ ഒരു അവർക്ക് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള സ്വാധീനം, ആ സ്വാധീനത്തോട് മത്സരിക്കാൻ സ്വതന്ത്ര ചാനലുകൾക്ക് കഴിയാതെ പോയെന്നല്ല, അതിനുശേഷം ആ സ്വതന്ത്ര ചാനലുകളെ ഏറ്റെടുക്കുമ്പോൾ അതിന് വഴങ്ങിക്കൊടുക്കുന്ന സ്വതന്ത്ര ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനലുകളുടെ ഒരു ഡൈനാമിസം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്താ പറയാ അവരുടെ ഒരു വഴങ്ങൽ രീതി, അതൊക്കെ ഇന്ന് ഈ ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷനിലേക്ക് കാര്യങ്ങൾ എത്തിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും നമ്മൾ പോകുന്നത് ഒരു ഏകാധിപത്യ പ്രവണതയുള്ള രാജ്യത്തിലേക്കാണ്. ഇന്ന് ലോകത്തെ ഏത് രാജ്യങ്ങൾ എടുത്താലും അതിന്റെ താഴെയാണ് മാധ്യമ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യത്തിൽ ഇന്ത്യ. 153-മറ്റാണെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു ഏറ്റവും ഒടുവിലത്തെ റാങ്കിങ്. മാധ്യമങ്ങളില്ല എങ്കിൽ, സ്വതന്ത്ര ജുഡീഷ്യറി ഇല്ല എങ്കിൽ, ഏകാധിപത്യ പ്രവണതയുള്ള ഭരണകൂടം ഇന്ത്യയിലുണ്ട് എങ്കിൽ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും നമ്മളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഒരു ഇരുളടഞ്ഞ ഭാവിയാണ് പ്രവചിക്കാനുള്ളത്. അപ്പോ ട്രെൻഡിൽ വലിയ വ്യത്യാസമുണ്ട്. ആദ്യ കാലഘട്ടത്തില് നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ടെഹൽക്കയിലൂടെ ആദ്യകാലത്തെ എല്ലാ ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനലുകളും, ഇപ്പം ഏഷ്യാനെറ്റും, അത് ഞാനൊരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ചാനൽ എന്നുള്ള നിലയിലാണ് അന്നത്തെ ഏഷ്യാനെറ്റിനെ കാണുന്നത്. ഏഷ്യാനെറ്റിന് അതിൻ്റെതായിട്ടുള്ള സാധ്യതകൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പിന്നീട് ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ ഏഷ്യാനെറ്റും കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് മാധ്യമമായി മാറിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ NDTV പൂർണ്ണമായും അദാനിയുടേതായി മാറിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ എവിടെയാണ് ഹോപ്പോട് കൂടി നോക്കുക എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് നോക്കാനില്ല. ഞാൻ കണ്ട ഒരു മേഖല മാധ്യമ മേഖലയാണ്. അവിടേക്ക് ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഹോപ്പോട് കൂടിയല്ല നോക്കുന്നത്, പരമപുച്ഛത്തോടു കൂടിയാണ് നോക്കുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ ഇതില്ലാതെ നമുക്ക് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാനാകില്ല. കാരണം മീഡിയ, എന്നാ പിന്നെ മീഡിയയിൽ നിന്ന് മാറിക്കൂടെ എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ചോദ്യമെങ്കിൽ അത് നമുക്ക് മാറാൻ കഴിയില്ല. നമുക്ക് തുടർച്ചയായി ഫൈറ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഏത് കാലഘട്ടവും പുതിയൊരു കാലഘട്ടത്തിന് വഴങ്ങേണ്ടി വരും എന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് അതിനെ പ്രതീക്ഷയോടുകൂടി കാണുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഇന്നത്തെ ഒരു അവസ്ഥ വളരെ മോശമാണ് മാധ്യമ ലോകത്തിന്റെ. ഏത് കാര്യത്തിലെടുത്താൽ, സമൂഹത്തിന്റെ ഏത് മേഖല എടുത്താൽ, ഇപ്പൊ കേരളത്തിലിപ്പോ പൊളിറ്റിക്സ് ആണ് ഞാൻ ഇത്രയേരം പറഞ്ഞത്. കേരളത്തിലെ ഞാൻ അടക്കം കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യേണ്ട വിഷയമാണ് മയക്കുമരുന്നിന്റെ ഉപയോഗം. നമുക്ക് എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോ കേരളത്തിലെ കുട്ടികൾ, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഈ സ്കൂളുകള് പ്ലസ് 1, പ്ലസ് 2 കുട്ടികളിലെയാണ് ഇത് ടാർഗറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ എല്ലാ ദിവസവും വാർത്ത കാണുകയാണ്, അവിടെ ഇത്ര മയക്കുമരുന്ന് പിടിച്ചു, ഇവിടെ ഇത്ര മയക്കുമരുന്ന് പിടിച്ചു. പിടിക്കുന്നത് എത്ര 1000-ലോ 10,000-ലോ ഒരു അംശമായിരിക്കും പിടിക്കുന്നുണ്ടാവുക. അപ്പൊ ബാക്കിയുള്ളതൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ ഉപയോഗിക്കപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ഒരു ആക്ടിവിസം റോളിലേക്ക് മാധ്യമങ്ങൾ വരേണ്ട സമയം കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യം. പഴയ വിഷയങ്ങളൊന്നുമല്ല. പണ്ടൊക്കെ ഞാനൊക്കെ ഏഷ്യാനെറ്റിൽ തുടങ്ങുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമ്മൾ ആദിവാസി കോളനികളിലേക്കായിരുന്നു പോകും. കാരണം അവിടെയേ ഉള്ളൂ വലിയ ഒരു സ്റ്റോറി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് എടുക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് വാർത്തകൾ എന്നുള്ളതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. ബാക്കിയൊരു മിഡിൽ ക്ലാസിന്റെ ഒക്കെ സ്റ്റോറികൾ സ്വാഭാവികമായി വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. നമുക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു എക്സ്ക്ലൂസീവ് വേണമെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ആദിവാസി കോളനിയിൽ പോകണം. പക്ഷെ ഇന്ന് മിഡിൽ ക്ലാസിന്റെ ലൈഫാണ് ഏറ്റവും വാർത്ത. എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഒരു മിഡിൽ ക്ലാസ് ഫാമിലി ജീവിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു ഞാണിന്മേൽ കളിയാണ്. ഒരു സ്കൂട്ടറിൽ ഒരു അച്ഛൻ, ഒരു അമ്മ, 2 കുട്ടികൾ സ്കൂളിൽ പോകുന്നു. ആ സ്കൂളുകൾ ഈ നിലയിൽ ആർക്കും നിയന്ത്രിക്കാൻ കഴിയാത്ത ചില സ്വാധീനങ്ങളുടെ ആവുന്നു. തിരിച്ച് വീട്ടിലെത്തുമോ ഇല്ലയോ എന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ കഴിയാത്ത വിധത്തില് വളരെ തിരക്ക് പിടിച്ച ലോകം. അപ്പോൾ അതൊക്കെ എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ലൈഫാണ് റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്. ഇനി റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് സ്റ്റോറികളല്ല, ലൈഫാണ്. ആ ലൈഫ് റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ നമുക്കൊക്കെ, ഞാനടക്കമുള്ളവർക്ക് സ്വയം വിമർശനാത്മകമായി എത്ര കണ്ട് റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്, എത്ര കണ്ട് റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയണം എന്നുള്ളത് സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഓരോ ദിവസവും വിലയിരുത്തൽ നടത്തേണ്ടതാണ് ഞാൻ അടക്കമുള്ള ആളുകൾ. അപ്പോൾ ട്രെൻഡ് എങ്ങനെ വ്യത്യാസപ്പെടുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണെങ്കിൽ ട്രെൻഡ് എല്ലാ തലത്തിലും ട്രെൻഡ് വ്യത്യാസപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. മാധ്യമ ലോകം കുറച്ചുകൂടി ഉണർന്നെഴുന്നേറ്റാൽ മാത്രമാണ് ഇന്ത്യയെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കേരളത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം നമുക്ക് ഒരു ശക്തമായ ഒരു അസർട്ടീവായി മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ കഴിയൂ എന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ വിശ്വാസം. താങ്ക് യു. ഞാൻ ലീവ് ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യാണ്. താങ്ക് യു വെരി മച്ച്.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for such insightful words on the topic media and democracy. And thanks a lot for taking time for your busy schedule and to be with us for this event and making it a remarkable one. We are moving on to the next session. And we are winding up the morning session of day 2 of international webinar on media, society, and culture, emerging trends. Now it's time for us to pay acknowledgement and homage to those who have gathered here today. So I would like to invite Mr. Nibin P. Kurian, Head of Department of English Language and Literature, to deliver vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, dear colleagues and students, St. Mary's College has been conducting a 2-day international webinar on these days, and you have been participating in it. I'm extremely happy that the college has come up with such an international conference, which would be beneficial for both the teachers and students. The topic selected, media, society, and culture, emerging trends, in fact, is highly contemporary and relevant. It is appreciable that the college has taken great effort to bring eminent personalities in the field of media to lead the sessions. Not to say, their presence have enriched the webinar. The duty entrusted upon me is to deliver a few words of gratitude to those who have spent their time and effort for the success of the webinar. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sebastian Paul, ex-MB, and a renowned politician for his presence as one of the keynote speakers. The college initiated to conduct two-day international webinar since the last year, and Dr. Sebastian Paul was one of the keynote speakers in our debut conference. This time too, when informed, without any hesitation, even amidst busy schedule, he ready to be a part of the program. Sir, your talk on politicization of media was really amazing and informative. We sincerely thank you for your valuable time and hope your presence in future programs. The presence of MB Nigesh Kumar, Managing Director of Reporter TV, is indeed a blessing. He is always known as the one who initiated a new trend in Malayalam news channels. His energy and spirit inspired and still continue to inspire a lot. There wouldn't be one who could authentically speak on democracy and media than this person. His session was really useful, especially in an era where the existence of democracy in question. This session helped to understand the significance of media as a mediator between democracy and citizen in the modern time. We extend our gratitude to you for your valuable presence and session. I thank Father Denny Cholapalil, the principal, Father Chako Kochuvarambil, Vice Principal, Mr. Ashwin, Coordinator of two-day International Conference, and all other members of the conference committee for their selfless service and effort to make this program a huge success. Once again, I thank you all.
Thank you, Nibin sir. We will begin the paper presentation within a few minutes, and I request all the scholars to be ready with your papers and PPTs. Let me share the rules and regulations during paper presentation. The time limit of each presentation is 10 minutes. This will be followed by a short discussion for 2 to 3 minutes. You can expect questions from the judging panel and from the audience. Please take care not to exceed the time to keep our session on schedule. The moderator will coordinate the session and will act as a vigilant timekeeper. The participants are requested to present their paper in PPT format, and please take care to join in the name format prescribed. In case of any technical issues or delay from the participant during the presentation, for the time being, we will be moving on to the next participant, but there is no need to get worried. You will be given another chance for the presentation and the time will be informed personally. We have a panel of eminent judges here and their judgment will be final. Information for the audience. You are allowed to ask questions during the discussion after each presentation, and please put your questions to the chat box. Ensure that the questions are respectful. We will not advocate any disrespectful questioning. For the audience to get a participation certificate, you are requested to fill the feedback form, which will be provided towards the end of the session.
Let us introduce the panel of judges. Professor Dr. Geopol K is the principal of Rural Academy for Management Studies, Cochin. He is an approved research supervisor for management at Bharatiya University, Coimbatore, and Christ University. He occupied the designations like Principal, Talent Institute of Management Studies, Academic Advisor of ISA College of Engineering, Coimbatore, and Head of the Department of MBA at Elms Group of Institutions. He's a highly qualified academician and experienced technocrat, holding an engineering diploma in electronics and instrumentation. He has been conferred a PhD in management from BMU, Salem. His classes are enriched by his teaching experience over 18 years and 4 years of industry experience. He has worked with many reputed organizations. He has published 12 research articles in reputed journals and 2 books in the area of information technology and management. Welcome, sir.
Our next judge, Srimati Aparna Prashanti. Srimati Aparna Prashanti is a journalist, media watcher, writer, and film critic. She obtained a postgraduate degree in journalism from the University of Calicut. She has presented papers on various international and national seminars on various aspects of journalism and has conducted Kerala government public relation programs. Srimati Aparna got the Kozhikode Cinema Book Award for Critics Award for the Best Book on Cinema for her first book, Chalachitra Tara, in 2017. She is a passionate journalist who constantly publishes articles for famous papers like Manorama, Madhrubhumi, Reporter, and Indian Express groups. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next judge is Dr. Jensmon George. Dr. Jensmon George, presently working as Associate Professor and Dean of Studies with Monty International Institute of Management Studies, Puttanangadi. He has a PhD in Management from Bharatiya University. He has a Master's in Business Administration from Mangalam College of Engineering. He took MSc Psychology from Madras University. Before joining Monty Institute, he was holding the positions of Program Head of MBA Program in KMCT College of Engineering and was acting as the founder principal of KMCT Arts and Science College, Calicut. He published research papers and articles in national and international journals. Welcome, sir.
We will be beginning the paper presentations shortly. Participants, please be ready with your presentation and PPT. Our first participant, Ms. Jisna. Judges, please note her code number SMC 11. SMC 11. Jisna, your PPT is visible. Please unmute your mic.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible and your PPT is visible. You may start.
Okay, thank you. Okay. My paper is about digital Dalit. And the title of my paper is The Quest for Justice and Equality, Digital Dalit Perspectives. And the paper, it is about the role of digital or cyberspaces among the Dalits to transcend the barriers of caste system or to transcend the marginalization they have suffered with a long time. And introduction, the digital or cyberspaces that established an avenue for liberty, justice, moreover a democratic sport for Dalits in India. As we know, it constructs national and global discourses in a different and explorative way to address the question of caste system and vulnerabilities it makes. Historically, Dalits, the disadvantaged sections of the population, they're using digital tools to search for the invisibility and inclusion. The politics of Dalit emancipation, it have gained momentum after the emergence of digital Dalit spaces. The social media, which heralded a new avenues for Dalits, or it transformed the image of social justice movements. Significantly, it's signaling a tendency towards social mobilization and political engagement of the downtrodden sections of society. And next statement of the problem. The Dalits, they are the perpetual victims of oppression, discrimination, and socioeconomic exclusion since time immemorial. India's 170 million of oppressed and marginalized sections of society, about 16.23% of India's population, according to the 2011 census. And Dalits have suffered from clumsy forms of humiliation, stigmatization, and exploitation in the social locus. And when Dalits face such brutal experiences in the world's largest democracy, the media, which claim to be the fourth pillar of democracy, it must speak out for change. However, it is the upper class, or we can see a elite hegemonized media, or the communication system in India. The representation of Dalits is very low. And the Dalit issues, they are rarely addressed, and they are getting very little preference to Dalit news, discussions, and analysis. And here, digital media offers a platform for Dalits to highlight their issues and views about the discrimination they face. Cyberspace motivates Dalits to transcend the existing caste barriers and boundaries, to break down the traditional rituals and practices that were so unjust, and to get out of all forms of discrimination. And the objective of my study, it includes to understand the interplay between inclusive democracy and Dalits. And secondly, to examine the social structure of Indian media and the representation of Dalits. And to explore and evaluate the role of digital spaces in expanding the voice of Dalits. And finally, to analyze the limitations of digital Dalit spheres. The approach of Indian media towards Dalits, or the Indian media and Dalits. Robin Jeffrey, the researcher, he made the point that there was no Dalit exist in newsrooms of India's media organization. And he termed the Dalit exclusion in the mainstream media as the betrayal of the constitutional guarantees of equality and fraternity. As Ambedkar says about the untouchables have no press. Likewise, Indian media use the same approach of the Indian social system in reducing the Dalits to the lowest strata of society and making them non-influential. There is a tendency in the media to turn the Dalit category into a topic that has no news value, no discussions, no statistics, and no analysis, making the news significant and confining to small columns. Despite the constant boasting of mainstream society, proclaiming the benefits of protective discrimination and reservation, Dalits are a stigmatized and isolated community in all its forms, whether in political or in communicative systems. A biased politics or caste apartheid politics is played by Indian media in making as well as handling, interpreting, and reporting Dalit news. So a pan media, it becomes relevant when the media, which is supposed to be an advocate of Dalit empowerment, makes deliberate choices about inclusion and exclusion. Thus comes the point of exclusive democracy. The report of Oxfam India on the representation of Dalits in Indian newsrooms. This is about the report of the 121 newsroom leadership positions in medias. And Oxfam India, it studied about Hindi news. It takes the sample of Hindi news medias as well as the English news medias. And this is the report of that. About the anchors, about the number of leadership positions, the percentage of shows of this channels, and articles about the articles and byline articles, etc. Next session is social media and Dalits. This includes how social media becomes a platform for Dalits and the liberal and democratic nature of digital spaces and the digital spaces as the public sphere, or how it become a subaltern public sphere or a counter public sphere. First, how social media becomes a platform for Dalits. Cyberspace motivates Dalits to transcend the caste barriers and boundaries, and it can certainly be described as before and after the digital world, or we can call it before and after the digital world, because such a kind of transformation is possible because of the digital world. Such explosions were not possible in the past and were not within their reach. So carving an alternative space for themselves, that is explore social media to fight against inequality and injustice, sharing common concerns, making common assertions, connecting and communicating with global level, and augmenting theoretical perspectives on philosophical, political, and sociological dimensions of Dalit issues. Dalits started blogs, website, YouTube channels, Twitter accounts, Facebook pages, and Instagram to discuss their problems, and surprisingly, it set out to construct new groups of people, transforming the figures of public engagement and mobilization. This Dalits consider the social online networks to expose their grievances, experiences, and response towards the policies of government. And second, the liberal and democratic nature of digital spaces. For the first time in history, Dalits got a voice to speak without any fear, blowing the silence inflicted on them by the stringent caste system. The voice of the voiceless people. The Dalits, they evolved into a new era with an eruption of opinions and online debates in these vast online spaces to escape out of the belief of subordination imposed on them and to understand and deal with the mainstream upper caste-based system and injustices towards them. As a liberating force beyond any other reform, social media also perquisite mainstream media to be attentive or vigilant towards Dalit concerns, because the Dalits have gone through a dark past where even the news and their presence was inappropriate. The reactions of Dalits on social media, they are a reminder of the old media habits that have deliberately sidelined them. Then a counter public sphere or subaltern public sphere, how it is possible, or the formation of a subaltern public sphere is possible in these digital spaces. Dalit websites and forums for discussions, they contribute a public sphere for Dalits to exchange ideas and introduce their own perspectives and vision. Social media amplifies Dalit voices to a greater extent than the situation in which there were no such democratized and cheap avenues of public debate. Some of the Dalit digital spaces are websites like Roundtable India, Dalit and Adivasi Students Portal, Ambedkar.org, and Savari, prominent Dalit YouTube channel named Dalit Camera, etc. Apart from this, there exists a number of Facebook and Twitter accounts that share news, analysis, discussions, opinions on Dalit writings, history, culture, society, discrimination in India and abroad. Social media, as Chada Hall says, that social media in India therefore has emerged as what is called the counter public, where instead of one exclusive sphere, there exist multiple counter public spheres where subaltern identities can be articulated effectively. Examples of digital Dalit platforms: Shudra, Roundtable India, some instances, Dalit Camera, Savari, Dalit Adhikar Network, International Dalit Solidarity Network, etc. And the limitations of digital Dalit spaces. When we say the social media, it provide discussion forums or provide an amplifying or a liberative or a democratic or empowerment space for these Dalits, there exists some kind of disadvantages or some kind of limitations of these digital spaces. They are first, the degree of representation, or the digital divide is there. The problem of accessibility is there. Majority of Dalits, they have facing the problem of accessibility. And secondly, the fragmentary nature of opinions. When we provide an umbrella term for Dalits, there exists some kind of divisions within this Dalits. In kind of regional differences are there, subcaste differences are there, in kind of religious differences are there. And kind of political affiliations are different. So many differences, it creates a fragmentary nature of opinions among the Dalit community about the wider Dalit concerns. And divisions within the online spaces. Within this online spaces, there create division between these Dalits because several women Dalit websites and pages are there, and they apart from raising Dalit concerns, these women, their priority is to focus on women issues, or they fight against the patriarchal issues. So the divisions are there, and obviously the economic factors are there. Their poverty or their financial status much affected their participation in the digital spaces. And conclusion is that social media spaces, they are effective for talking about the caste system, debating about casteism, forming opinions, and sharing deeper discourses about the social insecurities that it creates. Secondly, existing as democratic grounds for assertiveness. Social networking sites remain as a connective forum for speaking up and with other peer groups in the socio-economic and political context where equality and justice are denied. It is a fact that ideas and knowledge are being shared at a rapid pace, and the connectivity between Dalits is actually increasing. And it is a medium that relates Dalits not only within the country, but around the world as well. A transnational community within the digital sphere, it is visible. And evidently, the presence of digital media, it expands the presence of Dalit concerns and marginalized voices. Excluding certain sections from the media discourse undermines the democratic structure of Indian society. And this is about my presentation. Thank you.
Now it's time for question and answer session. Judges may raise your questions.
Jisina, you were presenting about the issues that is related to the problems related to the bringing this Dalit group to the frontier of our nation. That was the issue you are addressing, and their involvement in the media, and these things are happening there. But my question is, the government and other agencies are giving a lot of reservations and opportunities for this marginalized group, even though a significant number of marginalized groups are not coming to the frontier of different categories. I am not only talking about this media. It's an entire category. We can see that they are not coming to the frontier of the nation or society. So what are the reasons for that? What is the basic reason? Whether it is related to that group, or whether it is related to that the general mindset of the our society. So what is the basic reason for affecting the people, those who are from the marginalized group is coming to the frontier? So that I am asking them, what is the basic reason for their movement to the frontier of the affecting? What is the basic reason for it? That is my question.
Okay, so thank you for the question. I think several factors are there, because firstly, historically, they face a kind of humiliation, or the marginalization they faces. So the historical divide that makes them somewhat inhibited them from from become the front line of mainstream society. And secondly, among the case of tribals, the culture, they have preserved their own culture, and it is linked with the forest and forest related things. So the mental status of them, because they have no space in the mainstream society, their lower strata or the economic problems, and they think they haven't get any kind of attention from the general public, and the fear, these all factors sidelined, or these all factors make them backwarded, and it increased their backwardness. So I think the economic factors, the cultural factors, and as well as their fear or the exclusionary feeling within their mindset, all leads to their backwardness.
So government is coming with a lot of economical options. They are coming with the scholarships. They are coming with reservations in education institution. They are conducting educational programs, awareness program. Separate departments are introduced for that one. Even though it is, what do you feel that whether it is functioning effectively? What is the reason? What is the reason? Whether it is the issue with the people, those who are in that department, those who are responsible for enrich these people, or whether it is related to the lack of awareness related to the people, those who are in that marginalized group. So what is the basis? Whether it is related to the political leaders, those who are actively involved, the social activists, people, that means actively involving the social problem. Where is that the right issue? That I am asking, that where is that right issue? Who is ultimately responsible for it?
Yes, sir, you are right. A lot of governmental funds, reservation policies, and financial policies and financial projects are there for Dalits, especially for tribal people. But the problem lies with lies there. If these policies or projects or funds reach the hands of tribals in the proper way or not, that is the problem. The intermediary or the representatives or the political parties, they are the political parties, especially they are the intermediaries between people and government, but they consider these people as only for vote bank politics.
So that means that the proper monitoring system is also required for whether it is reaching to the right hands, whether it is reaching to the right people. That is concerned. A strong monitoring system is required. That may be your suggestion.
Obviously, a strong system should be necessary for their upliftment.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Jen Sponsor.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I could not write down the name of the presenter. Is it Avarna?
Sir?
Jisna.
Jisna. The name of the presenter is Jisna, sir.
Okay, Jisna. Jisna, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Jisna, there are two statements in your paper, and you have given emphasis to that particular statement. Print and visual media are owned by upper caste and elite people. Journalists working in media are also hailed from upper caste. I think you are saying about the private owned media. What about the government owned media? What's the difference between private owned media and the government owned media? Is this Dalit exclusion is applicable in case of Doordarshan and All India Radio? Because our constitution provides equal right and justice to all its citizens. Apart from that, backward caste like OBC, OEC, SC, ST, Adivasis, all these people are having extra benefit in government policies. Then what is the reason for this? Are you comparing government-owned media and the private media? What is the justification for this? I mean, for writing this statement? And if it is so, what is the reason?
I haven't take any individual studies about this matter. I have quoted the study reports by many of the organizations like Oxfam India and other studies by researchers, etc. And these studies are all about the marginalization of Dalits or the exclusion of Dalits in the mainstream medias, both visual and print medias as well, because they say that a marginal or a small percentage of Dalits or in Hindi medias, it is very little. Their percentage or their participation in these positions or agenda setting is very little, and other English medias they have very little, a few positions are there. So these all studies says that it is very little role Dalits have in these medias, and after 2020 onwards, this percentage have a slight change because of these digital spaces. That is my point. Because in the earliest 2015 to that 2020s 15-16 that years, it is very low, but after 2021 this periods, some slight changes are there. It is because of the intervention of digital media, as well as because of the focus or the pressing of the digital media. They were forced to accommodate Dalit issues and Dalit concerns. So I am focusing, my point is the influence of digital media as a sphere of Dalits, as well as to pressing or forcing the mainstream media to advocate Dalit issues.
Okay, I have one more question. Is the same scenario existing in social media also?
Yes, surely. Recently, in the month of June, Google, as we know, an international Dalit activist named I have forgot her name, lady. She the Google invited for a talk about Dalits in their Dalits. A session is therefore, but all the employees in the Google, they were protested against the invitation, and at last the Google says that they entered the, or they says that there is no talk, or they cancelled the talk by this lady, Dalit activist. So and as part of this, the manager of manager in chief of that Google, Tanuja Gupta, she was resignated. She put her resignation as part of the cancellation of this talk. Yes, Google, it is an not a social media, but it is an online forum, an online network. So from there is the CEO is stand for equality and social equality and gender related issues, etc. But the act from this Google is raising some much criticism from all over the society. And also within this digital media, as I noted, as I pointed out earlier, there exist different spaces because Dalit women have their own pages, and party affiliated, there are differences in their party affiliation. So many have their own faces or divisions are within this social media. Apart from standing as a common or an inclusive Dalit concerns.
Okay, my last question. You have mentioned in your first objective that inclusive democracy is needed. As we know, we have 4 types of democracies. Direct democracy, that's a part of inclusive democracy. Representative democracy is our country. And constitutional democracy, our constitution is providing, and monetary democracy. So we are having representative democracy and a constitutional democracy. What is the need of inclusive democracy? It is already there.
Inclusive democracy, it laid emphasis on the 4 factors are in inclusive democracy. First is direct democracy, then political democracy, then social democracy, and ecological democracy. And nowadays, when our constitution put forwarded democracy or the ideals of democracy, constitution ensures social justice, political justice, etc. But after after these years of our constitution came into force on 26th January 1950, but the question is about we can achieve the democracy or not. In the democracy in the real sense is practiced in India or not. Social justice is fulfilling. Are we fulfilling social justice or political justice or ensuring political participation? That is a question. So to make the idea of inclusive democracy or make the idea of democracy much better, the idea of inclusiveness is important. So from the economic aspect, the concentration of wealth and the economic injustices are there, and as well as the social justice aspect, because the social justice aspect, the Dalit issues came at the forefront of the social justice aspect, and as well as environmental side. These days environmental issues are very prevalent. So this factors, the inclusive democratic concept is necessary.
Okay, Jasna, thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir. Aparna, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. So my question is, do you have any specific studies regarding the Dalit? Am I audible? Sir? Am I audible,
Yeah,
right?
Yes.
My question is, yeah, you used the term digital Dalit. That was one of your keywords, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, did you undergo any specific studies regarding the Dalit positioning in digital Kerala?
Yeah, I have analyzed some kind of Dalit websites in Kerala, Uttara Kalam, and the Dalit Solidarity Network in Kerala. It has its own page, and some Facebook pages and websites. I have gone through these websites and make a content analysis of that articles and features in that websites.
Okay. So, do Dalits getting enough visibility in Kerala in digital?
Sorry, ma'am?
Do Dalits get enough visibility in the digital space in Kerala?
Yeah, I think recent years Dalit gets more visibility in Kerala social media or Kerala public sphere. More Dalit activists like Mridula Devi, Dinu Vail, etc. They have considered as Dalit icons in social media and produce many kinds of documents, many kind of opinions and reviews about the Dalit assertion, many Dalit issues, etc. So I think after the digital media, or it makes some kind of assertions to these Dalits, and then they came at the forefront of this society, or they got some kind of visibility, obviously.
Yeah, okay. Do they follow a vote bank politics, or do they raise their voice in their own political ways?
Sorry, ma'am?
Do they follow the Dalit actors follow vote bank politics, or do they raise their own voice for the oppressed or their own cause or something?
Okay, majority of independent Dalits or Dalit activists in the social media, they stand for their own rights. They have, I think they have their own stand in their Dalit assertion and rights. But this is not a unanimous Dalit opinion, because some kind of Dalits or some pages are there of the they strongly stand for political affiliations and that kind of activities. Several times I have noted that exist a kind of difference or differences are about this Dalit activists or Dalit people, about many Dalit issues, or many about the governmental policies or actions of government on many issues.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We are moving on to our next presentation. Our next presenters are Jishma, Jishna, and Agin. Judges, please note the court number SMC 18. Jishna, Jishma, Agin. Agin, you may present your PPT.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
I'm Jishna. You all are welcome to our paper presentation regarding the title Apathetic and Unsound Adult, Impact of Social Media in Post-COVID Era. During the epidemic, social media usage increased when face-to-face contact was prohibited. People spent more time staying linked to the outside world. This caused a state of addiction, which is still evident in the post-COVID period. In order to comprehend and analyze the growing social media addiction, this study will look at the interaction between the active usage of social media and the escalating trauma that results from it in adults. It also discusses the psychological and physical harm that social media bring to online users. The documentary Social Dilemma by Jeff, which argues that many social networks prey on people's vulnerability by implementing a concept known as positive internet reinforcement in the mind, served as the inspiration for this study. The news of student suicide in Kallambalam, Thiruvananthapuram, owing to social media addiction, also served as a study's impetus. Now, I'm going to introduce our introduction. Social media is a collective term for websites and applications that focus on communication communities based on books, community-based input, interaction, content sharing, and collaboration. The post-COVID era is an era after the novel coronavirus epidemic has passed. This is an evolutionary phase concerned the period emerging after the COVID-19 crisis. Social media's excessive usage has caused many changes in human beings. Changes also had a negative impact on everyone. People turned to social networking sites to help them escape the melancholy state of mind that overcame them throughout the epidemic. Nevertheless, over time, these platforms, which were primarily designed for entertainment, began to have an opposite impact. Anxiety, depression, hypertension, and addiction are just a handful of mental and physical issues that are caused by too much screen time. The productivity of people was significantly impacted by social media addiction. Social media websites are the most visited website in comparison to any other website, especially in the time of COVID. Overusage of social media lead to an addiction. Social media addiction lead to many physical and mental problems. And exponential growth in social media usage can be seen in the post-COVID era. Many studies show adults are the victim of these problems than any other ages. By the overusage of social media, the users gradually started keeping distance from society and social issues. This causes a state of apatheticness and unsoundness among adults in such a way that they are unable to understand the pros and cons of things that happen around them. They are also not mentally and physically healthy. Statement of this study, particularly in the post-COVID period, adults' aggressive usage of social media has contributed to a number of mental and physical problems. Research methodology. Secondary data has used for this study, comprising of some website and media report, a comparative analysis of cases in hike of social media users pre-COVID, post-COVID, during the COVID. Objective of this study, to determine the rise in adult social media usage in post-COVID era, to analyze the mental health issue brought on by the massive usage of social media, to evaluate how people used social media before, during, and after COVID, to offer way to decrease social media addiction. Limitation and scope of the study. The majority of the resources focused on social media's benefits. Due to the topics emphasized on the post-COVID era, relatively few resources were accessible. There haven't been many studies on the subject. Therefore, this study may serve as the foundation for future research on the effect of social media in the post-COVID age. The study can be extended by adding some regional survey on this topic. Data result. Social media has significant impact on how our culture and way of life are shaped. We live in the world where social media is inevitable, so it is impossible to think of a life without it. Adults are one who engage in all aspects of society, including education, employment, entertainment, social activities, and political activities, making them the age group most impacted by social media addiction. In the past, social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and MySpace were used by 2/3 of the people. These users said that their adoption of social media was driven mostly by their desire to maintain relationship with friends and family. But during and after COVID-19, other social media platforms like WhatsApp, YouTube, and Instagram arose. These platforms may be used for entertainment and time passing in addition to engaging with others. Along with these, shopping applications like Amazon, Zomato, and Myntra, among others, grew in popularity during this time. Product may only be purchased online while the area is under lockdown. But even now, especially among adults, individuals are still exploiting these sites to make unnecessary purchase. Consumption has even resulted from this. Now, I'm going to share the remaining topic with Jishma. Now, I'm dealing with the apathetic state of adults during post-COVID era by using social media. A numerous studies states that excessive usage of social media can worsen feelings of loneliness and lower self-esteem. According to a University of Pennsylvania study, excessive usage of social media sites like Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram makes people feel lonely and isolated. According to the study, limiting one's use of social media can actually increase one's general well-being and make more social connections. Because more time is spent online, less time is available for in-person contacts. Social media use shows more genuine social encounters. Social media use on a daily basis has caused individuals to withdraw within themselves. They look for solace in reels, videos, and other social media platforms. And over time, they started to lose interest in social issues. It makes a kind of apatheticness or not interested in their mind to the social or real world. And another study is that Shannon Popito, a clinical psychologist who works at Bio University Medical Center, claims that as someone spends more time on social media, they become more disconnected from their real world surroundings and experience a loss of self-awareness. You will feel more hopeless and depressed as you get more and more disconnected from reality. Social media was the only method for people to stay connected to the outside while we are in the time of lockdowns. One of the causes of students that are becoming more addicted to the social media is that online education. So while they use online platform for the education, at first they used it for education purpose, but gradually they get a kind of pleasure by using the social media, so they become addicted. And even after this lockdown is ended, the people can't escape from the addict or the holding of the social media usage. There is less affection by using of the social media. We can see there is a less affection towards family members, as face-to-face engagement is avoided in online platform, and it is also lead to the decreasing of communication skill in public. People began to use problems like accidents as a conduct to appease their followers. Instead, in order to escape the person, they take videos in order to increase the viewers. This demonstrates how morality and humanity is avoided by social media use. Then another topic is that social media and physical mental health. How the social media affected the physical and mental health. Our mental health and level of happiness are significantly impacted by the quality of our connections. So social interaction with other people helps reduce stress, anxiety, sadness. It increases one's sense of self-worth, brings joy and comfort, avoids loneliness, and even adds years to one's life. Everyone's mental and emotional well-being can be seriously jeopardized by lack of strong social connections. People's eyes and brains and also the skin is also affected by or it negatively affected by the over usage of social media. We could know that the radiation from this kind of electronics is make some kind of physical problem to us. Then screen time excess can result in blurred vision, dry eyes, discomfort, and unpleasant headaches. These are some physical problems that caused by the overusage of social media. According to numerous research, excessive social media use is linked to memory loss, poor academic performance, and depression. Prior research discovered a 70% increase in adults self-reported depressive symptoms in recent years, particularly following the pandemic, that is the COVID period, and after this post-COVID, that's the post-COVID era. When a person spends too much time on Facebook, they can get Facebook depression. Teenagers that use social media more often have greater narcissistic tendencies, and symptoms of psychological illness include aggressive tendencies and antisocial mania. The addiction to social media includes antisocial behavior such as sexual harassment, hacking, and cyberbullying. Certain celebrity tweets on social media spread misconception about ideal looks and ideal images, and by seeing these ideal images, we get a kind of hatred and also shyness about ourselves. So, which make regular people feel insecure. It might be said that there is an infodemic when social media is used excessively during pandemic. Due to the pandemic, this reached this peak by the year 2020. In the COVID period, particularly in 2021, there were 4.4 billion active social media users worldwide, compared to nearly 3.69 million users in 2020 and 2.07 billion users in 2019. This could be seen through this graph. In comparison with the pre-COVID period to the post-COVID, the usage of the post-COVID era, we can see a sudden or rapid growth in the rate of usages. By analyzing this graph, we get the idea that in 2019, there are only 2.05 million. By year passing, they have increasing in a little rate. So billion, and they have little mere increasing in the usages. But in 2022, which means in post-COVID era, we can see a sudden or a frightening hike in the usages of social media. Then another result is that how the different ages affected by the mental and physical problems by using the social media. We can see in the age of 18 to 24, they suffered 51% of mental and physical problem, and age of 24 to 44 suffered 65%. Age of 44 to 54 suffered 41%, and the old people, that is above 55 age groups, they suffered 35%. So from here we can see that the adults are the main group who are affected by the, or who are affected more more mentally and physically problems by the excessive usage of social media. Through this paper, we find something is that, we give some suggestions that your social media notification should be disabled. By this suggestion, we can avoid some traumas or some problems by using social media. And next one is that set time limits on social media. We can make a timer in our phone, mobile phone, while we using social media. Then next thing is that find a new hobby that isn't related to social media. We have a hobby which we use before we are engaged in social media. So it is better to engage in that hobbies and like reading or learning such things. Okay, in order to avoid over usage of social media. Then check in with the family and friends while offline. We use connected to others in offline than online. Social media should be at reach, and get rid of any social media apps you are not using. And another thing is that stop using media completely. In the sense, not we know that we are now live in a modern age, so we can't avoid the social media usage completely, but we can avoid it for a particular time period. It makes some kind of it increases our productivity and creativity. Here, I am going to conclude our paper findings. Today, social media is a necessary component of our daily life. Excessive social media use will cause several physical and mental problems in the general public. This usage is very common in the post-COVID period. The main factor driving people to use social media extensively is the lockdown scenario. The majority of these users are adults. Use of social media may be associated with poor mental health outcomes such as suicidality. Low empathy and loneliness, as well as health issues, is another problem by using social media. Excessive use of social media. It also makes users more apathetic and antisocial. Instagram said that between February and March, when lockdown procedures started, live video watches increased by 70%. Even after the lockdown has ended, this growth has not decreased. So, the best defense against social media problem is that restraint and awareness. The self-control and awareness about the problem regarding social media or higher usage of social media is the main way to avoid the problem regarding this. Thank you so much.
Long. Yes, Jishna, you were coming with a lot of points regarding the issues related to the social media usage and all things. And finally, you mentioned that we should stop completely the usage of social media to get rid of all these health and mental issues that is happening in the social through that social media.
Yes.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, well, your presentation, you included a lot of points from the some of the records you have included. But what I would like to say that in such type of topics, you must go for some preliminary, that means primary data collection, and you have to prepare questionnaire yourself, and you have to collect some information nearby. Then only this paper will be an attractive one, because anyway you collect a lot of information. So what I want to ask that social media is a part of life is now.
Yes.
We cannot stop it right now. We cannot stop it. So we have to go for what are the other options to, or what are the other suggestions to overcome the social media usage issues without avoiding this usage of social media. What role suggestion you want to put in front of the general public? That I want to ask here. Social media is a part of our life. We cannot avoid it because we have to go along with that one. At the same time, these issues are as a part of it. Then by how can we overcome this one? How can we? What are the major suggestions you want to put in front of the audience?
First of all, sir, this is a group work. So
Sir, myself again, Benny. I'm part of the team members. May I answer this question, sir?
Yes, definitely you can answer.
Sir, we live in a world of social media. We live in a world where social media has reached its prominence. So I think that the only way we can control the after effects or the negative effects of social media is by setting a timer or by setting a control in the users by the social media platforms themselves. They must be able to seriously supervise the activities conducted by or done by the social media users regularly. The governments should also take necessary steps to supervise every illegal actions that have been happening in social media.
Okay. So anyway, what I'm
control. There is a limitation for a user to control himself from getting into social media. So the only way is the companies, either the companies themselves or the government take necessary step for an actual supervision to be happening in the social media.
Yes, I agree to that one. I agree to that. But you know that one. So we are having a lot of medicines. After all, a lot of diseases are affecting us. So we have having medicine, even though we know that one there are side effects for that medicines. We are having it because we have to get cure from that diseases. And we have to escape from that one. So that's why we are doing the same way. Nowadays, social media is coming with even financial transactions and banking facilities and lot of facilities that is very necessary for day-to-day usage of our activities. And you know that the working time of the people, those who are working in the organization, that is also morning to evening. That is it may go up to even in banking sector and some other sectors. It may up to 7 to 8 hours. So that means 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. In such period, with the convenience is concerned, doing all these things so through this social media. In such situations, I'm asking that any other to this some side effect is there. How can we overcome this side effect? Any particular suggestion from your side to bring some what is anyway we have to go along with the social media. At the same time, what should be the other action should be taken? Have you conduct any what is a search related to information search related to that area? That I'm asking.
Sir, in case of social media, it is like every other social evil. It has its positives and negatives. And the only way to control the negative effects of social media is, as you have mentioned earlier, social media has many positives. So we cannot completely quit social media. The only way to control its negative sides is the users realizing about that is the most important part. The users realizing about the negative effects of social media and restraining themselves from doing such an action. That's as far as we know, that is the only solution for it.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, okay. So my question is that we are conducting a webinar, not a seminar, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's of course it's the COVID effect, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We conduct a webinar because we are living in the post-COVID era, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Most of the professional, IT professional, journalists, all are compelled to do work from home, even after the hard effects of COVID.
Yes,
So
yes, yes.
we are forced to work with social media. We have to like file that copies digitally and all. Like, you know, IT professionals, journalists, most
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
financial agents. So all the sectors, so many major sectors are working digitally. There are online classes still going on for students, even under the age of 10.
Yes, ma'am.
So, so you can understand a kid under the age of 10, his or her brain is just developing. So it's a compulsion, like, you know, it's a compulsion situation, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So in this situation, how far an individual go? How far can an individual go to control his or her social media usage? There should be a monitoring system, first of all, right? Or
Yes, ma'am.
are
Yes,
you
sir.
telling that there should be like we have to reduce screen time? It's very easy to tell, but it's not possible in this era.
It is not possible, ma'am.
The corporate world, the government itself has forced us to do that, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
So where lies the solution? As you studied deeply, you have read so many papers and also you use so many secondary data. So we just want to know your ideas on that.
Ma'am, after analyzing these many secondary data, the only solution we have got for this is to restrict ourselves. What you have mentioned earlier is right. That is not possible because social media has become part of everyone's life. Even at the age of 5 to 6 people, children are forced to expose. They are exposed to this screen timing, excessive screen timing.
Yeah.
There are limitations for us to control this. But the only way is for us to understand and establish a proper monitoring system for this.
Ma'am, can I add one thing?
Do you want to ask me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I want to add some things that yes, we know that this is necessary thing that to use social media in this kind of situation like education, employment, etc. But the thing is that the usage for necessary thing is not make a more physical and mental effect. But the use the social medias like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Here we can see over usage for unnecessary things. So
Some things are absolutely inevitable. Some social media actions are absolutely inevitable, but some things like shopping online during the pandemic period, it was inevitable. We could only shop online as we could not go out and buy anything. But even after the pandemic, as we have mentioned, people are addicted to this consumerism, buying things online. Things like these can be controlled, I think.
Yeah, so an individual has to control that according to you, right?
An individual has to control himself. There is no other way.
Yeah, but
even if we establish a monitoring system, there are limitations for that too.
Yeah, in Kerala, there were very limited multiplex when that system has started. There were so many B class and C class theaters in which we were going.
Pardon me, ma'am. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I was not asking a question. In Kerala, before 5 to 10 years, there were a very limited number of multiplex theaters, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
There were so many B-class, C-class theaters even before 5 to 6 years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But within a very short span of time, people were addicted to multiplexes and B-class theaters all closed, right?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Partially, yes.
Yeah. Can you see at least a single B or C-class theater in Kerala? Other
There
than
are C-class theaters in Kerala, ma'am.
there
Even
are
in Angadipuram, a place near us, there is a C-class theater.
named Chitralaya, right?
Yes, Chitralaya.
There are only C-class films, right? Can a family go there right now?
No. Family do not go there right now. Family prefer multiplexes over C-class theaters.
Yeah, that's how. That's a very simple thing. That's a very common thing. When you assure comfort people go for it. That is not people. You can't blame people for that. When you assure safety with online shopping, you can't compel people to go offline and shop after that. Even now, the pandemic is not over.
Ma'am, we cannot compel. It is about choices. But
No,
if
I was not even mentioning choices. I was just making comfort. I was not taking that you have to go. No, I was not mentioning that.
I get it, ma'am. It is about comfort zones. But
In this forum, you can't go to a place with family to shop. It's very easy for a family to shop online. It's comfort, and you can't blame them.
We can't blame them, ma'am. But what I say is that everything that is in the comfort zone has its own evils. So shopping online, as in this example, shopping online has also its own negatives. Like if we go to a shop and choose something physically, there might be a chance that we'll choose something of our budget. But as in these shopping sites, there are many options for us to spend, like even EMI. So we may spend more than needed. So there are evils.
That's an effect of consumerism, just like that. Just like an example mentioned earlier. That's not the problem with people. When you work with digital media, when you work with social media from 9 to 5, people will definitely go for entertainment in short breaks, right?
Yes.
That's it. That's not the problem with people. It's right. Your point is right. There are chaos, unsound individuals. They are apathetic. That's right. But you can't blame people for that. People were compelled to do that. Even in the peak of COVID time, people were forced to work for their livelihood.
Ma'am, we are focusing on the post-COVID.
So there is no restriction, ma'am.
There is no restriction here. Plus, if we are using social media as a getaway from the stress, the work stress, that is okay. We are talking about people excess use of social media.
Even now, I'm working from home. There are 2,000 employees in my firm. They all are working from home.
Okay.
They have to file the records digitally. I know many IT professionals who work from home, even in this post-COVID era.
Okay.
There are many mainstream media. For example, from Manorama, you have to go for at least weekly once or twice after COVID. The rest of the day, you have to work from home. For entertainment journalists, you have to go once or twice when the interview or something like that happens. You have to work from home for the rest of the day.
Okay.
There are many bankers who work from home even now.
Okay.
Post-COVID is just a technical term. Even now, we are facing COVID restrictions and all. Not like legally, but at least psychologically. We can't go to an office where we were like we ordered to work from home.
Ma'am, in that case, I don't think there is a choice.
It's a necessary thing, ma'am.
It is necessary.
Yeah, in the online class for a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, teachers will send the syllabus via WhatsApp group. Even now, in the post-COVID era, most of the international CBSE and state schools are doing the same thing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I get it.
So not only the kids, the family forced to do that.
Yes.
Theoretically, yes, there are possibilities of like apathetic individuals and all after COVID days, but technically, and we are helpless in that case, at least for some more time, I guess.
I get it, ma'am. I get it.
You can cite an example of Chittalaya, but you know how many people would go there and watch for movies. How many releases are happening there?
I got it, ma'am. I got your point.
Yeah, thank you.
Gen sponsor, please.
Okay, Jisha and the team.
Yeah, yes, yes, sir.
For me, it's a pretty wide topic you have selected: apathetic and unsound adult and social media in post-COVID scenario. So are you saying that all the social media addicts becoming apathetic and unsound? What is the meaning of apathetic and unsound? Apathetic means no feeling or interest in making relationships and friends.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. Unsound means a person who is not able to do his or her own things by birth, maybe due to some accidents, maybe due to some having drugs. So, yes, mentally and physically very retarded.
Yeah.
Are you saying that
Yes,
this social media addiction is leading to such a situation among people? There and one more thing, I was listening all your PPT presentation, and for your information, there's a clear-cut distinction border between social media and other gaming apps like PUBG, Battlefield games, and like Pokemon, and also meeting apps. All this one comes under social media. This topic is mostly suitable for applications like PUBG games, Battlefield games, like these all are restricted in India. The usage is restricted in India, and like a Pokemon is the usage is restricted in some cities due to incidents happened there, like children who were crossing the road for making scores, met accident. So like that, all those things are okay. But in case of social media addiction, we cannot say that these people are becoming apathetic and unsound people. Then my question is, if in extreme degree, if people are using social media, they are addicted to social media, are becoming apathetic and unsound, how they can continue using social media? Because social media is for maintaining relationships, social media is for maintaining friendship. If these people are become, at least a large majority of the people, at least a minority of the people are becoming apathetic and unsound by using social media, how they can continue the use of social media? That is contradictory. Of course, I understand that Ringelmann effect. You probably heard about Ringelmann effect. Ringelmann effect is otherwise known as social loafing in social sciences. We usually use this word. Ringelmann effect is possible. That is called cyber loafing. People are spending too much time in mobile phones, maybe WhatsApp, Facebook, like applications, Instagram like applications, and the work time is already reduced. Their productivity is reduced. I agree that. Apart from that part, how you can state that people are using social media like a Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, and other social media, how they become apathetic and unsound adult? If they are becoming unsound adult and apathetic adult, there's no scientific basis there. If they are, even if they are becoming apathetic and unsound, how they can continue using social media, how they can active in using social media, because they are apathetic and unsound? What is the justification for my question?
So that is we called addiction.
Sir, the sad fact here is that most of the social media addicts don't know the negative effects or the impact the social media has on them. They do not realize it. That is the saddest part here.
They just find pleasure and entertainment from that.
My question is that, do you have a clear-cut distinction between social media and other gaming apps which may cause apathetic and unsound adult? Are you talking about social media, or are you talking about other apps like PUBG, Battlefield games, and Pokemon?
Sir, social media has a clear-cut distinction between gaming. Gaming is whole other story. Gaming is a whole other story.
Through Instagram,
by social media, we meant applications like.
What kind of game you are playing?
I do not play games, sir.
Then you cannot say like that. Playing games and other gaming apps are different than social media.
Yes, very different.
Very different. Then why you used social media for this topic? Apathetic and unsound people are generated by social media addiction means what?
We have not taken the topic gaming, sir. We have only talked about applications like Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Maybe TikTok.
And your other
YouTube.
side of the topic is apathetic and unsound adult. Are you saying that the social media like Facebook and Instagram are making people apathetic and unsound?
Yes, sir. Yes.
What is
I
the
can give you an
scientific
example,
background for that? How many in your college they are using social media and Facebook are become apathetic and unsound?
Sir, people just consider even very serious stuff like an accident as a content, as just a content to please their followers.
Then you should
this
not
clearly
use these sort of words to connect things, because there's no clear-cut connection between them. Maybe social loafing, cyber loafing, and interpersonal relationships may be negatively affected. All these things you can say, and you cannot say that apathetic and unsound adult are created by social media addiction. There is no scientific background. Since the study is going on, we cannot. Targetively, we cannot say that. Authoritatively, we cannot say that apathetic and unsound adults are made by the social media usage. Anyway, my comment is like that. You are the researcher. Your word is the final word. As a judge, I am commenting. That's all.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next participant. Judges, shall we move on to the next participant? Jyopal sir, gentleman sir.
No, yes.
Okay. Our next participant, Sneha KP, Sneha T, Moshida. Judges, please note their code number SMC 2121. Sneha KP, Sneha T, Moshida. You may present your PPT. Aparna ma'am. Aparna ma'am. We do have one more session and one more presentation. After that, we'll take lunch break.
And I'm here like in between talks.
Ma'am, it seems you're not audible. Could you please text, ma'am? Judges, I request to wait for a few minutes. I think they have some technical delay.
Okay, I missed your talking between, so not sure whether you can hear me. It's not my problem, right?
Aparna, ma'am, is not the screen visible? Sneha? Yes, your PPT is visible. Please start your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Sneha. Our paper is Media Intrusion to Private Life, Impact of Social Media in Modern Days. Moving through the introduction. Media occupy a platform for communication. It can be reached millions of people across the globe. So we know that media have a lot of merits and demerits, and this paper is trying to find out the demerits of media. Media is intruded to our private space, which makes frustration among the people. With respect to privacy, the core direct channels not intrude into the private lives of an individual unless there is a clearly established larger and identifiable public interest for such a broadcast. Media attack human emotional feelings and celebrate it without any humanitarian concept. In a modern world, media, without considering an individual interest, it makes its own part to their private life and take decisions in their life. As per this, the paper talks about the media's invention and an individual's unwillingness to take decision in their life through the works of Talsamayam Oru Penkutti, a Malayalam film directed by T.K. Rajiv, and Komala, a short story written by Santosh Echipana. The statement of this paper is that media's exploitation tendency lead to media's intrusion over an individual private space. The objective of this paper is that the trespass of media into the personal life, it creates a kind of addiction, over excitement or anxiety and frustration. Exploration of media for their TRP rating, for that they choose an individual's private space. Hypocrisy of media, inhumanitarian actions from the side of media. It's a relevant topic, but there is no detailed reference or material to work upon this study. So we take this topic to a detailed study. It is relevant to note that media uses are increasing day by day. People are admit themselves before media. Without our consent, media intruded over our private life and make bad impact to our life, spoil our peace of mind, and create anxieties, frustration, suicidal tendencies in people. The data are the surge in television reality show in the media is presented through the Malayalam film Thalsamayam Oru Penkutti and Santosh Echikanan's short story Komala. In this film, Thalsamayam Oru Penkutti, the protagonist is a girl named Manjula Ayyappan. She's from a rural area. She got a chance to participate in the television reality show and her 1 month scheduled by this reality show. Unaware of the reality of media, Manjula faces various obstacles in her daily life. Each movement of this girl was planned by an omniscient management for a mercurial raising the TRP. The manager of the particular reality show bothered of nothing but the TRP rating. With other channels, they try to create a full-time reality channel for their channel's popularity. So they capture all her activities from her time to getting out of bed. The camera focuses even in her morning routines. The invention of media is mainly feels in this part because the cameraman tried to capture her bathroom scenes also, but she resists it. So here we can see how media intruded over a private personal life. This show promises to be one without a written script. The media's top hongers try to manipulate things as they need more eyeballs to attract solid sponsors, because they try to create a newsworthy content without her awareness. Her private matters like depth of her family, father's pathetic mental state, frustration, and due to that, her marriage with a Milanaya Shibu, etc. are discussed inside of the media. So there is no humanitarian approach by the side of media, and they conduct a voting poll system for participations of the audience. So this voting can be considered as a decisions of her future. So in this film, we can see that how a media intruded over the personal life of an individual and how it exploit an individual. The entry of the character suing as the role of Manju's lover have made an excitement upon the viewers. These viewers and reality show trying to connect them through some activities like vote poll system. The media's encouragement to private lives denote giving no importance to her decisions and wishes. The reality show receives a decision from the audience. It's really an injustice to the participants. As we mentioned that this reality show is an written script as the love of Suren about her marriage proposal. Here, a lady's entry in the name of Suren, it breaks the Manjula's mental stability. Here, her mental problem as well as financial difficulty of her family are brought to the notice of society and raise fund for her without her consent. Here, the authority of media exploit her problems and make sympathy in audience. They decide her life and make hidden script for it. The hypocrisy of media present through the film. The theme of the next works Komala, and the theme of Komala revolves around this concept where media seeks only the public attention and not but the public well-being. The story moves on a channel discussion in which Vishnu and his family suicide was the topic for it. Vision stands surety for his childhood friend Sudhakaran to get 5,000 rupees from the Vellur Sagarana Service Bank. Vision was received by his friend. Due to that, Vision put a notice board in front of his house saying that on August 15, 12 a.m., he and his family would commit suicide due to debt cost. So this invited the media's attention and leave a conference happen in news channel. Most of the people are preoccupied with their own life, and one of the best example is media. It just seek to attract and attention from the public sale. So the psychologists, advocate, bank manager, and others are present in the discussion panel. None of them show their power to save Vision's family. Instead of consoling Vision, they consider Vision's suicide topic as a mere topic of discussion. Here we can see the media's inhumanitarian and exploitation tendency towards an individual life. This news channel conducted vote polling system through SMS to say people opinion about Vision suicide, that Vision and his family die or not. Vision is expecting that he gets justice from media support. No one is responded to his suicide topic. It disappointed him. Media aims at their public attention. For that, they use Vision's personal life, as well as hypocrisy of media that delineates cold-blooded, unpitying attitudes of individuals. Voting preferences, personal opinions, and beliefs are distorted knowledge of a particular subject are just a few examples of many aspects of human life that are impacted by the influence of the media. The private life of an individual is celebrated by the media, and it exploits the individual and it makes frustration among them. The findings of these papers is media has a greater part in our day-to-day life. It influences our life through various levels. Through media, people are addicted to different kinds of programs, news, entertainment, and reality shows. Media exploit the emotional mind of people. They want to increase TRP rating of channel and Indian newsworthy contents. They want to establish publicity in front of the society so that media intruded over an individual's private space. In a competitive world, there is no humanitarian concept by media towards people. They want to collect maximum coverage and share information to the large audience. Audience were also addicted to media's influence. Media attack the value of an individual, and its intrusion creates difficulties, frustration in an individual. This paper is trying to suggest that media has a great impact, and at the same time it has bad impact on people. In our modern world, people are dependent upon media. We do not know the reality that media's intrusion in our private life. Media try to exploit a person's skill and talent. Media exploit not only an individual but the whole audience. If people are aware of media's hidden realities, we can prevent media's intrusion to our private life. So privacy is an individual right, and media could telecast anything only by considering the person's interest. So here I'm concluding that this paper is talking about the media hypocrisy and exploitation nature. And the same media has both greater importance as well as negative influence in human life. It exploits every individual in a way. Furthermore, media's intervention can be considered as into our privacy. It is a chance for exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Ms.
Judges.
Okay, so your presentation. So I was looking through the presentation. You just included information regarding this intrusion of private life into media. That is a concern. You have put some suggestions, so some information you brought it. But your limitation was a little bit surprising. There was no detailed reference and material for the study. So in such situation, that will affect the what is that genuinity of your presentation. So that means your material that is provided here. So that is not a good practice, I think. Then my question is, what are the steps to be taken by the people to avoid the opening of our personal life unknowingly to media? What all steps should be taken by the people? That is concerned. Any suggestion from your side you just put in front of that will help the people to get an idea about how to avoid we are unknowingly opening our personal life to media. So we can avoid it. What are the steps to be taken by the individuals? So through your study, any suggestion? Is it clear?
Sir,
Is it clear?
one more. Sir, can you repeat it? Hello, sir.
Jishna, please answer the question.
No, miss, it's Neha.
It's not clear to you? It's not
Sir,
clear to you?
once again, repeat this question.
Let me repeat, my friends. So the first I mentioned that one you mentioning in your limitations, there is no detailed reference and material for the study. So that is a little bit surprising. So that will bit affect your genuinity of your material that is presented in front of the people, because these topics is concerned. A lot of informations are available. The data is available from the various sources that is available. Even though you are telling like that, that the time constraint may be the problem with you, but that is not an encouraging one in your paper presentation. Then another one, what I mentioned that my question is, what are the steps to be taken by an individual to avoid the opening of our personal life unknowingly to the media? So that is we are using unknowingly that media. For that, avoid such situation, what are the steps to be taken by? From your study, any suggestions? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, your title is like that: intrusion to private life, media intrusion to private life. So that
Yes.
is unknowingly doing that one. To avoid such situation, what to be taken? That is related. Any suggestion from your side?
Okay, sir. Media is a great platform to share our details, information to others and communication purposes. But sometimes the same media exploit ourselves, our data, our detailed information without our sense and our consent. Because we want to prevent it, then we take steps to avoid it. And
Okay, Sneha. So let me clarify, my friends. That is, whenever you are putting some, you are identifying a lot of demerits. At the same time, this is actually happening. So we cannot avoid. Unknowingly, we are doing that one. For that, some suggestion should be put forward. Then only the paper will be enriched or a comprehensive one. So that is my kind of suggestion here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman, sir.
Good afternoon, Sneha and team.
Good afternoon, sir.
A very nice topic, a nice
Thank you, sir.
presentation.
Thank you, sir.
My question, only one question because of time constraint. I have only one question.
Okay.
What are your research questions and how did you make these research questions?
We know that in the modern world, media have many kinds of reality shows and like that. So the channels are aimed at increasing of TRP rate, and they want to compete with other channels. So in order to develop it, they choose an individual guided life in the such reality shows and the news channel discussions like that, so that they can grab the attention of audience, and these audience one more involved and fully concentrated over this things. So in fact, media can achieve their TRP rating, publicity, and news values.
No, specifically, do you have any research questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Sneha.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Aparna ma'am. Aparna ma'am, please wait. Yes, ma'am, it's okay now. Please unmute your mic.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
My question
Ma'am,
is
not audible.
am I audible?
No, not audible.
Ma'am, you're audible, but I think there is some disturbance in the background.
Just a minute. Is it clear now?
Hello?
Hello? Am I clearly audible?
Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So one of your keywords was like social media, right?
Then sound is cracking.
Yeah, am I audible, clearly audible now?
Okay, now it's okay.
I guess I'm audible.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So one of your keyword was like social media, right?
Media's inclusion.
Yeah, you were clearly mentioning about social media, and the examples you were portraying were Kalsamem Ol Pengutti and Komala, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Did both of them, both of the work of arts were not dealing with social media, right?
Sorry, miss. Can you?
Kalsamem Ol Pengutti and Komala, two of your samples, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They were not about social media, right? They were not discussing about social media. They were discussing about television, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, but your paper was about social media, right?
Because ma'am.
Yep, but your voice is very feeble for me. I guess that is my technical mistake. Anyhow, my question was clear, right?
Sneha, try to answer the question. If the question is clear, please answer it. Sneha. Sneha KP, Sneha T, Moshida.
My question was clear, right?
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is perfectly clear.
Yeah, okay. So shall I type the question? My question was clear for them, right? Others, I'll type the question.
Sneha KP, Sneha T, and Moshida.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Sneha, you're audible. Please answer the question.
Yes, ma'am. Miss, repeat the question.
Shall I repeat the question?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You were clearly mentioning about social media in your paper, right?
Yes.
So two of your samples, Komala and Talsamayam Oru Penkutti, they were not talking about social media. Those two work of arts became very popular even before the era of social media, right?
Yes.
So why you chose these particular samples?
Ma'am, I invite my fellow speaker to answer this question.
Yeah, sure.
Ma'am, these two works are talking about another some relevant issues, but they are some parts really picturize the exploitation of social media of a person. Then in Komala, the Vishnu is the central character. He exploited by his friend. Then the social media or a news channel take him as a discussion topic, and then they discuss his issue, and they are not trying to save him. They are not just discussing about his issues, and they try to increase their writing, TRP writing, and they are
That's okay. That I understood. I know both of
then
your samples. My question is just straight. Both of them were not mentioning about social media. They were mentioning about television.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. We are trying to discuss the exploitation of media, not social media.
But one of your keywords, even in the title, was social media. Okay, thank you.
It's a medium, ma'am. It's a mistake.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Sneha,
Thank you.
KP, and Morshida. Thank you, Abanna ma'am. Thank you, Jens Moon sir, and thank you, Dr. Jiopol sir. Thank you for your valuable presence, and we look forward for your presence in the afternoon session that we will be continuing after the lunch break. We are having 10 participants in the afternoon session. So thank you once again. Dear participants, we are winding up the morning session of International Webinar Day 2. We are leaving for the lunch break, and we will join back sharp at 2 o'clock. Thank you and see you soon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of our international webinar, Media, Society and Culture Emerging Trends. In this session, we will be having 6 paper presentations. Dear participants, please be ready with your presentations and PPTs. We'll be beginning shortly. We're waiting for the judges to join.
Okay, start. We can start.
Yes, yes, sir. Participants, please be ready with your presentations. In judging panel, we have Dr. Geopol and Aparna Prashanti. Our first participant is Anne Maria Matthew. Judges, please note the code SMC03.
Thank you, Ms. Sharda. May I start my presentation?
Yes, yes, Anne Maria, you may start. Your audio is clear. Please start your PPT.
Thank you. I hope my PPT is clear.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would appreciate your patience and attention for a few moments. The topic of my presentation are increasingly relevant to everyone, and an informed world is a critical ingredient in the necessary practical steps. Threats facing the planet and have the potential to affect all of Earth's inhabitants. We do know that. And as Mr. Singh have quoted, environmental issues are today no longer confined to geography or any other kind of allied disciplines, but have drawn an attention to common people. And it is a kind of a existence survival question to the whole of mankind. To address the same, the aim of this paper is to contribute to the understanding of media dynamics with reference to environment issues alarmingly challenging to human continued and survival. Environmental issues have become more entwined as communication technologies proliferate as well. To meet the environmental challenges of 21st century, a successful environmental communication is definitely cardinal for responsible actions by the community. Now, the scientists are disturbed for its insecurity, misgovernance, degradation, management, and conservation, which have gradually come to capture the center stage. We all know environment constitutes an inseparable part of our life, as throughout human existence, man has found himself in one way or in the other way in relationship with the environment. So it will be a mistake to assume that there is a sudden deterioration of environment and now overnight it has becoming a burning issue overall. As Mr. Giddens have quoted, many contemporary social scientists have emphasized the role of media as one of the key features of high modernity. I agree that it is an outdated date of 1991, but still it is a social scientist, that point is very, very relevant. And at this point, media's function in raising environmental consciousness and educating the public about the serious problem that is looming over us has become very important as well. For centuries, this unwise and unbridled exploitation of natural resources has resulted in a boiler stress and pressure over the quality of life as well as the natural resources too. Now, for many years, scientists have been expressing the concerns of that it is the human activities that is speeding up the mass extinction of our planet. And the same as well, it is all about human activities that it is a shared planet after all, and it is our activities only that leads us to a mass extinction as well. Now, Studies of public opinion on environmental issues have been influenced by theories of class conflict and of value chains resulting from economic security. We're getting deep into our study. Now, class conflict theory is basically a Marxist ideology. So conflict theory blames many environmental problems by multinational corporations that occur either because of weak regulations or a failure to enforce regulations that do exist. So public opinion in developing countries can be greatly impacted by their economic dependence on wealthier countries and international lending institutions. Basically, it is all about capital accumulation. Although environmental problems are typically discovered by scientists, but it is media that often play a central role in disseminating information, influencing people's attitude, and promoting public awareness. Now, the statement of the problem. The origins of dependency theory was from early 19th century. What the dependency theory, what actually it means is that there's actually a relationship between core and periphery. Now, core constitutes of the developed countries, semi-periphery of the developing countries, and periphery of the underdeveloped countries. So even today in the 21st century, this relationship between core and periphery still holds a very innate commission. Now, what this theory basically holds is all about surplus extraction, raw material exploitation, and capital accumulation. Now, media plays a cornerstone in formulating a strong public awareness on these speculated areas. Now, what the real problem of this, the real objective of this paper is what that today, when environmental concerns are alarmingly pressing to a global issue, media has a very important role in villainizing what the majority refuses. Now, objectives of the paper: to aid in the comprehension of media dynamics in relation to environmental challenges that pose a grave threat to human survival. Basically, what it means that what does the media do in grasping the challenges of environment? Secondly, to understand the dodges of environmental concerns between core, semi-periphery, and periphery, just as explained before, and I'll be explaining more. To analyze how the popular culture attitude on environment is impacted by the media. Methodology. The methodology uses primarily secondary data comprising of scholarly articles, published studies, government reports, and etc. And apart from that, an experimental analysis have been applied to observe that exploitative relationship between the core and periphery in special reference to environmental degradation. And finally, an analysis of media representation is studied on how it impacts the public opinion of environmental concerns. Limitations and scope of this study. The study is on a macro level that can leave out small yet significant details. The time taken for the study has not been sufficient to cover a broad area or go deep into the subject. Now, finally, we get into our paper. Environmental concerns, awareness, consciousness has a broad connotation and has a strategic communication process to enhance the knowledge of environment and keeping people up to date about the catastrophic impacts of human development and helping them to know more about sustainable development. Basically, everyone has the right to live in an environment that is healthy and ecologically balanced. As Mr. Hens have quoted, public awareness about environment is at a stage on infancy, and we have to still instill and inculcate awareness to protect and conserve for sustainable development. Though it is a data of 1996, we are still at the stage of public awareness about environment. We are maybe not at the stage of infancy, maybe at a toddler stage, but not much more of a growth has happened there. Incomplete knowledge often leads to misconception and never addressed in their full range in consciousness. Now, for the sake of our world, clearly, environmental awareness play a critical role for creating interest in environment, and not only for present generation, but definitely for future as well. Now, in all of that, media does play a powerful tool that can foster development and can play a strategic role in raising environmental awareness, channeling environmental information, and inspiring environmental actions. What media actually need to do right now is, from that watchdog, lapdog phase, it should actually come into that guard dog role in supervising the wrongdoers and communicating with the public. Now, we're getting into that international environmental dependency stage of the paper. Environmental quality is thought to be valued differently by richer and poorer nations. That is not a new thought. Wealthier nations are thought to have more resources, definitely, to devote to environmental activism. And in such nations, individuals are also raised in such conditions of very relative prosperity too, because they experience greater existential security, which are likely to take an interest in environmental issues. Now, in developing nations, otherwise, National environmental policies are constrained by positions in world economy, democracy, and education promotes environmental activism and concern, but governments of economically dependent nations severely limits the environmental movements and political opportunities. Now, when we come to the dependency theory thing, the origins of such kind of a class conflict and that kind of an extraction exploitation theory was from the world system theory in 1990s by Mr. Emanuel Wallerstein, which came to a greater prominence within environmental sociology. Now, it did not give much of an importance to environmental issues in the early times, but within the early 20s, there was an explosive boom of attention to the environment within world system theories. Now, dependency theory is just a branch of world system theory, but there are a number of ways where dependency theory is interpreted. So this is what I am trying to say is that kind of an environmental exploitative relation. What happens here is that the core that you can see, core consists of the developed nations, semi-periphery, the developing, and the periphery, the underdeveloped. What core is that? What core does is that they extract, or better suited term, exploits the peripheral nations in natural resources and other kind of raw materials and stuff, and they gives back finished goods, which the periphery can't even afford. So henceforth, as time passed by, this exploitative relationship has completely impacted the environmental degradation to a very great extent. Amidst all of this, the media should actually be acknowledging this phenomena, but what media does is that it tends to ignore a lot of this phenomenon. Now, a solution to this a solution that I have come across of this situation is twofold. Firstly, environmental awareness through media. Sustainable growth is no longer everyone's responsibility. It is all. As the economy continues to grow, we will face an increasing range of environmental challenges. Definitely, we do know that the United Nations have a sustainable development goals which are intended to be achieved by 2030. Definitely, it is a very great step for us. And media do play an instrumental role in modern societies of facilitator of development, disseminator of information, and being an agent of change in alerting people about damages and legal obligation. And basically, media do play an influential role, which is the next point, in precautionary tool to warn potential environmental threats and monitoring tool as well. But media should also avoid doing too much of anniversary and campaign journalism, which often leads to some kind of a redundant reporting on a specific issue. Now, media are most commonly used to influence public opinion, definitely on environmental issues. There are many qualitative and quantitative analysis of media coverage on environmental issues, and some have shown rise and fall of media attention, while others focused on the reasons behind the cyclical nature of attention. Lately, through these circles, environmental issues do have a prominence, which to a great extent made innumerable changes among the generals, which have created a paradigm shift generally. For example, the rise of social media in promoting sustainable development among the younger generation. That is one prominent example. And secondly, now we could see that culture of veganism. It is all about highlighted being vegan. It is all.
Sorry to interrupt. I hope you will be concluding within 1 or 2 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. I would just be needing 2 minutes. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Sharda. Yeah. The example that I was just finishing was about veganism. And I'm sorry. Okay. And the second thing is about environmental education. As Mr. Kranzi and Dylan have quoted, environmental education is a multidisciplinary process and can be a transdisciplinary venture as well. I'm not explaining what is multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary. Multidisciplinary, it synthesizes all disciplines and it has that kind of a system, while transdisciplinary basically transcends the traditional boundaries. Now, the aim of environmental education is to enable people to understand the complexities of environment and to meet the need of nations to adapt and pursue activities and development in which a way that environment is harmonious. Basically, environmental education is an attempt to reorient education so that environmental competence is restored as one of its basic aims, which personal and social competency is also taken together. Actions can be taken in a variety of areas, like use of media, of course, yes, awareness raising campaigns, incorporation of environmental issues in mainstream education, awareness, and many more. That is a long list. And finally, I would like to conclude that environment has definitely become an important subject of international debate, national debate, and any sort of debate. Thus, any act of environmental degradation are often, it is a subject to a great media coverage, but media needs to give much more serious attention, as media is the only biggest source of information for the public. And it is the 21st century right now. It is the most time immemorial period, yet we have a lot to achieve as well. Moving towards the goal of sustainability, there requires a fundamental change in human attitudes and behavior. And what it actually, we need to take personal responsibility for the conservation and restoration of our environment. I can conclude by saying a small example. It is just a small act of switching off the unwanted lights. We might think it is a very simple act, but it is a great act that it conserves a lot of energy for the future generation as well. And I would like to finish, and that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Maria. Judges, please.
Okay, Anne Maria, you were presenting the things in a lot of information regarding the environmental issues and how to be addressed in media. That is concerned, some suggestions and points you put in front of the audience for viewing this presentation. And here I would like to add I would like to come with a statement, and that is addressing an issue. So whether your study is gone through that area that I'm asking. So media is addressing, media is always addressing environmental issues only for short period and just for as a sensational news. And how can we overcome that issue from the media world? For that, so what I mean to say that there is no continuity of environmental issues that is rising. That for the short period they are raising that issue, then they are withdrawing that one. And how can we overcome? Any other suggestions for that one?
Thank you, sir. The statement that you've noted is actually of high importance. We do know that certain environmental issues that require great global coverage, it just leads to a maximum of 1 week, or lately then any other local news or something comes over. We do know Amazon forest fires, Brazil forest fires. Why taking the international thing? We do have in our own local areas great kinds of instances of climate change. But what happens here is other news and other media coverages this because that the same thing that I was talking about. We need to change that fundamental human attitude and behavior. We need to accept the fact that it is not a matter of today's media coverage or tomorrow's media coverage. Environment is for everybody. We are there to stay and we are there to go. Same as well, our coming generations are to stay and even they have to go. So fundamentally, the greater suggestion that I have to put forward is all about human attitude and human behavior towards the environment. Just as I said before, that small act of switching off the lights, energy conservation. Why simply wasting water? Close the taps. It's all that simple acts that these acts that I've just mentioned. Even a 7-year-old kid can do, even a 70-year-old citizen can do. So it is all about human actions, human behavior that I would say firstly. And secondly, it is all about monitoring. It includes government legislations, and then comes the national and international kinds of boundaries to transcend the same. But it should be starting with the individual. That is what I believe. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Anne.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Aparna, ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible? Riley.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. So you were telling that human beings, right?
Yes, sorry, ma'am.
Yeah, you were mentioning about some simple human beings, right?
I did not get it. What, ma'am?
Yeah, you were like, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but it's not clear. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, you were mentioning about simple human acts of closing the tap, switching off the light.
Yes.
But in that case, what an international or national media can do to protect this environment?
what I said, that is just a simple act of starting. What
Yeah,
an
yeah,
individual
that I understood. But even that, we are being,
Ma'am, I hope I can get your question. Like, if a person from Malappuram stops the water from simply going, and the same thing happens in, let's take United States of America. It's whatever the place is, or whatever the how many people do it. It's actually water conservation. We're not simply letting the water into landfills or simply letting it go. It's that simple act. That is just a mere example that I was just trying to say.
yeah, that I understood. Yeah, but just how media can help that. Media can create awareness. Right?
All right. About media, yes. What media can do is basically get into more environmental journalism, get into more environmental awareness, and make sure that it stays. It does not stay for a week or then go so, and then new news or new media comes upon. The environmental journalism is of a serious issue. So it needs to say, and not a mere who are just experienced people, they have to be aware of what they're speaking, and they should be knowing of how the public should have an attitude towards the same. Because as I've said earlier, media is the only biggest source of information in formulating a public opinion. So definitely media has the greatest role, but starting individual.
Yeah, from individual to media, we have to go a long way to protect our environment.
Sorry, ma'am.
From an individual to an international media, we have to.
Yes, definitely that circle of centralization or decentralization, what we call it, from individual to family to society to country to international thing. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, what are the primary tools we use in this?
It's just secondary data that I have used. It's all about published articles and scholarly studies. And it's just an experimental analysis that I have made by myself to the dependency theory of how it exploits, how the core countries, how the developed countries actually exploits the developing or the underdeveloped. Basically, we could say that the core, that is the developed countries, it consumes more of global energy, but they do consume the global energy, but it actually has the after effects or the side effects more to the developing countries and the underdeveloped countries, because the rich have the money and resources to do the other things. But what actually happens to the other countries is that what we are suffering.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
We are moving on to the next participant, Shandi Matai and Shruti SS. Judges, please note their code SMC 1313. SMC 13.
Hello, hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible and your PPT is visible. You may start.
Okay. So our topic is an analysis of coverage of COVID situation in Kerala by Indian English online media. In this digital era, online news media played a key role in covering a situation like the COVID pandemic. It is crucial to understand how online media disseminate and manage information to cater to the news consumption of the readers. Kerala gathered a lot of attention and praise for the management of COVID. Thus, coverage of COVID news in Kerala was prominent in both national and Kerala-based online media. This study examined the media coverage of COVID pandemic in Kerala state through 12 online English media and how differently national media and Kerala-based media reported COVID-related news of Kerala. So we studied 463 news stories from 12 Indian English online media. Coming to the statement of the problem, there are a lot of COVID-related media coverage research available, but there is no unique research about media coverage of Kerala COVID news by online media alone. So the research problem of this study was to analyze how the news related to COVID situation of Kerala was covered by national as well as Kerala-based online media portals. There were three objectives of the study. Firstly, to analyze the media coverage of COVID pandemic in Kerala through selected Indian English online media, and to analyze the difference in reporting of national and Kerala-based media of COVID pandemic with respect to Kerala. Thirdly, to analyze how media dealt with misinformation and misleading news. The research methodology followed was a triangulation method, which consists of both quantitative and qualitative method to get the findings. The sample was 12 Indian English media, namely Hindustan Times, Indian Express, Business Standard, the Financial Express, the New Indian Express, Times Now, Hindu, Times of India, Online Manorama, Madhubhumi.com, and Kerala Kaumudi. Among that, 9 were national media and 3 Online Manorama, Madhubhumi.com, and Kerala Kaumudi was Kerala-based media. So the selection of news was using the keywords COVID-19 and Kerala, Kerala and lockdown in the website Google News, which is a news aggregator. So we studied 463 news stories from a time period starting from January 2021 to April 2022. A continuation of methodology. So we did data analysis, which consists of thematic content analysis and percentage analysis. So the themes were identified using qualitative analysis and coding, and the themes are explained in the following slides and finding. So the statistical tools applied in the study was percentage analysis, bar graph, and pie chart. Coming to the limitation and scope of the study, the limitation of the study is that it analyzes only news in English. Study could have included the analysis of regional language news, that is Malayalam news, to get a more comprehensive analysis of the COVID news coverage of Kerala. Also, the journalists who repeatedly wrote on Kerala-related COVID news could have been interviewed and asked for their viewpoint and opinion. Such additions could have brought more authenticity to the study. Now coming to the results. So the data result based on the categories are, so there were 11 categories: COVID cases, which had 26.78% coverage, COVID death 3.24% coverage, COVID management 27%, COVID restriction 17.9%, COVID vaccination 7.56%, COVID and cultural events 0.86%, COVID and politics 1.73%, Omicron variant 1.73%, public figure 1.73%, COVID and education 8.42%, volunteers 3.02%. The types which were analyzed were news reports, news features, and editorial. So among the reports analyzed, 94% were news reports, 24% were news features, and 1.29% was editorials based on COVID. Then 3 angles, neutral, appreciating the government, and criticizing the government, depending on the content of the news article, was analyzed. 84.88% was neutral articles, 12.72% was appreciating Kerala government, and 2.37% was criticizing the Kerala government. All the selected news portals showcase neutrality in publishing news stories in general. So as we have noticed, a majority news stories were neutral in nature. However, there were slight variations when it comes to the use of headline and choosing of photographs and their respective cut lines or caption. Mostly national media reported the ironic instances when Kerala stood out in the COVID cases, while the whole of the country had lesser cases. So when COVID cases were reported, and it was in more in Kerala, all the national media had coverage of Kerala COVID news. The differences is highlighted in national media, whereas Kerala-based media reports are more comprehensive. Obviously, as we can imagine, it was more comprehensive and consisted of different aspects of COVID news, which contained sensational news, public figures, controversies, and neutral news stories. Kerala-based media politicized the news reports and presented COVID management as a success and failure, or as government's achievement or drawback. Findings and suggestions. So the common observation about all 12 online media is that majority of news stories were news reports, and the majority were neutral in nature. COVID cases, COVID vaccination, COVID management, and COVID restriction were the 4 categories commonly present in all 12 online media. The Financial Express also followed the path of their other online news media and published news of COVID cases, COVID management, and COVID restriction. There was not even a single news mentioning economic implication of COVID in the given period. So that was the reason why Financial Express was selected, because contrary to our expectation, Financial Express also gave out news consisting of COVID cases and other aspects of COVID other than economic implication. Coming to misinformation or misleading news, there were a mismatch of photographs, which was quite common because of the transient nature of news report and its easiness to edit or delete the same. Trying to publish news faster can also reduce the fact checking of each news and its photographs. So photographs were repeated, and some photographs were not connected to the content of the news report. So it's like they have some sort of template where same photograph is used for this COVID pandemic related news. Headlines were also to the point. It was not very creative, as I noticed, compared to headlines in newspapers, because to keep the search engine optimization into account, some headlines were just plain account of the number of COVID cases. And Kerala-based media, which was selected online, Manorama, Madhubhumi, and Kerala Kaumudi, had similar news on the same day with slight variation. Kerala Kaumudi had the most political news. That means mostly controversial or any statement of politicians were highlighted regarding COVID management or the COVID cases. And national media portals focused on COVID management of Kerala, either appreciating or criticizing it. Coming to the conclusion, the study has shown COVID news in Kerala is reported by national and Kerala-based media. Even when Kerala is a small state in terms of geographical area, the importance given to its COVID management is huge. Kerala COVID news stands out in all Indian English media portals selected for the study. The fact that there are editorials and news features in the national online news portals about COVID management shows the advancement of Kerala achieved in the health sector. Because Kerala is being watched by all over India because we had experience in managing Nipah and other outbreaks. So even when we had more number of cases, we were constantly on spotlight because of our affiliation to a better public health sector and managing of virus outbreaks. The achievement Kerala has made in the field of public health care, especially contagious diseases, is praiseworthy. The management of Nipah garnered recognition and acclaim from around the world. Thus, Kerala COVID news had a place in the national online media, unlike other states. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanti, Matai, and Shruti SS. Judges, you may ask the questions. Geopol, sir. Aparna ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Please text it so that I'll address it here. Geopol sir have informed regarding some technical issues. Aparna ma'am, please post your question so that I will address it here. Shruti SS and Shanti Matai.
Okay, I saw the question on the chat box. Can I answer it?
Yeah. Should I read it again?
No, I'll. Okay, this is a question. Do you think Kerala COVID news has a particular political agenda setting? And do you think COVID news or headlines should be creative, or do they have to be factual? So answering the first question, Kerala COVID news has certain political agenda setting. I can't say it is completely political, but in some aspect, like my study was after the first outbreak. So initially it was all about the health minister, which was Shailaja teacher, and in the second outbreak, it was either criticizing the now health minister Veena George. So the political setting, as I have understood, is it is the merits and demerits are associated with the minister. The criticism is mostly targeted at the minister, and even when news is reported, which is maybe that are direct taking input from other wires service or PTA or governmental agencies, minister's photo will be the photograph in the news report. So in that way, the COVID or health news or health journalism in COVID outbreak, it is more politicized. And the next question, headlines, ma'am, what I meant was headlines should be, definitely it should be factual, other than a very creative or poetic, but sometimes it is just plain account of the number of COVID cases. So in that case, it can be, the headline can be more insightful and providing a clue to what is in the report, just contrary to just giving out the number of COVID cases, ma'am.
Well, Shruti, is it
Yes, sir.
audible?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Yes. Only one question. Have you identified any cultural difference in reporting method of medias in these three categories? That is first question. And second, have you got any? Second question. Have you got any idea about the media favoritism trick? Have you identified in these three categories? Particular media is concerned, geographical base.
Sir, can you repeat the second question?
You answered the first question. Have you identified any cultural difference in media reporting in these three categories?
Sir, cultural difference. Coming to a COVID news, I don't think there's any difference in reporting. But
then what about the media favoritism? Have you identified any media favoritism in this geographical base, that is Indian, English, and the Kerala base?
Sir, favoritism means, sir, I didn't understand the question.
Favoritism means some media is having some favor to some particular angle, or sometimes the remedial actions has been in a positive way or a negative way. They can, according to their favor to that particular government or particular nation or particular area.
Okay, sir. Some case, for example, when ICMR reported the seroprevalence survey details, so Kerala had the lowest seroprevalence, the percentage. So it was reported negatively in this national media, because actually it is it can be viewed in a positive thing, because only a certain number of people in the population were infected by COVID. So that data is positive for Kerala, because not many were affected by the first wave. So it was mentioned in a negative way, the ICMR report. So in that way, we can say that the national media had this not favoritism, and maybe it is kind of partial in reporting.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shanti Matai and Shruti SS. Thank you for the presentation. We are moving to the next participant, Hari and Hiba. Judges, please note their code SMC 2323.
Am I audible?
Yes, Hari, you're audible.
Of course, miss. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hari, your PPT.
Yes.
Yes, Hari, your PPT is visible.
No. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, Hari, it is visible. Please start your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Hariprasad TK, and the study is conducted by me and my friend Hiba. And as you can see, the title of the study is Angers Being an Anger, a study on different television shows. Coming to the introduction, media is one of the major dictators of the society who has a prime role to build and destroy the public as well as personal life. This paper focuses on the angering of different TV shows and how it is affecting the personal life of a person. Television anchors inform the public about news and events happening on a local, national, and international level, and they usually coordinate news and use their public speaking skills to deliver the breaking news to a viewing audience. TV anchors are expected to do research prior to an on-air performances, so that they can give an informed opinion on current events. And anchors are the faces of the television channels, hence they play a crucial role in shaping the image of the channel. The presentation style of Indian television anchors has become matter of discussion during the few years. And this paper tries to portray the effect on personal life which is threatened by the spicy, including questions of the anchors. To prove that, this paper goes through 3 different TV shows like Comedy Stars, Annie's Kitchen, and Coffee with Karan. The anchors of all these 3 shows use their skills to irritate and intrude to the personal space of a person. The guests have been abused and criticized mentally. After the broadcast, the personal life and privacy of the guests were threatened by the public, Large number of comments and trolls has been poured to the life of these guests. It is only because of the unwanted questions of the host. The host make the guests uncomfortable. Apart from the professional life, they are pushed to share their personal issues on the face of the public. Even though television has two sides of coin. On one side, there are various programs through which people are benefited. On the other side, it has some bad effects which try to influence the attitude and behavior of man. And the statement which we are going to prove is how television hosts intrude on people's privacy without their consent. Coming to the objectives, to determine how television hosts invade into people's privacy, and media as a powerful social dictator that has a significant influence on how people love their lives, both personally and publicly. To call out encouraging, seismic, and alter the conventional patriarchal system. Secondary data has been used for this study from social media platforms, interviews, newspapers, and as well as articles. Because of the recent events, the study's scope is very much constrained and limited by lack of original sources. The study's duration was insufficient to cover a wide area or go deeply into the topic, and this is the limitations and the scope of study. Into the paper, coming to the findings, as we are divided the topic into three shows. The first one, Comedy Stars, as not as comedy as it says. And Comedy Stars is a television reality show which is hosted by Asianet, and Asianet is generally entertainment private broadcast television network. It is owned by Asianet Star Communications. Comedy Stars is an Indian Malayalam language comedy reality show on Asianet channel, and now it is aired in Disney and Disney Plus Hotstar. Some of the best comedians of Kerala present hilarious light, spitting sketches on relevant day-to-day topics. Meera Anil is hosting the season 2. Social media influence and Big Boss Malayalam for second runner-up, Riyaz Salim, who is known for speaking up for his LGBTQ+ community inside the BB house, has now lashed out at host Meera Anil. In the recent episode of Comedy Stars, Riyaz Salim and Big Boss Malayalam winner Dilsha were seen as guests. During the interaction with the guest, anchor Meera asked some questions that made Riyaz really uncomfortable. When Meera addressed Riyaz as someone who has revealed the special orientation in the show, the latter denied saying so on the show. It was like this: I have never said that I have any special orientation, but I am special. I have clearly stated that my gender identity is he and him. I don't know why people are still bothered about it, he said. And further, when Meera asked about Riyaz's choice between a male and a female for marriage, the latter said, how is it relevant? Do you want to marry me? And why should I answer this to you? I may or may not marry a girl, but that's none of your business. And he says finally that now this is making me uncomfortable. And he tells to the host that, let me tell you, you are so good at making people comfortable. And here host Meera, uncomfortable. Host Meera is receiving much slamming on social media for her questions in the show, while Riyaz is being appreciated for his replies. Here we can see Riyaz's way of handling and Meera's questions is so amazing. And Comedy Stars, the damage caused to the society is not small. Such programs are chained to the feet of social progress. Riyaz entering the stage without any mercy in his personal life is not unexpected. It is a part of the culture of the program. As our famous newsreader Shani said earlier on the stage of KLF, the question, why should I tell you about me, is very valid here. You shouldn't enter the private life of someone who doesn't affect the society in a bad way. No program watched by millions of people should have the same attitude that the society has towards the section without social capital. And when the anchor again glorifies the cheap question, is it a boy or girl? It gives us a message that to the society that it is okay to intrude into someone's personal life, so that the society will keep asking personal questions again and again. Any art form that is seen, heard, and experienced by a large group of people can influence the society very quickly. These art forms are then reflections of a society, and these art forms can decide how society should think, and is why it is said that any art should be politically correct. Coming to the stereotypical women scandals, Annie's Kitchen, an overview. And this is our second show we have taken for the study, Annie's Kitchen. And Annie's Kitchen, a cookery TV show by the Malayalam actress Annie, is a Malayalam language TV show. It is telecasted in Amrita TV. And the actors run this TV show as a host and a cook. She prepares all kinds of food and different varieties of dishes, which look great, taste great, and are great for health as well. Also, a lot of guests from the Malayalam entertainment industry come on to the show to share their stage with her. For someone who has worked in a film industry where men called the shots, one would think that a female actor would be less tolerant to the patriarchy prevalent in society. Annie's celluloid roles in the movie Mariyathil Mumbai, where she played the rich girls who falls madly in love with her college professor. Her characters are being and end with the hero. So it is just an unhappy coincidence that Annie, which she emerged 2 decades later to host a cookery show, has turned out to be a flag bearer of patriarchy. Comparing John Brittas and Annie, Brittas resorted to all look to the extract intimate details about the guest. And here Annie prefers to sit down and pass judgment on the female celebrities, considering that her perfect happy space is being at home, being a mother and wife and piling their plates and with the food and being called Mrs. Shaji Kailas. Her deprobably chauvinist attitude towards his own gender, towards her own gender, shouldn't come as a surprise. Every woman who comes on her show has to face some $1 million questions like, can you cook? And the rest of the interview depends on these answers. Her theories about women's role in society and family should warn the people of a great grandmother's heart. And a woman's marriageable cannot go beyond 25. Here we can see her views on marriage or on womanhood. A good homemaker should be a good cook, and feminism is pointless. A woman's primary duty is towards her family, and if she can't be a good mother, she deserves no better. And when on a show, when Navya Nair come on the show, they were having different opinion. It began when Annie declaring that a good homemaker should also be a good cook, and now we are differently wondering how one come into such generalizations, and that there is no correlation between the two. And now we replace that. Why do we need to slave? Why do we need to be a slave in the kitchen when we can use the time for more creative pursuits? And Annie took immediate offense to it and mocked the younger actor at her disinterest in cooking. Though one cannot deny the show's popularity among the family audience, the host Annie consistently endorsing patriarchy and concerning female guests about the choices that have made in their life and offering them his own patronizing stereotypes about the role of women in a family in lead news. Thus, at a time when women are speaking and fighting for their rights, advocating feminism, and tries to sanitize the clutches of patriarchy and sexism, a popular actor like Annie is casually allocate few on gender back into the traditional role of patriarchy needs to be called out. And coming to the third show, Coffee with Karan, as we have titled that Oversweet Coffee with Karan. And Coffee with Karan is an Indian talk show hosted by filmmaker and television personality Karan Johar and produced by Dramatic Entertainment, the digital content division of his own production company. The show debuted on 19 November 2004 and has aired 6 seasons on Star World India, with the second season being simulated on Star One. And in 2002, the show moved over to Disney Plus Hotstar. And there are times when Coffee with Karan saw chemistry oozing between the guest and Karan. The show carries some gossips and conversations, and it will brew over a cup of coffee on the show. Karan Johar on the show often mentions that he has turned 50, but guess with the age, only his reading glasses have changed. He remains an adolescent who think interesting conversation happen only when you get people to talk about their sex lives, their love life, and say that they hate their contemporaries. In season 7, episode 4, Karan Johar made sure Ananya Pandey admits that she hates her contemporaries when she tried to explain that she has a healthy competition with actors of her generation. Vijay Teyarkonda, who was seemingly out of place and awkward on the chat show, he spoke less and maintained her pose. And here, Karan Johar ended to the discussion of personal life as the host asked Teyarkonda that, when did you last have sex? Would you like a threesome? What is the way to your bed? And when Teyarkonda didn't give desirable replies, he was called an old uncle by Karan Johar. And Karan Johar has been, from here, we can understand that he has been brewing some conversation with the guests. Quite literally, he find asking question about sex life of celebrities, etc. When Tapasri Ponnun had the best comeback after she was asked about her absence from Karan Johar's chat show, on being asked about why she has not made her coffee with Karan, she replies that maybe her sex life was not interesting, hence she was not invalid to attend the show. Outspoken actress Kangana Ranaut, time and again has mentioned that Karan Johar spearheads that is the culture or grotesque culture of nepotism in the industry. In an interview with Karan, he called him the torchbearer of nepotism and snooty Bollywood mafia. Karan Johar on several occasions had confessed that he is a part of several Bollywood WhatsApp groups that are formed solely with the purpose of manufacturing gossips and leak into the media. Johar and his Dharma Productions were primarily targets on the brutal trolling on social media platforms. And here we can see another suggestion that we can give to you is to reduce the number of personal life inducive programs. And instead of reading from a script or teleprompter, some talk show hosts should exercise their own opinions. And before the program, hosts should do their homework on specific subject or visitors. The host should be able to diffuse these conflicts and maintain the peace and good spirits of the visitors. And he came to the conclusion that as the study depicts, the inducive heated queries from the angles endanger the personal life, and the guest disaster as well as their family will be caused by the angles prying questions. Thus, it is established that particular host and show have an impact on society. The host should be more conditioned in the perspective from scheduling interviews at different times of the day, and they have to enter the room in a bad mood due to personal issues. We are only human beings, even the smallest things can affect our judgment. The question should not be affected the person mentally, and it should be the anger who has to be more vigilant to the guest. I hope you have a clear-cut idea about the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Hari. Thank you, Hari, for the presentation.
Yeah. Yes, well, Hari. So anyway, you are narrating the different shows and what are the merits and what are the things should be identified in various shows as part of the anchor that is also mentioned. Okay, you come to some conclusions regarding that all these things. So let me ask this question. Shows are always depends upon the rating of that shows. So what are the suggestions you want to put forward to correlate the rating and ethical actions, what you said? So what are the actions should be taken to correlate these two aspects?
So as the guest or as the host are just are playing an important role in the reality shows, they have to take their own opinions, their own views to the actions, and they have to use the quality controls, and angles should be more mature. That as we know, all the shows are scripted. They want to use their own ideas and then their own motives that they can't affect the host. I mean, they can't affect the guest. They can't criticize the guest. They can't enter into the personal life of the guest. And the quality content will, and the quality questions want to be prepared as well before the show.
Will it correlate with a rating of that show? Then only
Of
that
course.
people.
Of course,
Okay.
like
That's
these
your
are
opinion.
only for the TRP. They are asking this type of questions, but they are not considering their emotions and the feelings of the guest and after effect of the guest, which will be criticized by the media as well as social media, with the trolls and etc. with the people and the society. So content will be increased and TRP rating will be increased by this type of questions, but it will adversely affect the host. I mean guests.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Aparna ma'am. Aparna ma'am, if it is difficult for you to unmute your mic, you may post your question. Ma'am, I hope you can post it now.
Shada ma'am, excuse me, we haven't seen a question. We're waiting for that.
Please wait, Hari.
Of course.
We are waiting for a question from Aparna ma'am. Once we get a confirmation from her, we will move on. Hari, please wait.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, it is visible. I will read that. In a show like Comedy Stars, which is fully scripted, can anger alone should be blamed? No. My answer is no. The producers will be giving such a push to the angers that they should follow the script. But according to the guests, the hosts are the main pillars of the show, right? So they should consider the guest. No producers forced to increase the TRP. Producers forced to increase the TRP rating as they needed the financial stability, financial benefit, and the anger should consider the host. They should consider the psychological factors and the after effect of the guest, which will disturb them in their future life. The angers can be blamed, not fully can be blamed, because they have been pushed, but they want to consider the guests because they are asking the questions. They are the persons who are visible to the media, who are visible to the society. And when TRP will increase, of course, TRP will increase when quality content is aired. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Hari.
Yes.
Ma'am will give you the reply.
Okay, ma'am.
Hari, can you see that?
Other than Rhea Salim episode, the program is filled with sexiest kissing with which anger is just a viewer. Of course, the show has very vulgar pattern that they have been using the body shaming.
Yes, Hari, you may continue.
Okay, fine. They are using the body shaming as a main tool for comedy. Many criticizers have criticized the program, and there are many trolls for the show. And producers is to be blamed. The producers and the director who who are conducting the show, who have the motive to produce the show have to be blamed. Anchors are just a viewer there. Of course, anchors are just a viewer, but that in that case, like body shaming or sexist skits, the producers should be blamed because they are just evoking the comedy and making their show more popularized. And they are forcing the scriptwriters to write such a dark script, abusing human bodies, etc. So, ma'am, can you hear me?
Aparna, ma'am. Ma'am, do you have another question?
Ma'am, that was audible, right?
Yes, you were audible.
Not only comedy stars, almost all comedy shows in Malayalam is filled with sexism, racism, and so on. Will a government-initiated monitoring helps in reducing that? Of course, government-initiated system can reduce that. As we can see, there are many. Look, when social media is such a popularized, even the government is getting criticized by their unwanted movements. But sadly, no one cares about this type of personal harassment like that. And these type of shows like Comedy Stars, Cinemagic, and the Flowers channel, which is hosting Cinemagic. I think it is Cinemagic. It was very much ridiculed and criticized by the society as they are very much including racism, and they are just using the color to make a comedy. And no government authorities will monitor there, or they do not give importance to it. As when they took a decision to overcome that, it will be very good for the society and as well as the people.
Okay, Hari. Aparna, ma'am, are we done with the questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Hari. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for hearing me.
Let me move on to the next participant. Next participants, Inzamam, Arafat, Anfas. Judges, please note their code number, SMC 1919, SMC 19. Judges, I request you to wait for a few minutes. They have informed regarding some technical issues. Inzamam, Arafat, Anfas, SMC 19.
There is some technical errors. Just wait, please.
Yes.
Am I audible now?
Yes, Inzamam, you're audible.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Inzamamul Haq. Hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, you're audible. Inzamam, you're audible, and your PPT is visible. You may start.
Yes. My name is Inzamamul Haq. This study is conducted by me and my two friends, Anfas and Arfa Hazin. The title of the study is Indecent Representation of Women, the Trump Card of Media Existence. As the title indicates, the paper goes through the cheap representation of women by media. A majority of Indians, consciously or unconsciously, have a tendency to think medias are frequently stated to be a reflection of society. Whether it is true or not, media have a significant socio-cultural impact on society because in the remote areas of India, there is no such internet connection and internet access because of the illiteracy of the land. So the portrayal of women in media is a sensational issue all over India. As media influences people, the portrayal of women in media is a sensational issue all over in India. Many feminist writers of India criticizes media's propensity to minimize women, notably in advertisements and television dramas. Many writers of the media, many feminist writers criticizes media's propensity to minimize women, which means in advertisements and television dramas, women are presented as core completers and just domestic core completers, and sometimes in ads and television dramas as wicked characters. But these writers and activists frequently neglected to depict how media outlets might pose a threat to women who have been involved in sensational cases. Regardless of the fact that there are other men who are prime suspects in a case, if a woman is involved, even if she is not the main suspect, the media will focus exclusively on the women. Later, the case usually slung over her shoulders and her dignity and identity are ridiculed. If a woman is one of the, just one of the group of people who are the suspects of a prime case, and the whole media focus will go to her, and her dignity and social standard will be ridiculed by the media. There are two instances can be found in Kerala itself in India. The first is the Kerala solar panel scam 2013, and the second is the gold smuggling case occurred in 2010. These recent cases serves as perfect illustrations of how media organizations use the labels of women for their commercial interests. The women involved in these two cases are Sarita S. Nair and Swapna Prabha Suresh were humiliated maximum by media organizations, and which remained their future as well as the life in a question mark. But they deliberately neglected to share the notoriety with men who are also prime suspects of the case. By using these labels of women, the men involved in the case is escaped from the society's the eyes of society and as well as media's tricky eyes. Media have certain ethics and codes of conduct in the enforcement. One of the main principles of these ethics is limiting of harm, which primarily focus on not endangering someone's reputation or putting them in unnecessary risk. This principle is a prime ethics of media. There are other lots of ethics which regards the independence, truthfulness, objectivity, accuracy, fact-based communication, and they should avoid impartiality. Fairness should be there, and respect for others should be there. There are some codes of conduct implemented to media activism, but they're neglecting during the portrayal of women in newses. Media often neglected to obey this principle. Media outlets can't stand for a social groups on sake, special groups on sake. in these two cases, media favored men by presenting women in a cheap way. Here, media consciously or not favored the hidden patriarchal society in the contemporary India. Here itself in India, there is a hidden patriarchal condition in even in the 21st century. That's why the media organizations were captured by the male organizations such as the business tycoons of male dominance. India have a strong women rights commission system to protect them from all the chaos raised by society, even though the system approaches these problems with a blind attitude. We have a strong women rights commission, which provides the act to protect women from indecent representation. The act is known as the Indecent Representation of Women Prohibition Act 1986. Even though this act is there, a Women Rights Commission have a negligence towards this issue of the cheap portrayal of women in media. Our statement of the problem is media outlets portray women in a really harsh way for their business interests without taking their individuality and dignity into account. It may be true that these women had a hand in some crimes, but it is inappropriate to give all credits of the crime to her. They may just a small number in comparing with the men, even though the whole case will be bagged to her, and which belittles her so intensely in the society. In the other ways, these newsworthy eyes of media towards women paves the way to save men from all related chaos which the women have to face. The objectives of the study is to evaluate the social concern of womanhood and how media organizations poses a threat to that, to shed the light on the hidden media strategies without considering human values as well as their own code of conduct, to analyze how media manipulates the mindset of people in a particular society and what is the significance of controlling the excessive freedom of media. We have the right to freedom of expression, but there should be some limits for media to the portrayal of an individual in the society, in front of the society. That's why the ethics introduced of media that limiting the harm of anybody, to take the hidden patriarchal norms from the each aspects of society by putting forward the area of media. As I mentioned earlier, there is a hidden patriarchal society is still existing in the 21st century in India and some other parts of the world. That's why media organizations were captured by men. Research methodology is the secondary data has been used for the study, comprising of government reports, published studies and newspaper reports, as well as websites. A comparative analysis of two cases has been applied to observe the social change occurred by the cheap representation of women by media houses. A general survey is conducted through the different age groups to know the awareness of people about the cases mentioned in the study, which helped us to realize what is the public opinion about the women involved in this case and their awareness of the case and its suspects. Limitations and scope of the study. As the case study focuses on the lives of individuals, it is hard to get the accessibility of personal details. It is when we look into their account of life, it is really hard to access the personal details as well as their personal career and future. Lack of information due to the novelty of the issue. As the issue is very novel and recent, the information and the accessibility of details is a risky factor. Findings and suggestions of the paper is the solar panel scam is committed by the group called Team Solar. A group will be usually included by some of the members, not a single person. It is really inappropriate to award the case into an individual's profile, even though the crime is committed by a group of people. It is not judiciary who put the case on these women's head, but media for their business interests. However, Sarida S. Nair is one of the suspects in the case. We can admit that later it is realized that she was actually a victim of the case. In the sense, the other men who involved in the case capitalized her. When the scam is revealed once, this male majority threw her away before the media and they trickfully escaped from the eyes of media. For holding the situation for their own sake, media frequently conducted debates, special and exclusive programs by using labels of women and templates of their images of Sarida S. Nair and made their newsworthy items, which heightened their notoriety in the society to the peak level. The foolish deeds of media paved the way to escape the male suspects involved in the case before the society. Here, media outlets actually covered the scoundrel face of powerful patriarchal group in the society. That's why they simply neglected to celebrate the names of Timmy Jopan, Biju Radhakrishnan, etc. They were the prime suspects of Solar case along with Sarida S. Nair, but thus focus goes to only Sarida S. Nair. And Oommen Chandy, the former Chief Minister of Kerala, was little familiar in comparing with the Sarida. This is actually the picturization of the connection of this lady Sarida S. Nair to the powerful individuals of society. But the paper uses for this for the indicating of how women illustrated as the center point of a case. Even this much male suspects involved in a case. That is our point. This graph is represented and the media's propensity to minimize and capitalize women. As the same in the Solar case, the gold smuggling case also portrays the main statement, because even though Swapna Suresh were committed a hard crime, she was not alone in the crime, but accompanied by a group of men. Sarit Kumar, Fazil Farid, Sandeep Nair and Swapna Suresh were the prime suspects of the case. And the Ministry of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan had a significant hand in that case because his personal staff, M. Shivashankar, arrested under customs charges. It clearly shows how media organizations particularly points women. That's why the others were quite unfamiliar to commoners. When the study went through the opinions of the different age groups, it is proved that most of them are only aware of these women and some of them don't even hear of the male suspects in the case. Here, in our conclusion, we came to that the conclusion that the stuffs which is produced by media are believed blindly by the people as humankind exists in a digital era. Because the younger generation is too much involved in social media as well as mass media, and they blindly believes what media produces. Media should be more responsible in obeying ethics of journalism and the rules of the Constitution, because Constitution provides the protection to women from harming. Yes. The idea of equality should be served by media without considering gender. Here, media favored men and the idea of equality is broken. This tendency should be changed. Media's propensity to minimize women affects the mindset of upcoming generation, because when we go through the survey, the younger generation only knows as the Solar scam, as the Sarida case and the Swapna Suresh case. They don't even ready to accept that these men are involved in this case. Then they don't aware of the people who are prime suspects of the case. It's all about our paper presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Inzama.
Okay,
Judges.
well, in sum, well, you are coming with a lot of controversial issues. Still, it's having its own difference of opinion and whether who are all involved in this activity. So when you come to the controversial issues, a specific proof should be attached. Then sometimes you are bringing the name of the giant people. So normally that will invite a lot of issues. So you should be very sharp in that presenting the material. That is my kind suggestion to you. But here my question is a very simple question: who will be blamed? Whether media, whether the women engaged in these business activities, or whether the women, those who are in the news desk, those who are coming with the same whatever you mentioned, the representation of women. So what the women itself are doing that one in media desk. And here my question is, who will be blamed and who will be educated?
Of course,
for an eternal vigilance,
Yes,
or constant vigilance. Who will be blamed? Whether the women in the media, or whether that victims, whether this entire media.
Of course, the women should be blamed because they are committed a offensive crime, that much offensive crime, and they should be blamed. But the equal representation of media is our topic, because as male were represented as in a very gentle way, the women were ridiculed by media, and they used to the label of women to criticize and to ridicule their identity. Everyone should be equal in front of the constitution and in front of the judiciary. So media is criticizing the only women, criticizing only women, not involving the giant, as you mentioned, giant people of our political system. Why this is happening? This is the point of our question. Am I clear? Is it clear?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Aparna, ma'am. Yes, Inza, ma'am, can you see the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Shall I read it?
What are the secondary data you used? In which media do you see more sexist contents? Print, television, or social media? In print media, the templates of women and the images of these Sarida S. Nair and Swapna Suresh were very much capitalized by the media organizations to get their writing in hike of the writing. So we conducted a general seminar, a general survey on the issue that how much people are aware of the about the cases, culprits, or as well as suspects of the case. But when we go through youngsters, they are only aware of the women, not aware of Timmy Job in the Solar case. When we looking into the Solar case, the people are aware of only Sarida S. Nair and Umman Chandi a little bit, because he was the former Chief Minister of Kerala. And in the second case, Pinarayi Vijayan and Swapna Suresh were well aware of the people, because he is the current Chief Minister of Kerala. But this Swapna Suresh, how a common lady can be so much not so much aware by this, so much known by this common people, and that is not that much. The Timmy Jopan and Biju Radhakrishnan, as well as Sarit Kumar, Fazil Farid, these people were quite unfamiliar to these people. Is it clear, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes. Aparna, ma'am, do you have
the
any
secondary
other
data
question?
are used here is the second question. I am coming to the second question of ma'am. Social media, trolls, videos, newspapers, etc. are used as the secondary sources where so many individuals like us, youngsters like us, reacted to this issue, and that introduced the intensity of this issue to us. Okay, is it okay? Should I repeat anything?
Inzamam, please wait for a confirmation from the judge. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Inzamam, for the
Thank you all.
presentation.
Thank you.
We are moving on to the next participants. Arjun Nirada Jasila. Judges, please note their code SMC 2020. SMC 20.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Can I start the screen share?
Of course, you may share the screen and you may start the presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. I'm Arjun, and the paper is prepared by me and my friend Nirada. And the title of the paper is "Who Decides Who to Reign? Media as a Political Tastemaker." So the development of television and mass communication media has played a significant influence in the emergence of democracies all over the world. Media fosters a sense of community among the populace, and thus the news and content play a big part in shaping how people think and behave, which in turn shapes their preferences for various topics. The media has a significant role in political education in India in terms of social media. Sites like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and WhatsApp play a significant role in bringing people together and assembling communities of common interest. People have been viewing various types of commercials in the media for a very long time, whether consciously or unconsciously. They often buy the things they have lately seen. We can take the example of Maggie, and the product Maggie itself became the name of the product. Like Nestle have EP noodles and all those things. But if you are going to a shop and asking for a noodles, we will first ask for Maggie. And that much influence they created through medias. So since a straightforward product is getting this much attention, it follows that everyone can envision how maliciously and thoroughly politicians use the media to have an impact on the public. So our statement of the problem is whether politicians are using the media's persuasive power to their advantage, or social media is influencing public opinion on politics. So the objectives of the study are to determine social media influence on political taste of public, a comparison of 2016 and 21 election in state of Kerala, and brief analysis of 2014 parliament election in India, and advertisement, television and media and people. The source of the paper have mostly taken from secondary data like the newspaper, articles, advertisements, social media, and election data from the government sites. And when we are preparing this paper, the limitations that we face, what since social media is an emerging trend in Kerala and all over India, it is difficult to consider the whole populace, and also limitation of accessibility to the internet and electricity limits people from reaching any kind of media. So that's also limits our data, and the study can be also extended to the politicization of media. And we have gone through the television and political campaign and social media election campaign, participatory role of politicians and regulations, media impact on elections, and political advertisement and social media. Here you can see Baranam Marum Nalla Kalam Virum, LDF Tudarum, Keralam Vadarum. It's a quote from 2021 election that propagated by the Left Democratic Front by the advertising company Maitri. So viewers could watch important political events through different medias. Television quickly became influential because of that, especially in politics. By comparing the elections that took place in Kerala in 2016 and 21, it is evident that the desire to use various forms of media has grown. In Kerala's 2016 Assembly election, parties used advertising specialists to manage their election campaigns for the first time. They were able to gain people's trust with the aid of television and other media. Whether voluntarily or unintentionally, people's political preferences were continuously changing during the pandemic days. The solar issue had a similar negative impact on the ruling party by the social media and various medias. And this is another post by our Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala during the pandemic times. And social media has recently grown to play a crucial position in our daily lives all around the world. Social media war has broken out in which the political parties are continually blaming one another, primarily for the inevitable rise of social media. Particularly evident was the intrusion of social media and advertising during the 2016 Assembly elections. Facebook and Twitter were the most popular social media platforms at the time because the social media era was only getting started. It is difficult to envisage any kind of campaign, especially a political campaign, without social media. Due to Facebook's wide accessibility, it was to people's determined that they erroneously believed the news that was circulated on social media without verifying it. And these are some the political advertisement that are given by different political parties through print media. Numerous trend analysis demonstrate how students are also use social media to stay informed and politically conscious. Political participation online has a substantial impact on political effectiveness. Politicians have maintained their positions on all forms of social media, including text, audio, or video. The power of persuasion, however, can be increased by technical developments in communication, which can result in violence, scandals, and corruption on social media platforms. So here we can see a trend of media, using of media of political parties from television, from radio up to the present social media. Now, at present days, the current trend setter is social media. As our decision-making process gradually shifts from radio to television to Twitter updates, social media has a significant impact on elections. Political figures have also used the social media to express their views and to promote themselves. Leaders attempt to keep readers' attention by stalking a number of scandals around them. During lockdown, all the major democracies like the United States largely depended on social media to propagate their ideas. They put extra effort into maintaining their prominence. And these are also some of the social media platforms that are handled by different political parties. And political parties are now contemplating social media for marketing and advertising purposes in the current era of elections. When social media has become the means and end of all communication, digital media such as social media give political parties a platform to set up a political marketplace where politicians, public figures, and political parties can utilize social media to sway public opinion in their favor. The BJP team led by Narendra Modi used social media-focused digital marketing for politicians during the 2014 general election in India. System for gathering voter information and converting it into effective campaign materials have been created by political consulting and advertising firms. And these are also some of the online medias that is utilized by different political parties. And here we can also see a poster that propagated by BJP social media volunteers meet. They are conducting nowadays social media volunteers meet. So we can say one thing, that how deeply social media penetrated to the society, to the hands of politicians or political parties. So as a conclusion, recent changes to media platforms are having a significant impact on the general populace. Visual and print media have been around for a while, but social media is a more recent trendsetter. The 2014 Indian parliamentary election paved the way for the use of media, particularly social media, for political benefit and influencing the public's political preferences. This demonstrates the extent of social media influence on Indian society and the importance of the media regulations. Thank you.
Yes, well, you are mentioning about advertisement and political advertisement through the medias and all these things you mentioned that one. So my question is whether any significant relationship between the media ad of the political parties and the election results. That's my question. Whether any
Sir, I didn't get the last part of the question.
So whether any relation between media ad and captions what they are giving political parties and the election result. Is there any
advertisement and election results?
Okay. So the political party, what they are doing advertisement in that. You shown a lot of advertisement here now. The captions,
Yes.
LDF, whatever, like that one. Whether it is having any influence in the election result, a significant influence in election result.
Yes, sir. I can point out one thing, that sir, this is for the first time in Kerala, a party getting a second term. I think the Left Democratic Front, and it's because of their political advertisement through different social media, different media platforms, and especially social media. And there was in 2016 when the assembly election conducted, there were a call for LDF government, LDF verum, ellam sheriyakum. I think that quote was deeply impacted the results of the Kerala election. Because if we are going anywhere, we can saw that quote in social media, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, in TVs, and in there even and in print media, flex, and everything. We can see all those quotes just written just in front of them, and we are just facing all those things and reading all those things, and that unconsciously creating a sense of a belief that LDF will come and will sort it out, everything will be fine. That kind of a belief is coming to the minds of people, and because of that 2016 the government came, and also in 2021 the pandemic played a major role, and the live broadcasting of chief minister's programs through television channels and in YouTube and all those kind of social medias was created a major impact on the hearts of people, because they got the sense of a trust, a feeling that this government can do something, and all those titles or all those mottos that given by different political parties is greatly influencing the election results.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Aparna ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Arjun, please wait. Aparna ma'am will be posting the question in the chat box.
Okay, ma'am.
Arjun, hope you could see that.
Yes, I could see, ma'am. It's the second time a government getting a consecutive chance, not for the first time. I would love to ask whether such a government can correct politics as well as media. And okay, ma'am, for the first question, the second time I think for full time, I think for 5 years the LDF government ruled here, and for the second time they came into power. That's what I meant. And I would love to ask whether such campaign can corrupt politics as well as media. Earlier I mentioned the paper is intended to say that whether the social media or any kind of media influencing the voting behavior or the political taste of people, and of course it is. And if I'm considering the question that can corrupt politics as well as media, of course, because the study can extend to the politicization of media. The political party can influence media, because media can, as we are considered as the fourth pillar of democracy and watchdog of democracy. So if media is corrupted by using all these kind of things, yeah, the democracy will be affected. And in my opinion, these kind of things will affect the corrupt politics as well as media and as well as the democracy. And the media can determine the growth of a government, and the establishment of a government as well as the fall of a government. Am I clear, Mike? Hello.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Aparna ma'am, do you have more questions?
No, I don't have any more questions.
Hello.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Arjun, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, welcome. We are moving on to the last paper presentation. Emil S. Abraham. Emil S. Abraham. Judges, please note the code SMC 10, SMC 10.
Hello,
Yes.
am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Emil S. Abraham, you're audible and your PPT is visible. You may start.
Thank you. A very good evening to everybody present here. My name is Emil Abraham. I work at the Department of Media Studies in Christnagar College, Trivandrum. My topic is Tumblr Renaissance, how Tumblr is still a thing. This article aims to understand how Tumblr, despite its unimpressive features and policies, has managed to crawl out of obscurity as a social media platform. A generation of young people who are influencers of mass culture and politics today came of age on Tumblr. It was an alternative tool for media literacy, political awareness, and identity formation than its more popular counterparts, with conversations surrounding social justice concepts and cancer culture discourse. It's been 15 years since Tumblr has been around, which is a really long time in information age. And it went out of trend like many other social media platforms, but surprisingly, it has fallen into the growth trajectory of late, which is why I thought of dwelling a bit deep into the case. From a time when information was privy only to the privileged to a time when it is widely available, access to information has been vital to social, political, and economic advancement. With the development of information and communication technologies, or ICTs, information spread unprecedentedly and faster and farther, leading to the formation of information society. Technology and media platforms contribute to building a sense of belonging and identity through information and cultural exchange. Despite the dispersion of the audience across space and time, a shared social experience as imagined audience.
Mr. Emil S. Abraham, shall I interrupt? See, have you changed your slide? If so, it is not visible, sir.
Yeah, I have changed my slide. Okay, one second.
Yes, now it's visible. You may continue.
Okay. Technology and media platforms contribute to building a sense of belonging and identity through information and cultural exchange. Despite the dispersion of the audience across space and time, a shared social experience as imagined audiences cannot be dismissed when it comes to the use of media. In its early days, social media started off as niche applications before becoming profile-based sites, which facilitated the occurrence of community and interest-focused sites like the music-focused MySpace in the 2000s, as well as sites with different features of self-presentation, contact management, and instant messaging. Social media sites became part of the mainstream with the arrival of Facebook in 2003, followed by a broad spectrum of social media services such as YouTube, Twitter, and Tumblr. It started off an ongoing trend towards the integration of services and applications which transformed the social media into multifaceted platforms capable of many features expanding beyond the social network. Popular social networking sites such as Google, Facebook, Google+, and Facebook, Twitter have all experienced extraordinary growth as well as faced major challenges in the last decade. After achieving the peak number of users in 2012, Facebook saw a decline in its user base. Delineating the decline in the frequency of vital Facebook activities such as sending messages to peers, searching for new friends and connections, sending birthday cards and presents, etc. Global Web Index Report 2012 highlighted the phenomenon as Facebook fatigue. Before going to explain this phenomenon and the reasons for leaving or the depreciating user base, let me tell a few points about Tumblr. Tumblr started functioning in the year 2007, 3 years after Facebook and 1 year after Twitter, under the leadership of David Carr. While Facebook emphasized more on networking with real people and Twitter with its 140 character limit focused on short text updates, Tumblr took a multimedia approach to simple social blogging, where users could post images, links, quotations, video, text, and even design their own homepages so that music, art, fashion, photography, and literature could easily fit into one single output with an extensively simplified and neat design. Coupled with the proliferation of smartphones spearheaded by the launch of the first generation iPhone in 2007, Tumblr soon became a home for curated imagery, long before Instagram launched in 2010. What made Tumblr different was the convergence of other social blogging sites with the notion of following central to the idea of networking. Once prominent, innovative, and shining on equal footing with any other social media company, Tumblr sank under the waves as it underwent several ownership transfers in the 2010s. In 2013, Yahoo acquired Tumblr for $1.1 billion, and in 2016, Tumblr is valued at $290 million, one-third of its purchase price. And again in 2007, Verizon acquires Yahoo, and the founder of Tumblr, the starting founder of Tumblr, Karp, departs Tumblr. And in 2018, when child sexual abuse material was found on Tumblr, it started moderating NSFW content, that is not safe for work content. In the 6 months after the ban took effect, Tumblr's traffic reportedly dropped by 30%. The ban did not just depress new visitors, it also alienated much of Tumblr's user base. For those who belong to this as sexual minorities, Tumblr was a place to find representation and explore their sexualities via GIFs or fan arts. It was the beginning of an exodus from Tumblr. And after nearly a decade of running on fumes, the site is now crawling out of obscurity. Over the course of the pandemic, Gen Z flocked to Tumblr. As of early 2022, as per the statistics, 61% of Tumblr's new users and nearly half of its active users are under the age of 24. Tumblr today has more daily active users than WordPress, which is its professional sibling, per month active users, according to their reports. Tumblr's revenue has reportedly jumped by 55% since July 2021. Objectives of the study. The key points that were in front of me was identify why social media users stop using a platform and understand whether information overload is in any way related to social media dissatisfaction, and understand what made users come back to Tumblr. The methodology I used was reviewing literature to understand the potential causes that could result in a social media non-use and eventual migration, as well as outline the other reasons that coincided with the identified ones to further the cause. There are four main points that I could identify as the major reasons causing social media dissatisfaction and non-use and eventual migration. One is information overload, and it leads to user discontinuous. And second is social overload leads to social media exhaustion, and dissatisfaction and regret lead to switching platforms. Increasing concerns over privacy and data surveillance is another point. Come to each point in detail. Information overload leads to user discontinuous. Algorithmic powered, influencer driven mainstream social media platforms are notorious for information overload. And as we all know, as much as like a computer, we all have a limited capacity to process information. As per the limited capacity model, an individual's capacity to process information is limited, which explains the phenomenon of information overload. Coming to the second point, social overload leads to social media exhaustion. The instant gratifying nature of social media can encourage continuous activity, which can lead to excessive use of the same. At the same time, growth in virtual relationships demand an increase in social support. All this can lead to social media exhaustion. Dissatisfaction and regret lead to switching platforms. While self-disclosure results in better social relationship and quality of well-being on some instances, it can also result in embarrassment, social snubbing, and re-victimization. Studies confirm that user disclosure of personal information leads to regret later on in the stage. A study by Zeelenberg and Peters confirmed the relationship between dissatisfaction and switching intentions. Coming to the fourth point, increasing concerns over privacy and data surveillance. Studies conducted on online privacy among youths and adults reveal that the former associated privacy concerns with relationships, while the latter associated it with personal information disclosure. In other words, Gen Z, information disclosure and eventual privacy issues matter more than the previous generation. Social media platforms have been shown to spread conspiracy theories that spark violence. That is also another reason for people that make people ditch one medium over the other. Along with the arrival of Internet of Things, IoT devices, and we increasingly use add-on devices to our list of things that we use daily, there are increasing concerns about who is spying on us and who is listening to us especially among the youth as well as the adult population that use social media and the connected devices. The limitations and scope of the study. Being a global platform with a heterogeneous user base in every sense, the contextual assumptions can be limited to an extent. In-depth quantitative analysis would shed more light into the specificities that are involved in users' reasons for non-use and migration. Scope of the study is that the research findings may assist social media managers and online experts to formulate strategies for content modification and user engagement. To conclude, I would say the digital spaces we occupy at different times, our online homes, have huge effects on us. From our friend groups and self-conception to the memories and archives we retain of our earlier selves, the platform's technicality and culture shape us the more we use it. Similar to shifts in physical geography ensuing a migration, personal desires corporate ownership, and the cultural milieu of media platforms can act as catalysts for a virtual migration. As the digital geographies change and social media landscape continues to evolve, behaviors and patterns of digital living and cleaving warrant a continued analysis to identify thematic patterns across platform peculiarities, online culture, and individual sociality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. MLS Abraham. Judges, it's time for the question and answer session. Dr. Jopal, sir. Jopal sir has informed regarding some technical issues. We'll move on to the next judge. Aparna ma'am.
Sorry to interject. I was just wondering whether the slides were visible after the first hiccup.
No, sir, but I don't want to interrupt you. That's why it's okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Aparna ma'am. Mr. MLS Abraham, I request you to wait for a few minutes.
Sure.
Yeah. Mr. MLS Abraham, really sorry for the delay. Please wait.
Yes, ma'am. No problem.
Gentleman, sir?
Yes, yes, I'm
Yes.
available.
Yes, sir, please.
Just to wait, Geo sir is also coming.
Yeah, sure, sir. We'll wait.
So can I ask question?
Gentleman, sir, you may start. Gentleman, sir?
Question?
Yes.
And how many previous studies you have used in your?
Gentleman, sir, I think it's not clear. Can you repeat it?
ഞാൻ ഇപ്പോൾ വിളിക്കാം. ഞാൻ presentation ഒന്ന് finalize ചെയ്തോട്ടെ. ഇപ്പൊ കഴിയും. Is my question audible?
No, it was not,
Hello?
sir. Please repeat.
What is the research gap in your study?
So, being this is a specific case regarding the renaissance of Tumblr, which is a social media platform, and coming back of Tumblr happened very recently. I couldn't find any studies that analyzed how did Tumblr do it. So I thought of analyzing it contextually to see why people leave a particular social media platform and why people go on to join or rejoin a platform. That's why I took it up.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sir, let me ask another question. Through this study, what is your contribution to the audience? That means, what would you like to convey to as an outcome of your result to the general public?
As an outcome, I would say that people have become more sensitive to privacy issues and data surveillance issues. And because as a contextual evidence, I could see that these are the main reasons why people leave a particular platform. And in this particular case, Tumblr is its features. For example, you can be anonymous on Tumblr. So privacy issues are far less than that of a similar platform, like maybe not a similar platform, but a popular platform like Facebook or Instagram, where our identity is revealed, and it is mandatory to do that. So along with that, people's awareness on the way they use social media, how they behave, all can be reasons to the leaving.
And let me ask, who will take the responsibility to educate this people, those who are using social medias, and who will be the responsible? Who will be the right person to educate these people, whether it is for self knowledge or to go for any active method, so government side or NGO side. So what's your suggestions regarding to educate the people, to create the awareness among the people in this regard?
I think we should start from the schools itself, like what we talking with regards to sex education, media information, and like UNESCO has many initiatives regarding MIL, that's media and information literacy. Likewise, we should also begin similar initiatives from the government part as well as the school education part. Otherwise, because This media which falls into every student regardless of their age or maturity or discernment in handling the content. So it is a necessary initiative from the stakeholders part to educate them.
Okay. So you want to focus at well schooling itself, or we have to start that educating the people to do that one. Anyway, thank you, Emil Abraham, for your nice presentation. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, MLS Abraham.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome. Thank you, judges. We have done with the paper presentations. Now, we are moving on to the valedictory session. Before that, I would like to thank our judges, Dr. Geopol, Dr. Jensmon, and Mrs. Abarna Prashanti for judging the paper presentations in our webinar. Your time and dedication made it possible for us to reward the students for their creative efforts. In short time, we will be heading on to the valedictory session where the results of the paper presentations will be declared. See you soon. We will be beginning the valedictory session by 4:30. I request all the paper presenters to be in the valedictory session.
and run by the Congregation of the Sons of the Immaculate Conception, CFIC. Blessed Luigi Maria Monti, the founder of the Congregation of the Sons of the Immaculate Conception, CFIC, the patron saint of St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. A student spends his or her maximum time in the college campus. St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi is a unique institution of higher education in several ways. Its platitudinous tradition and consistent achievements in various fields of human activity develop it with a brilliance of outstanding temple of knowledge. St. Mary's College turned to be the first educational institution of CFIC in India when it was officially inaugurated by District Collector of Malappuram, Sri James Verghese IAS, in a public meeting presided over by Bishop of Tamarasheri, Mar Jacob Tumguri, on the 17th June 1996. Initially, the college offered pre-degree courses privately, and in the succeeding years, the institution marked its presence with private studies in BA History, BA Economics, BSc Maths, BA English, and BCom. Sister Udaya of CMC, of first batch, secured first rank in BA History. Many students have obtained ranks in various streams, and the recent achiever is Sri Lakshmi B, as she bagged the first rank in MA English during the academic year of 2016-18. We have trained security guard who can observe the students and help them around when they are not being taught in class or after college hours. Our campus spreads across about 11 acres situated near Angadipuram in the Malappuram district of Kerala. The college has the easy accessibility of both the road and the railways. The college campus is refreshingly green with beautiful gardens which provide a shady ambience to the premises. The college has a well-designed administrative block. Our administration block includes the principal's room, guest room, college administrative office, visitors lounge, examination section, and so on. Both the students and parents can approach the office for their admissions, fees payment, student scholarship, student registration, and all other educational needs. We are committed to maintain and enhance our biodiversity through appropriate environmental management techniques. It is true to its foundational vision and mission to develop the college as a unique institution recognized globally for its excellence and innovation, equipping the students to venture out into the competitive world. The college, through its many years of uncompromising journey, has grown into a pioneering institution offering 13 undergraduate programs and 3 postgraduate programs. Our college is a large and diverse organization with staff and students from a broad range of backgrounds and experiences. We aim to create a tolerant environment where everyone can reach their full potential. The college is endowed with excellent physical infrastructure, which provides an academic atmosphere conducive to the integrative development of the students. It has turned its perspective plan towards the best academic growth. Our classrooms, furniture, and other equipment are allotted to the departments to ensure their optimal utilization for conducting both curricular and co-curricular activities. Our college has an excellent teaching faculty with highly qualified and well-experienced staff. We care to maintain the teacher-student ratio. All teachers are full-time and the students are given special attention in their studies. The excellent result in the university examination is due to dedicated, constant effort by our staff. The teaching aids used by the staff are modern and helps the students to learn the subject thoroughly. Parents-teachers meeting is held periodically after each internal test, and students' performance is furnished to the parents directly. Our institution has adequate facilities for teaching and learning. and we have taken every care to provide all the facilities that are vital to bringing out the best in our students. Our classrooms are spacious, well ventilated, with natural light that provides the best environment for learning. Most of the classrooms have audiovisual facilities, display boards, and age-appropriate furniture. We have 5 fully equipped laboratories. All the laboratories are well equipped with all the required apparatus, chemicals, and specimens. These provide the trainees comfortable working conditions to conduct the experiments. Our psychology lab are equipped for 2 purposes. Firstly, for the recording of behavior and for the monitoring of mental and emotional states. Secondly, for the systematic control of environmental and individual factors which influence and determine human mental and emotional states. Experiments are designed to relate measures of behavior and internal states as dependent variables. Our physics lab aids a student in establishing the relevance of the theory. It brings clarity in the mind of the students regarding the basic concept of the subject. Students understand the difference between the theory and its application. Physics laboratory helps the student in improvising their approach towards a subject. The chemistry lab is often referred to as a central science because it joins together physics and mathematics. Also, it adds biology and medicine too, and the earth and the environmental sciences. Knowledge of the nature of chemicals and chemical processes therefore provides insights into a variety of physical and biological phenomena. Knowing something about chemistry is worthwhile because it provides an excellent basis for understanding the physical universe we live in. For better or for worse, everything is chemical. In the 21st century, technology plays a major role. The new model of integrating technology into the curriculum means that computers are on demand throughout the school days. The college has an exclusive computer resource center for practical classes. It has high-speed internet facility equipped with an impressive number of computer machines, and the room is spacious enough to accommodate a fairly large number of students. Our college frequently updates its IT facilities, including the Wi-Fi. The institution has a well-maintained web portal that makes available to the public events and functions happening in the college. Our college ensures an extensive use of ICT resources by providing adequate access to computers and internet to the students and faculty. The college has a well-furnished computer labs managed by the computer department along with a professional expert with about 65 systems and about 7 systems exclusively for browsing. St. Mary's College has a modern language laboratory with state-of-the-art audio-visual equipment to aid in imparting language skills. The laboratory is effectively utilized by both the students and the faculty members for various self-enhancement and soft skill development activities. Our language lab proves beneficial for those students who are poor in use of English language. Students from rural areas who are generally weak in English can have sufficient ear training in the language lab. It aims at confidence building among students for interactions and presentations in English language. Our college has a well-furnished and automated library. It has a good collection of books and subscribed journals, magazines, and newspaper. It displays new arrivals on the new arrivals display rack when new books are produced to the library. We have a spacious, modern, and an automated library with a large collection of books belonging to various disciplines. The library has a collection of about 10,000 and more books and subscribed journals, magazines, newspapers, along with a collection of previous year question papers. The library offers OPAC, means Online Public Access Catalog, a computerized catalog service to locate the documents. All students, teachers, and staff of the institute are entitled to register as members of the library and to use the facilities and services offered for the purpose of their academic, research, and administrative work. We have both indoor and open auditorium, which helps us to conduct many events. The college conducts various programs such as Malayala Vedi, Malayala Madhuri, arts, and so on. With the support of Malayalam department for the cultural development of the students, we provide many facilities for all the students of our college. St. Mary's College also provide web-based teaching and learning hall. The college has a hall equipped with 2 LCD projectors and 2 screens, audio systems, whiteboards, and a computer with internet connectivity for conducting NPTEL video lectures, webinars, etc. The hall is provided with adequate seating capacity. To provide a healthy and stimulating environment to our students, we have fully equipped seminar halls. Our seminar halls are spacious enough to accommodate a large number of students. A large number of seats are available to facilitate seating of a significant number of students comfortably. These are ventilated and installed with multimedia facilities like LCD projector and others. St. Mary's College Puthanangadi was proud to add another golden feather on its crown when we decided to conduct a 2-day international webinar on its 25th anniversary. We conducted our first 2-day international webinar on the topic Post-Truth Era with the Human Rights on August 11th and 12th of 2021. Sports are a crucial part of a student's growth and development. They help in the development of mental health and physical fitness of our body. Through participation in sports and games, a student gains various skills, experience, and confidence that are helpful for developing their personality. Sports are an important part of the curriculum. Our college is well equipped with multi-sporting facilities that include cricket, shuttle, basketball, volleyball, football, and many other indoor games. St. Mary's College not only aims to improve a student's physical abilities, but also instill a sense of good sportsmanship in them. The college team and the students have showed their excellence in various intra-institutional, district, university, state, and national level competitions. Intensive training is imparted under expert guidance and numerous sports activities are organized every semester. On the annual sports day, various tournaments and competitions are held for the students. Sports are a crucial part of a student's growth and development. They help in the development of mental health and physical fitness of the body. The Department of Physical Education conducts sports and games for the staff and the students in cricket, football, volleyball, badminton, throwball, and many other indoor games. To encourage the students, the facilities are made available even beyond college hours. We also have facilities like hostel, book and stationery store, chapel, yoga center, botanical garden,
To begin with, I would like to welcome Ms. Sridevi, Head of Department of Economics, to deliver the welcome speech.
A very warm good evening, ladies and gentlemen, galaxy of intellectuals, Yours Excellency, invited guests, faculty members, and all the participants from different prestigious colleges. We are here for the valedictory function of today's international webinar on media, society, and culture. This is the most awaited session of the conference. All the participants are eagerly waiting for this section to know their positions and the evaluation of their performance. On behalf of St. Mary's College, I, Sridevi V from the Department of Economics, take this opportunity to welcome each one of you to the valedictory function. The actively growing participation of students and faculty members affirms the relevance and the meaningfulness of this program. A warm welcome is the first sign of hospitality. Let me first acknowledge the presence of our eminent guests. It is indeed our pleasure to have amongst us to grace this occasion. On behalf of St. Mary's College, I consider it a privilege to welcome the chief guest of valedictory function, Reverend Father Verghese Kochuparambil, CFIC, is the Vicar Provincial CFIC India and the former administrator of St. Mary's College. I extend a warm welcome to you, Father. Your presence is indeed a source of motivation to us. We look forward to your valedictory address today.
Thank you.
We have the guest of honor, Reverend Father Jibin Varakalail. He is the Head of Education Council, CFIC. We are indeed delighted to have you with us, and I extend a warm welcome to you, Father. We have Dr. Gio Paul, Director, Monty International Institute of Management Studies, Puthanangadi. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. We have our Principal, Father Denny Cholapalli. He is a source of inspiration for all of us. Hearty welcome, Father. We also have amongst us Adira ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychology. Hearty welcome, ma'am. And now I welcome our faculty, colleagues, students, and participants from various institutions who gathered here to make this program a great success. Thank you. Thank you to everyone for being here.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm welcome. Next, I would like to invite Honorable Chief Guest, Father Verghese Kochuparambil, CFIC, former Administrator of St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi, to deliver the concluding remarks. Father.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Father, you're audible.
Yes. Dear Reverend Father Denny Cholapalli, our beloved principal, Dr. Gio Paul, Director of Monty International Institute of Management Studies, Reverend Father Jibin Varakalail, Ms. Sridevi, and Ms. Adira Das, all the participants of this two-day webinar, all the teaching and non-teaching staffs of St. Mary's College, and dear students. As we are at the conclusion of 2 days international webinar on media, society, and culture, emerging trends, we are gratefully acknowledge the initiative of St. Mary's College to organize such an international webinar with a great number of participants and very well organized and successfully completed with these 2 days. As far as I know, with the help of very eminent personalities and 4 large sessions. Today, as we are concluding with this valedictory function, I take this an opportunity to appreciate your initiative. A very special thanks to all of you for choosing the subject for your discussion and to convey the great message to the society, that is media, society and culture. As we listen to the sessions of the 2 days, I hope that now all the participants as well as we all are very well aware of the connection between these three things: media, society and culture, and also the changes taking place in the execution of all this. When we come to the reality of our normal life, common man thinks and media communicate the thoughts and his actions, and society accept it, and that became a culture. So every new things, whether it is good or bad, every new way of thinking, every idea that is generated by an individual, every action taken by an individual is shared by media and using its new trends. And whatever it may be, it will be always followed by the society. Every idea that is communicated by media, every vision that is shared by media, the society accepted. And when it is accepted by a mass, it becomes a culture. So a culture is the protection of media sometime, which is taken from the society, from an individual, but the society accepts it. And when we reflect about this great subject, the vast subject of media and culture, how it influences the society, like the both sides of a same coin, good and bad effects are there. So it is the responsibility of the society to have a study about the protection of media before accepting it. Whatever may be, every culture is the protection of this fast communication media. Today, mankind has got a very rapid and also very fast growth in 22nd century. And media became a good educator as well as entertainer. And every media effectively communicate positively and negatively. And the society, just for the sake of entertainment, more than the education, accept all these communications and became good and bad culture is formatted. So dear friends, I wanted to point out that every development is positive. Every change is positive. everything we can approach positively. But the thing is, the person who engage in this must be an intelligent one to choose the best and leave the bad. Anyhow, communication is very powerful today's time. And through media, society is very much influenced. And this influence, whether it is correct or not, that is the big question before us. When we speak about the culture, immediately the media, especially social media, is the source of all these things. And practically sometimes we merely depend on medias. And sometimes I think certain things we can avoid even the medias. Think about sending the messages. Use of communication media, especially social media, is really relevant. It's a great achievement. It is very fast, very easy and approachable. At the same time, unnecessary use of both the same table sitting in both sides and sending the message to each other. Children sending message through WhatsApp to their parents. Parents giving information to the children through communication medias. And today we are in a digital platform, communicating great things to a big audience. Let us thank Lord for this wonderful achievement. But at the same time, having the difficulty of coming together for a long time of Corona, we depend upon the communication media. We depend upon the electronic systems, and the new generation is simply slipped into the new trend of communication. And now it is time for us to a certain extent, to rethink, are we 100% going in the right path? Dear friends, regarding this subject, you had a very relevant talks and enriching sessions is already happened by the eminent persons. But as I am here for your valedictory function at the conclusion, I share some of the feelings that is sometimes little deviating from this. Today, everybody is busy with these communication media systems. The source is very large and the matter coming to us is also very large. We are always open to this media. Just think about ourselves. Every single second, n number of messages are coming to our mobile. The message that we did not read or attend, it stands as something, a big mistake like from our part. Something is kept pending. Very urgently we should meet it like. So we keep everything aside and listen to the communication through all these medias. So sometimes there we lose certain communication with that which we can do without any communication medias. Please, I invite your attention to our family. Our beloved grandparents, they are really waiting for a verbal communication. They are really waiting for a non-verbal communication, not a media communication. A sign of greetings, a word of greetings, a sign of love, a small smile. So as we support and encourage this media communication, the development of the new culture, sometimes we miss and lose this verbal and non-verbal communication with our beloveds. Our new generation, our small ones, they are also, when they are at home, immediately after coming from home, the very gift that is donated by Corona, the smartphone is still kept at the home, since it is not permitted in the school. When they come back from school to home, immediately they take phone and read all the message and sending the replies and enjoying the WhatsApp things, and they are well engaged. So this kind of negative things also we can find in our social life, in our society setup. So dear friends, I don't want to prolong because you are enriched sufficiently by all the sessions happened in 2 days. And today I am here just to appreciate you for participating in this webinar and enriching yourself, not only just for a participation certificate, but rather to make yourself a suitable person to choose the good and bad in your personal life. And also, it's my responsibility to appreciate the St. Mary's family for arranging such events with the collaboration and cooperation of international figures and making available for a large number of participants. And my sincere appreciation and gratitude for all of you. And I wish and pray that may St. Mary's be extend its extraordinary facilities like this, using these digital platforms, this kind of useful things in future too. And I thank the management for inviting me to be part of this valedictory function. And I appreciate all the people who worked behind this, and especially the eminent speakers and also the participants. So every matter that is communicated is enriching for every participant, and every communication will really encourage us, and that will enable us to be a better person. And every culture that is developed in the society, when it is positively used for our personal life and for the growth of the society, and every media that is working very fast and adopting the new systems and always open to the new trends and visualizing the ideas to a big world. Let us be united for always positive causes. And once again, I appreciate all of you. My prayerful wishes for all the participants, and thanking you all once again. I remain grateful to you. May God bless all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Father. Now, We are moving on to the result declaration of paper presentation. A best paper by a scholar and a best paper by students will be declared now. For that, I would like to welcome Dr. Gio Paul, Director, Monte International Institute of Management Studies. Warm welcome, sir.
So very respected Chief Guest of the Day, Father Varghese, CFIC, respected Principal, St. Mary's College, Father Jenny, then coordinators of international conference, participants, a very good evening to one and all. International conferences are always an asset to the institution. And that always comes with a set of intellectual capital in that institutions. So while participating in international conference and conference proceedings, that will give an enriched information to the public also. And here we are getting the various viewpoints and analytical things of scholars, students, and different communities, those who are participating in the conference. And these insights always helps the community, and specifically those who are acting in that related area, a vast information at the same time that will always helps that area to go for critical evaluation. And here the topic was related to the media and social media. And whenever discussing about the media and social media, that is always comes with some intellectual information, and that intellectual information giving various insights to the people from the different areas. And here, these academic discussions always enrich the quality of people, those who are participating in that conferences. Sometimes the outputs of the conference, that conference really a contribution to the entire world, and where the people are getting the right informations are related to the particular area, and how do the research scholars and the people, those who are engaging in that area, is analyzing the things and to try to explore the new things that are in front of the people. And near future, this intellectual capitalization will be a motivation to the new ventures that going to be and the innovations are required, ethical correction is also required, and what should be done to the society. And this is a humble information to humble insight to the media people also, where they have to focus and how to be ethical to their own area. And I would like to congratulate the team St. Mary's for conducting such an event with a lot of papers and article related papers, primary data collected papers, and for the enrichment of the institution as well as the society. And the near future also, they have to do a lot of different types of program for the development of the students community and development of the faculty community, and specifically the enrichment of the research scholars. And this is a great initiative. Once again, I congratulate each and every team members of St. Mary's and those who are participated in that one, and those who are worked at the at the back side, that means the curtain back, lot of efforts are happening. I also congratulate that people also. And right now, with immense pressure, I would like to declare the results of the paper presentation and the best paper from a scholars area and from the students area. And here, as per the judgment from the compared result from the 3 judges, the best paper from scholars, that is Avinesh SMC 04, that is the code. I would like to congratulate Avinesh and declare as the best paper from the scholar side. And secondly, I'm moving on to the student side, where the best paper is SMC 16, that means 16, SMC 16, and the team members are Josha, Dilna, and Afna. Congratulations to the students community, the students, those who are presented such an excellent paper in this international conference. And once again, congratulations. Thank you for having a good time. Have a nice time for you.
Congratulations. I'm really sorry for the delay. There were some technical issues. I'm really sorry for that. So congratulations to the winners. And I would like to thank Dr. Geopol, sir. Your presence is highly appreciated, sir. Now I would like to welcome Ms. Adira Das, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychology, to deliver the word of thanks. Ma'am, please.
Respected Chief Guest, Reverend Father Varghese Kuchipparambil, Guest of Honor, Reverend Father Jubin Vadakalayil, invited guests. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable guests who blessed us with their presence. First, I would like to thank Ms. Sridevi, Head of the Department of Economics, for her warm welcome to this auspicious occasion. My sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Reverend Father Varghese Kuchipparambil, CFIC, Bihar Provincial St. Mary's College for his persistent encouragement and support. I would like to thank Reverend Father Jubin Varkalil, Head Education in Charge, CFIC, for his valuable remarks. Thank you so much, Father. My sincere gratitude to Dr. Gio Paul, Director, Monte International Institute of Management Studies, for announcing the Best Paper Award. At this moment, I'm extending my sincere acknowledgement to our beloved panel of judges, Dr. Gio Paul, Ms. Aparna Prashandi, and Dr. Jens Mon for their assistance and guidance, especially in assessing the papers presented here, which helped to make this webinar a huge success. At the same time, I heartfelt thanks to all the research scholars and students for their excellent presentation of the papers on media, society, and culture. Thank you so much, and all the best for your wonderful career. Now my words won't be enough to thank our leader, Father Denny Cholapalil, Principal, St. Mary's College, for his support, vision, and commitment. Along with that, I would like to thank Dr. Balachandran, Head of the Department of Commerce and Management, and Mr. Ashwin, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, who has been working hard day and night for months. Thanks to all heads of various departments and faculties for their valuable contribution and encouragement in all our efforts. I owe a special thanks to the whole team of our webinar containing teaching and non-teaching staff for giving ample technical support for the smooth running of our webinar. It's their dedication and hard work that add fuel to this success. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the invitees and students for your presence and cooperation for making this webinar a resounding success. If time is money, then today you have spent millions for us. Thanks to all of you for making this event successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adira Miss, for such a wonderful token of gratitude. Thank you once again. To the audience, you have been a wonderful audience, and we hope that we have been a good host equally. Life don't require that we be the best, but only that we try our best. So friends, try your best for success. Try to be as efficient as possible. Remember, the only good is knowledge and the only evil is ignorance. We thank all of you to be part of this event and wish you all the very best. This is Sharda Arun Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of English, and Aditya Ramachandran, Assistant Professor, Department of English, signing out. All the best.